Hey, shorties. Hello, hello, hello. Oh my God. Here we are again. It's so exciting. Participate and speculate. Oh, I feel like I know that display picture, but I don't know if I know the name. Good to see you, Stephanie. Girl. Turd, hi. Jess, hi. Ernie, hi. Adam, I know you're here, but you're also backstage. So hi, Adam. Who else is here? Welcome, welcome. Prince Lover, of course. I won't have a sip of water right now, but full, ready to go. So exciting. Sniff, sniff. Me sniffing, that is. Hi, Thomas. Good to see you. Okay. Oh, babe, shirt. This, my top, is very expensive. I have one in white as well. So, oh, it's reality check. Thank you, Jess. Hey, reality check. Thank you. Okay. The pieces all fall into place. Hey, girl. Good to see you. Thanks for the heads up, Jess. Yikes. Hi, Poppy. Poppy's here, panting because that's what we do around here. Oh, I don't. Buster doesn't, but Poppy does. Did I see Curious Wendy? Yes, I did. Amazing. Good to see you. Okay, guys. Thank you for your. Oh, hey, Buster wants to say hi too. Hey, big boy. Oh, wait. Bussy, be on camera. I can't do it. Sorry, Bussy. I didn't mean to frighten you. I'm trying to get you on camera and I'm not very good at stuff. Oh, big boy. Are you so cute? Yeah, don't lick me. I love you, but don't lick me. So that's that. That's me and the dogs. I got hair straightened tonight, like a dark lip. It's all happening. Hi, Tracy. Good to see you. Yes. Bussy. Say hi, Bussy. Your friends want to say hi. Because I'm a little bit shy. Are you, though? Are you shy? Yes, turd. That's your boy. Yes. Patricia's here. Fabulous. People are starting to roll in. So cool. This is the last night of the Camp Shorty Mega Weekend. It's been a blast. I can't stress enough how much the whole having to do peasant work shit is killing my streaming schedule. But I'm feeling very blessed and grateful that I was able to have 2 extra days off from my real world job to spend with you all, with my shorties. We've had an amazing time. How do you like this background? Adam did an amazing job, as always. Let me get rid of this. So there's a reminder down the bottom: like, subscribe, comment, share. Because I don't have a ticker anymore. Adam, could you please drop in that thing about Replay Crew? How they can watch the live chat if they like, because we've got the best live chat on YouTube, y'all. It's the best. It's the best. I'm a little bit biased, but I feel like the comments that I'm getting on some of my videos after the stream has ended suggest that probably it is. We have a great time, huh? So what are we doing tonight? Never have I ever watched a moment of the Depp V Heard trial. Not a moment. Not even before this stream. Got it queued up, ready to go. I know, amazing. I'm like a proper professional YouTuber. I haven't watched it though. Adam tells us, thank you, Adam, for the Replay Crew is Bay. Chat is Bay. Love you all. Lurkers, everybody. So if you're on a mobile, on a phone, a mobile, not on your computer or desktop, a laptop or desktop, to be able to view the live chat in replay, all you do is swipe left on the comment tab and it will give you the option for the live chat instead of comments. So if you're on your phone, that's how you can watch it. Because honestly, our live chats, whether they're hilarious and jumping and meandering or careering in and out of being on topic and being focused, Michelle Smith's in the house. Or if they're sensitive, nurturing, supportive, and loving, or both, amazing chats. Lisa, what? Me, Lisa? I'm Lisa. Wait, what? Oh, no, not a moment. No recaps, no EDB catch-ups, Nothing on the news. Never have I ever watched even a moment of this trial. So it's going to be great. I see some more people coming in the house, so let me say hi. Hi, Kimbers, Ohio. Angela Wild is in the house. Taryn's here. Taryn, can you try and help me stay on topic and not get copyright strikes, please? Actually, Jess is our new stay on topic master. I love that. Just also let me say a huge thank you from the jump for my beautiful core Avengers, my core moderator group. Adam, love you. Ernie, Jess, Turd, thank you for everything you do. Thank you for being here. Your presence, your vibe is why the chat is amazing. So thank you. I love you guys. Okay, Adam's here. Yes. Who else is here? Laura. Yes, same. Yes, Jess. I love it. We are all fucking professionals, right? Who stay on topic. Agreed. So we're not going to do. So basically, I'm not going to. Well, maybe I'm not planning to cover the entire trial because I believe it was like 6 weeks long, and given my casual side hustle nature of YouTube streaming, we will be here until like it'll be a year. However, I feel like if we're doing one day or cluster of kind of either important or hilarious or scandalous testimonies from this trial, it's weeks and weeks and weeks worth at one day of those at a time. So if by Christmas we're still doing it, I've got 2 weeks off over Christmas, mate. We will binge the shit out of it. We will get it done. It'll be mega festive. Amber Turd. Sorry to use your name in vain there, Turd Ferguson. Yeah. So without further ado, what is Adam? Laugh track is up. Oh, we've got more sound effects. Adam and I are like this ridiculous YouTube. Oh, we like to think. Yeah, ridiculous. No, this YouTube power couple. And we both think we're ridiculously hilarious. So we now have a laugh track. So all you funny motherfuckers who drop hilarious shit in chat, get ready to be not only applauded, but also a nod to the funny cunts. Sorry, you all don't like to hear that word. KKK. I do know she shit the bed. Yes, that's I know some snippets, but I've never watched a minute. So I think she shit on his pillow, right? Emily's here. Can't wait to see this shit show. I stayed away from it because it was civil, and because I'm hardline trial watcher. I'm like, I'm a criminal. Trial. I'm not a criminal. Wait, clip it. The trials are going to clip it. I mean, I have been in the past in trouble with the police and with the law, but all that was dropped. Okay, there's no charges, nothing on my record. Yikes. Jess, I think this is a soundboard for your life. No. Let's get ready to rumble. We also have a few more cool vids. If you're in the stream last night, the toxic positivity stream, fuck toxic positivity, Adam debuted, and it was a first look for me also, a couple of new little bumpers, they're called, or stingers, little short videos. We've got another one. There's a cool, I'm not trying to grift, but we've got a cool little bumper. If anybody either becomes a member or gifts memberships. Yes. Yeah, she literally shit in his bed. Yes, she shit on his pillow. I have a feeling that that it was a drug shit, a bit like the turd that somebody left on my driveway, a junkie turd. Like, take the drugs, all of it drops, and then everything drops. But we'll see. We'll make up our mind. I have a feeling, not the pillow. Oi, okay. Oh, it was criminal. It's a libel case. The airport is so good. Turd pooping on a pillow should be criminal. I mean, it's fucking disgusting. Okay. What are we up to? 11 minutes 28. There you go. Timestamp it. I think 11-minute intro is my standard. Whoever's doing those timestamps to say when it actually starts, now. We are watching opening statements. Well, like, I don't know, like any good story, to be told, we start from the beginning, right? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't even previewed this. I've queued it up. I have no idea. So we'll see. We'll see. Wait, now what do I have to do? From the top. Right. Thanks, Adam. Of course. To be able to understand what happens at the end, you have to start at the beginning, right? Buster, do you want to go out? Seriously, the door's just been open for 7 hours. Or actually all night. Come on now, man. Don't tell me you want to go out and find some poo to eat in the spirit of this trial. And P.S., nobody shits on the bed. KKK. Actually, look, I've gone longer. Sorry, timestamper. Make it 12:26. Thank you all for being here. Babe, the straight hair is fire. Thanks. Wait. Hang on. Wait. Oh, wait. Let me cue it up first. Trigger warning. Amber Heard. I don't even know. Let's see. What do we got here? I've got it on fucking silent. No. So she's a horrible person. I know that also. But I can tell that just by looking at her. Oh my God, what have I done? It's buffering. Because she's walking into the court. Thanks. I decided I was going to wear a ponytail. I still might. It's extra librarian. Still might. If it gets annoying, I will. So. Or.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Oh, I better give her credit here. Wait, I can talk over the top of her. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. She's just revolting. So that's gone quiet on the video anyway. So we're watching it through Sky News. Yikes! Don't copyright strike me, Taryn. What is your opinion? Are they going to copyright strike me? Credit? Can I put my logo somewhere else, Adam? Can I put my logo down on that bottom right corner? Is that possible? Here comes the Who If Anyone. Ah, yes. I've heard about this. What's her name? ADB said it so many times. So we've got a what if any, a members only emoji. Thank you, Taryn. Obviously, if I get copyright stricken, I will not hold you accountable. You will not be to blame. Mr. Rottenbottom. It was a side hug. So it's quiet. Elaine, thank you. Jess, Elaine. That's so cool. Okay, so this is the seal we'll be spending a bit of time looking at, apparently. Now, let me just skip through a bit. And also not normal speed. What am I thinking? What am I doing with my life, team? And then, again, whoever it was, who, if anyone was driving the ambulance. Well, not Kay. I pressed K and it didn't work. Whoever told me, about the L and the J for the forward and the back 10 seconds. Bravo. Bravo. Make sure you hit the like button to help this stream get out into the YouTubes. Also, there are a lot of other streamers live at the moment, so I really appreciate you all being here and deciding to spend your Monday evening with us here at Camp Shorty. Thank you so much. It means a lot. We have fun here. Ben Chu. Who's Ben Chu? I don't even know. Is that one of his attorneys? Oh, Johnny Depp. He looks beautiful. Too much hairstyling going on, but okay. Zhuzhed. Same. I can't move the logo. Okay, thanks, Adam. Well, that's fucking gay, isn't it? It's not gay. That's ridiculous. Sorry. If I ever say gay, very rarely do I say gay. It could easily be interpreted as being offensive, and I don't mean it with any offense whatsoever. It's a lifetime of me and then my daughter using it like a 15-year-old would use it 30 years ago to think that something they're calling something silly. No shade. on anybody about any sexual preference. Sorry, chat. Oh, Candy's here. Amazing. Good to see. Good to see. Ben Shu to the left of Johnny. Thank you. And who's her on the other side? Tell me, chat. You guys are going to be, this is going to be so interesting because I'm going to learn so much from you. So excited. Yeah, Buster wants to go out. Hang on. Let's get this shit started. Camila Vasquez is the smart, hot one. She is hot. I don't know if she's smart yet. Now, who's that? Is that a trigger warning? Hang on, Buster. Wait. I'm taking the piss out of my middle name, which is what? You said it before. Is it Elaine? Camila Vasquez. Beautiful. Thank you. Love. Adam says, Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp, very respectful of you. Built a house and a vineyard in the area I'm from. Well, shit, mate. Oh, gay. Yes, gay. That's right. Okay, yes. That's cool. We used to have a friend at school called Gay Marie. And, oh, my God, she copped it. It was in the 80s, yeah, so poor woman. But I like your name, Michelle. I'm not laughing at your name. I'm just using my laugh track. Okay, let's skip through here because this is no one wants to hear me yammering on. Let's find it. Who's the judge?
Right, ready for the jury?
Oh wow, what's her hair doing? Okay. She's got a she looks like she's got a racer, like a halter neck shirt or dress underneath. Interesting choice. That sounds uncomfortable for the first day of trial. Oh, do you want closed captions? Nah. Gay Jeff. My kids had fits when they found out. I think there's an H. It's Johnny. Honey. I know that much. Do you have an affiliation with him, Adam, because he's a pirate? Or why are pirates pirates? Because they are. Hey, Adam, you are one of the greatest. Look how many people are in court. Wild.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I can have you move your water down by your chair and just not have anything there. If we get electronics, so we mess up the electronics, I get in trouble. So thank you. I hope you like the seat that you're in. I'd like to stay in that seat for the duration. I'd appreciate it. I hope you had a good evening. All right. Thank you. And thank you for being punctual today. I appreciate it. Can I have a seat?
Wow. Let's slow it down. I want to hear the actual speed of her speech.
All right.
It's very clipped.
Are we ready with opening statements?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Do you think she swims? I think she's a swimmer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ben Chu.
Ben Chu.
My colleagues and I from Brown Rudnick are truly honored to represent the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp. Some of you may recognize Mr. Depp from seeing him portray characters such as Edward Scissorhands or Captain Jack Sparrow from the Pirates of the Caribbean movies.
Pirate
For
flags in
nearly
the chat.
30 years, Mr. Depp built a reputation as one of the most talented actors
Okay, we'll go
in
faster
Hollywood.
again because he talks slow.
A respected artist.
Oh, I like
His
his
name
glasses.
was associated with success at the box office. Today, his
Okay.
name
Too
is
slow.
associated with a lie,
Don't lick me.
a false statement uttered by his former wife, the defendant Amber Heard, that falsely cast Mr. Depp,
No
falsely
screaming.
and unfairly
Thank you, Michelle.
cast Mr. Depp as a villain, a man
Judge
who would
Penny.
violently abuse a woman.
Judge Penny.
This is a defamation case. It's a case about how devastating words can be when they are false and uttered publicly. Under the law, a person who makes a false statement about someone else can be held responsible for the harm that results from that falsehood.
Yes, Buster.
That's
Just gonna let
because
Buster out. Hang on.
words matter.
Words
They
matter.
paint a picture in our mind based on what we have experienced and what we know, or what we think we know.
Oh my God, Adam, how many times do I say words matter a day? Like 2, 3, 4? I love this guy. Ben Chu, I bow down to you. Okay, I'm just going to let the dogs out because obviously streaming is dynamic.
And because of that, words can evoke strong emotions in the listener and cause irreparable harm to a person's reputation. And when, like Mr. Depp, your career depends upon your image and your reputation, or whether movie producers want their films associated with you, that harm can be particularly devastating. This is a case about the impact of Amber Heard's words on Johnny Depp. Specifically, the words that she used in an op-ed published in the Washington Post in December 2018, which is shown on the screens. And the op-ed was published, and this is no accident, the evidence will show, on the eve of her first major acting role in the movie Aquaman. The evidence will show that's no coincidence. The evidence will show the words that...
Wendy, I feel like it would come as no surprise to you, or maybe, that had my life taken the path that at the age of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 panned out for me, I would have been a lawyer. I love words and I can be rather argumentative. Adam can attest. Well, not argumentative. I just like to be heard. And in high school, I was in the high school debate team, and I was the final person in the team, number 4, the rebuttal person. Yeah, just ad-lib that shit. I don't need no notes. Let me just refute everything you all have said and support everything that we said. Ad-libbing. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I don't need no notes, ever.
That Ms. Heard used, which are the subject of Mr. Depp's defamation suit against her. And there are 3 statements that we respectfully ask each of you to focus on. Statement number 1, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath." Statement number 2, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. And I want to repeat that because you're going to hear that throughout the case, because the timing here is critical. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Statement number 3, quote,
I have seen Pirates of the Caribbean 1, which will come as some surprise to most of you because I don't do movies. That's probably one of the last movies I watched. Oh, Adam and I watched the Barbie movie together recently, Under Duress for Adam. He enjoyed it, I think. I cried a lot. It was really fun for him.
quote, "I had the rare vantage point of
Haven't seen
seeing
Sleepy Hollow,
in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse," unquote. Ms. Heard did not use Mr. Depp's name in the op-ed. She didn't have to.
I'd
She
be
didn't have
wicked
to.
smart.
Because the evidence will show that everyone in Hollywood, where Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard both have their careers, and many others outside Hollywood, knew exactly what she was talking about when she used the word 2 years ago. I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. That's because, as the evidence will show, and you will hear, 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard had publicly accused Johnny Depp, her husband at the time, of domestic abuse. You will learn during the trial that Ms. Heard's actions were prompted by Mr. Depp's request for a divorce. He wanted out, which drove her to make up a story that was, at first, designed to keep him. And then, when he made it clear that finally, after all he had endured, he was done, was designed to recast herself as an abuse survivor, with Mr. Depp as the alleged abuser. The evidence will show that
Ernie,
6
yum.
days after Mr. Depp requested a divorce, and he did so politely, and 3 days after Ms. Heard's lawyer threatened Mr. Depp with claims of abuse if he did not agree to her financial demands, Ms. Heard arrived at the courthouse in Los Angeles, California, to file for a restraining order alleging abuse. Ms. Heard, the evidence will show that Ms. Heard showed up with a mark on her face that mysteriously appeared 6 days after she last saw Mr. Depp. And 6 days before, she publicly filed a request for a domestic violence restraining order alleging abuse.
Good to see you.
The evidence will show that her publicist and the paparazzi were there at the courthouse to document the event, to make sure that Johnny Depp's name was forever associated with the image of an innocent, battered woman. It was a jolt It was a shocking story, splashed across front pages across the country. No one had ever, in 5 decades, accused Johnny Depp of being violent with a woman. No one had ever accused Mr. Depp of being violent with a
He's
woman.
very uncomfortable with
He
that.
had been in other long-term relationships.
I
he
mean-
had children.
Wait. This is like, from what I do understand. I've heard a lot about the way the tide turned in public opinion, as with regards to who was the baddie in this whole situation. And I mean, he looks to me like a man who feels very uncomfortable with having to be here. You know, scratching your head like, ugh. He just is like, ugh. I'm Johnny Depp all the way. I've never liked Amber Heard. Government cheese, come on now. I'll have some soon. You know, all I ate yesterday, not great chat, was my toast with Vegemite in the morning, and a cup of coffee, yum. And then my 2 slices of government cheese, which I know you all love, and we're going to have to make a bumper for that, Adam, when it's a cheese break. I've got to have a cheese break bumper. And yes, Wendy, he is. And then I didn't have anything to my dinner. Oh no, wait, I had some delicious. I had 2 lots of cheese yesterday, camembert with crackers as well, and then I had my dinner. So your girl is going to be on the ultra streaming mega weekend diet, just streaming water and a glass of wine later. I'm here for it. The camera adds 10 pounds. Oh, sidebar. I love his glasses, channeling the glasses of Mr. Ben. And is that's Elaine, right? The judge's hair. I'm so here for it. She is all business. Very good. Very good. Looking forward. You think so? Did he have other violence in his background? Does that come out? Oh, no, don't tell me. Spoiler alerts. I think he's probably a tortured soul. Most artistic folks are, and if he's a neurodivergent as well.
No one,
Well, Tish, you're living
I
and
stated
breathing it
before,
now.
no one had ever, in 5 decades, no one had ever accused Johnny Depp of being abusive of any kind with a woman. That's why it was such a jolt.
Good.
He had been in
Can't
other
wait.
long-term relationships, as I said. He had 2 children. And no one had even suggested ever that he was capable of something like this. By choosing to lie about...
I think you'll find, Angela, that there is a pretty high rate of substance abuse in neurodivergent people, or of addictive type things used as coping mechanisms and strategies, myself included. And so, yes, an alcohol problem, absolutely. Tortured souls, got to find some sort of escape from the demons in your brain. And if you're busy all the time and there's a public perception for you to be a certain way, when you're Johnny Depp, guaranteed. Imagine how hard that is on you when internally maybe you're feeling not quite as amazing as the public wants you to be. I know.
About her husband for her own personal
I know that feeling all too well. The public. You guys are the public. No, you're my shorties.
benefit. Amber Heard forever changed Mr. Depp's life and reputation. And you will hear him tell you the dreadful impact that it has had on his life.
Not me,
The
Prince.
evidence you will hear at this trial contradicts the
1
story
hour.
Ms. Heard presented to the world in May
1 hour.
2016 and again in December 2018.
Thank
The
you.
evidence will show that the last time Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard saw each other before Ms. Heard showed up in court on May 27th, 2016 was May 21st. And that's a very important date. And I will ask you please to remember that through the trial. Mr. Depp's mother, Betty Sue, passed away on May 20th after a long illness when Johnny and his sister Christy had been taking care of his mother for a very long period of time. And for reasons that Mr. Depp will personally explain to you throughout the course of this trial, he had resolved to divorce Ms. Heard. So on May 21st, Mr. Depp came by the apartment that he shared with Ms. Heard in the Eastern Columbia building, or the ECB.
Tracy, I'll see if we can hunt them down and we can do a stream on the sidebar conversations in a few little bits along the way. That sounds interesting, because what happens at sidebar is in on the record, but generally we don't get to hear them because the jury can't hear them. So they're outside of the presence of the jury, but I would love to hear that stuff. I think he's cool because he's got hand tattoos, and I think hand tattoos are cool.
as some people refer to it, to tell her that, to pick up his things, and to say goodbye. There is no dispute that soon after Mr. Depp ended things with Ms. Heard and left the apartment on May 21st, he got on a plane to head out on a European tour, a music tour, for months with his band, the Hollywood Vampires. And Ms. Heard knew that he was going off on tour and out of state when she walked into court to get the restraining order, which she obtained ex parte. It's a Latin word, fancy word, but all it means is that
Debbie's
Mr. Depp
here.
and his lawyer were not there
Yay!
and had no opportunity to be heard. That's what an ex parte order is. You will hear from the police officers who responded to a 911 call on May 21st.
Oh, Pat
after Mr.
Sanford's
Depp
here.
left. The police officers will testify that they saw no injuries on Ms. Heard. Both police officers will testify that they saw no
Wait,
injuries on
actually,
Ms. Heard.
what am I doing with my life?
Nor did the police officers see any of the property damages
There's another
that you will
sound
hear
effect
Ms.
coming
Heard
for you,
claims
Pat.
existed in the apartments that evening. And you will hear those officers under oath testify that there was no violence and there was no crime. You will also hear from multiple witnesses who, like the police officers, saw Ms. Heard between May 21 and May 26. Those are the crucial days between the alleged incident and the day she walked into court with her lawyer and got an ex parte order.
She's so surly. I hate her.
And those witnesses will
Yes,
testify
Wendy.
that they saw her without any marks, any signs of injury on her face. And you will hear
Wendy makes a good observation here. I think Sarah Boone has a similar personality to Amber Heard. Yes, absolutely. Also, Jen McCabe and Wendy Adelson. Sarah Boone doesn't have quite the poise and the polish, for want of a better word, as those other three women. I mean, obviously, Jen McCabe's a fucking rough thing. Wendy Adelson comes from good stock, so she presents very well. And Amber Heard has spent a lifetime being on show. But yeah, Debbie Blair, don't apologize for being late. We're so glad you're here. Thank you for being here. Better late than never, babe. Better late than never.
hear from multiple witnesses, including Brandon Patterson, who is the manager of the Eastern Columbia building, where Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard lived together. You will hear Mr. Patterson say that he saw, and others will say as well, that they saw a surveillance video from the week of May 21st that showed Ms. Heard's sister, Whitney, throw a fake punch at Ms. Heard's face. But let's just stop there. This is a surveillance video you will hear about, where the sister of the alleged victim threw a fake punch at her sister, which allegedly occurred, this incident, only a couple of days earlier. Ms. Heard
That's for the
acting out
comment on the
seeing
screen,
punch,
not for what he's
responding
saying.
to the fake punch, and the two laughing about it. So you have the alleged victim and the sister laughing about a fake punch. And you will have to decide for yourself, or we ask that you please decide for yourself. Would anyone ever joke about that if there had been actual abuse? Much less ask yourself, would a sister ever joke with an alleged victim about being punched by her husband? Of course, none of this contradicting evidence was publicly available when Ms. Heard walked into court on May 27th and got her restraining order. Instead, as you can imagine, the media storm was instantaneous. You will hear about and see some of that media coverage.
So firstly, put that fucking hair behind your ear. Tuck it in nicely. We don't need to have scraggly bits of hair. Like, come on now.
Published pictures of Ms. Heard walking into court and other pictures supposedly showing injuries supposedly caused by Mr. Depp, a man who had never been accused of abuse of a woman. The evidence will show that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard eventually settled their divorce out of court. Thereafter, Ms. Heard dismissed her restraining order against Mr. Depp. But Ms. Heard's false claim that Mr. Depp had abused her remained in the public sphere. It didn't go away. The images were permanent. And the evidence will show that 2 years
The internet
later,
is forever.
we're pointing to that reference in the op-ed. In the wake of the Me Too movement, and just before the release of Ms. Heard's role in the movie Aquaman, Ms. Heard chose to remind the world about the festering allegations, this time under the banner of a international newspaper, the Washington Post.
Wait, I just had a message from Adam saying that Ashley Bourne, are you there? But your chat isn't showing up. You're not banned or hidden. I'm not sure. It's not showing up on my StreamYard. You're not showing up in the chat either. Ernie had that happen to her a while ago, a few weeks ago. but we ended up. Well, I came to the conclusion. I don't know whether Ernie did, but that it was because she used a lot of emojis. You don't use a lot of emojis, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But honestly, maybe can you refresh? Can you log out of your account and log back in your YouTube account? Because we'd love to have you, and I don't want you, please don't think you're in any way hidden or banned or anything like that here. We love having you here. We love having everybody here, and especially Adam needs boys in the chat. He's amidst a sea of women, our land pirates. So do whatever you can, and maybe in Discord, Ernie could give you some tips of what she tried to no avail, I think.
In her op-ed, Ms. Heard again painted herself as the innocent victim of abuse, but this time with a wider audience primed to take action against industry powerhouses accused of abuse. The evidence will show that the clear implication in Ms. Heard's op-ed that you have in front of you was that she was the victim of domestic abuse perpetrated by Mr. Depp. The evidence will show that that was a lie, and it remains a lie when it was repeated and republished 2 years later. Hollywood studios don't want to deal with the public backlash from hiring someone accused of abuse, even someone with the incredible body of work and record that Mr. Depp.
No such thing.
A false allegation can devastate
Adam, no
a
such
career,
thing as too many women.
and it can devastate a family. And the evidence will show that Ms. Heard's false allegations had a significant impact on Mr.
I think that from what I understand, lots of the bots and so Emily asks, wait, if you use too many emojis, can you be hidden by YouTube? I think that YouTube, sometimes the AI picks up that that some of the bots, the spam accounts that go into the trending, we're not trending. I mean, we might be one day, but we're not like EDB or something. That lots of emojis are spam and or bots, and so they from what I understand, those, if you're too wild on the emojis, I don't think the members emojis. I think it's the like the ones on your phone, like the iPhone or Android emojis. So yeah, that's what I think. Yes. Oh, that's okay. You can be quiet. We love you just being here, Steph. So yes, careful with all the emojis, particularly if they're stock ones from your phone. I think YouTube thinks that's a red flag, and little does YouTube know how good emojis are. It's a shame that, you know, I don't know if you've ever been in a chat, a bigger chat, and some spam account will come in and just spam it with shit over and over with the same messages, and or lots of emojis, and so YouTube picks up on that.
Mr. Depp's family and his ability to work in the profession he loved and loved to bring joy to everyone. Ultimately,
Colleen's here. Fantastic. Good to see you.
Of a terrible and false allegation. We ask you in the next several weeks to please carefully consider the evidence, assess the reliability and credibility of that evidence, and to make your own determination about what actually happened between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. And to tell you more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Camille Vasquez, who you had the pleasure of meeting yesterday. Thank you all for your attention.
Ms. Vasquez.
Okay, I love her already. She looks very, very beautiful. I'm sure she's smart. She's beauty and brains, smart and pretty, to quote Nurse Kim. Ugh, neither. That thing. Don't forget to hit the like button, y'all.
Sure. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Ben. And good morning.
Thanks, babe.
You're going to have an opportunity.
Oh, whoa.
Johnny Depp. Not the characters.
Hey, Pat Stanford.
The man himself. You will hear from Mr. Depp directly. You will also hear from his friends, his family.
Wait, that deserves more silence. Do you know what that sounds like to me? I used to be a mad bong ripper myself many decades ago, like hard. That bong rip sounds to me like the poor motherfucker smoking that bong is getting all that dirty bong water up into their mouth. And I can just taste it. The memory is very clear. Too much water in the bong. Yikes. Ah, that bubbler sound. Horrible sound. Yes, it's awful. Nice. Pat likes it. It's mostly for Pat. Sorry, Taryn. Okay, back to it. Okay, let's listen to Camille because I hear we love Camille, and I love loving a smart, beautiful woman.
Family and employees. You will hear from people who have known him. for
But
decades.
Lord, give us
They have seen him
strength
on
to
set,
that microphone. The
and
sound
they
is
have seen him
atrocious.
at his worst. And they will tell you, each of them, that he is a kind soul who has never and would never raise a hand to a woman. You will hear that Mr. Depp learned at a very young age how to coexist with an abusive woman. You will learn from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, and from Mr. Depp that their mother, Betty Sue, lived in a constant state of anger that would boil over daily in vicious words and violence directed at her husband.
I'm a sound girl. I did 3 years of sound and radio production and presentation. Adam's a sound guy and a video guy. Amazing. This is offensive to my ears. Taryn, if you were talking about the sound, the bong water sound, sorry. I'll try not to play it too often. If you're talking about this, sorry. Hope they fix their audio.
And their children. And you will hear how Mr. Depp, who had the personality of his father, coped with that abuse in the same way his father did.
Yes, clean it daily. Goodness
The evidence
gracious.
show that Mr. Depp learned that the best way to deal with violence was to leave, to get away from it, give her time to cool down. But he never turned his back on his mother. Mr. Depp loved his mother, and he cared for her until the day she died.
I knew I liked you for a
Mr.
reason,
Depp
Pat.
came to Los Angeles as a teenager. He first planned to be a musician, then became an actor, and eventually, thanks to his talent, his dedication, and a lot of hard work, grew into one of the biggest movie stars in the world. He had relationships with major figures.
Look at us building community over bong rips. I love that for us. It's another thing that so many of us / you have in common. And if you don't, neither. I'm not a weed smoker anymore. I do love a glass of red. And if you're neither at all and you're raw dogging it against life sober as, mad respect. Mad respect. I'm going to go back to 1.25 because that microphone is making it hard to decipher her words. Sorry, Camille. I feel like you deserve better than that tinny bullshit.
In Hollywood and elsewhere, like Winona Ryder.
I don't love that she's reading from her notes, but okay.
And before he met Amber Heard, he was with the same woman, Vanessa Paradis, for 14 years. He had 2 children with her. And even though he was a megastar, they had a quiet domestic life. In fact, you'll hear, as Mr. Chu already told you, that Mr. Depp,
Candy.
58 years, not a single woman has ever accused him of violence. And no one in Hollywood or the world had any reason to believe he was an abuser until Ms. Heard publicly accused him in 2016. You're also going to hear
Amy!
You're going to learn that she's a profoundly troubled person who manipulates the people around.
Wait, Amy's in the house. Good to see you, girl. Give you the applause that you deserve. And also, while I think of it, it's a little ways off yet because Shorty's schedule is full. But on Friday the 15th, which is not this coming Friday, but the Friday after, Amy's going to join me to do the we're going to do a testimony review of the bagels, both Juliana Bagel and Ryan Bagel. So put that in your diaries because, yes, so exciting. Also, while I think of it, there's a poll on my community tab that I did earlier today for me. So the end, it's there, that is asking for your input on what you would like for us to cover next in the next Let's Talk episode. This coming, Jeebus Louise, this coming Friday night at 9:30, sexual assault, sexual violence, and rape, which is going to be a heavy one, but I think it's probably pretty relevant for many of us, myself included, and then, but then after that, I have got sort of an open idea. Like let's work it out together. Yeah. So if you want to vote on that, and if there's not the options that you don't like, or there's nothing there that if you've got something else in mind, drop it in the comments, and I'll pop it on the list. And we can do that in the future. So I'm going to try and make it one Depp Heard a weekend, one Let's Talk a weekend, and then 2 free Karen Read ones, because obviously we have that as our shared thing, and there's still so much to talk about. But also this coming Friday at 7 Eastern, Jen Root, Beatrice, and Jason Broyles, aka not Haley Walbrecht, at 7 Eastern will be remembering Justin Root and discussing his murder and the circumstances surrounding it, and the very similar. We know some of the bad actors in that one, so that's going to be an amazing one. And also, Kenzie Cush is in the house. I'm so happy to see you all. Thank you all for coming in lately. It's beautiful. And let's get back to it also with this. Yikes. I need a mouse.
Around her, just like she manipulated Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard came to Los Angeles and sought a career in acting after Mr. Depp was well established as a movie star. Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard first met in 2009 on the set of the film The Rum Diaries. There was a significant age difference between them, and at first, he avoided her advances.
Wait.
She pursued him. She wooed him. The other
Shall we let this be an incentive, Adam? This is, I mean, there's some green here. There's some green here. So wait, I'm so smooth. I'm such a fucking professional. It's not even funny, but yeah, what? Cool, huh? We be cool. We be cool. Okay, back to it. Gosh. Yes, Amy, 2 months of love of Shorty. Woo! Back to it. Sorry,
The
come in.
evidence will show that Ms. Heard went to great lengths to win him over by playing the doting girlfriend, and it worked. He fell head over heels in love with her. Those who watched this relationship develop saw red flags all over the place. You will hear from them in this trial. And over time, the real Ms. Heard began to emerge. She would berate him, scream at him. He would try to appease her, and sometimes, just sometimes, things would get better. But it would always happen again. The evidence will show that Mr. Depp started coping with Ms. Heard in the same way he did as a child. He would try to get away, avoid the conflict. But his trying to leave enraged Ms. Heard. She would resort to physical violence.
Amazing. New stuff on Karen
Throwing
Read.
things at him,
Continuance.
hitting him.
Excellent.
She would tell him he was a coward. She would tell him he wasn't man enough.
That's excellent. Did they grant the continuance? I'd like to stay on topic, but I'd like to know also if they granted the continuance. That's very helpful for me because I'm not the fastest mover when it comes to making huge life things, and I need to be able to get to the States and to my Adam with enough time that we can be together a bit and then do a road trip to Massachusetts, Adam, for court.
Because he wouldn't stay and fight with her. You will see that Ms. Heard equated anger and violence with passion. She would apologize with poetic excuses, as if her violence just proved how fierce and overwhelming her love for him was. And you're going to hear that when Ms. Heard got violent, Mr. Depp would just retreat, just as he did with his mother. He would try to leave, to get away from her. In her words, Ms. Heard's words, he would split. Mr. Depp would often retreat into bathrooms, lock the doors, wait out Ms. Heard's aggression. But his leaving just provoked her more. You will hear from Mr. Depp's security people, like Sean Bett, about how they often had to remove Mr. Depp from scenes with Ms. Heard, screaming at him, chasing him, trying to keep him from leaving. You're going
Brenda's
to hear
here.
when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard traveled together. His
Good to
team
see you,
routinely
Brenda.
built an extra room for him so that he had somewhere to go when Ms. Heard became enraged.
Sweetie's
You'll
here.
hear from other witnesses,
Yay.
including Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's marriage counselor. Her name is Dr. Laurel Anderson, who perceived Ms. Heard as the aggressor in the relationship. Ms. Heard as the aggressor in the relationship, the one who tried Mr. Depp to try to keep him from leaving. You'll hear from medical professionals who were with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, often on a daily basis, for years.
Trust me, Prince Lover. Having a drink of water while you see your name. Adam and I are also very excited, thinking about the day when I get here to see Adam and get there to see each other. It's like, it's ridiculous. I'm getting kind of tears in my eyes thinking about it. So there, see you there, Adam plus Lisa. Yes, Yes, yes. Carry on. Sorry, Camille. I'm so sorry for constantly interrupting you.
including their
Sorry,
doctor,
chat.
David
Not
Pickett,
sorry.
and
Not
Ms. Heard's
sorry.
personal nurse, her personal assigned nurse, Erin Barem Filati, who did not see any signs of injuries that Ms. Heard later testified to in graphic detail. Ms. Heard wants you to ignore the testimony of these medical professionals who saw her in real time. Just as she wants you to ignore the testimony of the police officer.
No shit,
who
Pat
testified under
Sanford.
oath, who saw her
A lot.
on May 21st, 2016, without any injuries. But it is up to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to judge the credibility of these witnesses and that of Ms. Heard. In this trial, Ms. Heard will undoubtedly present photos that supposedly show injuries she sustained as a result of the claimed abuse by Mr. Depp. Here's what you should keep in mind when you see these photographs. First, the
They
evidence
really
and
are,
testimony
Tracy.
from a forensic pathologist, a doctor, will show that the injuries reflected in these photographs are not consistent with the brutal allegations of abuse Ms. Heard has alleged. Second, there are multiple witnesses, including medical professionals and police officers, who will testify that they did not observe the injuries
As Adam likes to put into chats, let's fuck. Oh, Ingo.
supposedly reflected in these photographs. And you may be
Bang,
wondering,
bang.
how can that be? Well, you will hear expert testimony that none of these photographs are the originals, not one. And many are stored in an editing program. So they could have been manipulated and cannot be confirmed as authentic. Importantly, you will not see a single photograph of the vast majority of the abuse alleged by Ms. Heard. Not one.
Sorry, wait, that's a bit
And there is not
disrespectful.
a single
My
photograph
bad.
or video
Wait.
showing Ms. Heard supposedly reflected in these
Sorry,
photographs.
Camille.
And you may be wondering, how can that be? Well, you will hear expert testimony that none of these photographs are the originals, not one. And many were stored in an editing program. So they could have been manipulated and cannot be confirmed as authentic. Importantly, you will not see a single photograph of the vast majority of the abuse alleged by Ms. Heard, not one. And there is not a single photograph or video showing Mr. Depp becoming physically violent towards Ms. Heard. The only medical report of an injury during their relationship was a severe one.
Pat, I'm so
and was
sorry.
sustained by Mr. Depp
Thoughts and prayers, Pat Sanford.
after an argument shortly after their marriage while the couple was in Australia. You will hear evidence that the people who cared about Mr. Depp were encouraging him to have a prenuptial agreement with Ms. Heard, but she rushed the wedding date and he agreed to get married without one. After the wedding, again, people close to Mr. Depp encouraged him to consider a postnuptial agreement. When the time
I don't think I knew that. Look, she even looks beautiful on a dirty paws. What are you going to do with that mouth? Sorry. I didn't know that they rushed to get married and no prenup. I knew about the furor in Australia when they were bringing their dogs over and something, and the Australian government were fucking see you next Tuesdays to the couple about their dogs. It was a whole thing here. I think that's like I remember it, and I didn't even watch the news. But yeah, wow.
the topic came up, Ms. Heard became outraged, as she always did, at the suggestion that Mr. Depp might leave her.
Alice is here!
And
Way!
when he tried to leave, she became violent. She became so violent, in fact, she threw a vodka bottle at him that hit his hand and exploded. It severed the end of one of his fingers. You'll see pictures of Mr. Depp's severed finger and learn about his emergency medical treatment for that injury.
Severed
And then
finger.
you'll learn,
Oh, man.
and this is important, years later, after the false claims of abuse that caused Mr. Depp to file this very lawsuit, Ms. Heard came up with an elaborate story about what actually happened, according to her, in Australia. And what she said happened was that it was a 3-day hostage affair, an episode, where she was violently attacked and then sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp. You will see for yourself that the evidence does not support the story she told after she was sued. You will learn that there came a time when Mr. Depp was done.
Okay, chat. So I didn't even know that Amber Heard had a child. I did know about the dangerous liaison with Trump and Musk. No political talk. I know you guys got an election tomorrow, but like Muskie be doing a lot of Trump shit on Twitter. I don't want to see any politics on my Twitter feed, my carefully curated Twitter feed. Nothing Trump, nothing Harris, just nothing. Pipe dream. Yikes, she's a parent? Lord. Gee Louise.
And you'll learn from him, and he will tell you why. The evidence will show that on May 20th, 2016, Mr. Depp's mother, Betty Sue, passed away. You will hear from Mr. Depp that his mother's passing was a wake-up call that helped
Ew,
him
Pat
to
Sanford.
that the relationship with Ms. Heard wasn't working.
No
And that Ms. Heard was
politics.
not going to change.
Thank you. You're welcome. None.
If you've ever lost a parent, you understand how much this experience can change your perspective on what is important for your own well-being.
Oh, thank you, Brenda. Surrogate mother.
So Mr. Depp resolved to finally divorce Ms. Heard and told her that very day that he would do so respectfully and, most importantly, discreetly. The evidence will show that on May 21st,
Hi,
2016,
grandnephews.
when Mr. Depp went over to the Eastern Columbia building to gather his things, Ms. Heard caused a final dramatic scene. In the wreckage of their relationship, Ms. Heard spun the final encounter between them into a tale
We won't do
of domestic
anything.
abuse. Now, I understand that many of you may be asking yourselves, why? Why did Ms. Heard say that Mr. Depp abused her during their relationship if it didn't actually happen? Why would she make up the detailed, dramatic tales of abuse that you will surely hear in this courtroom over the coming weeks? By the end of this trial, you will have the answer to that question. The evidence will show exactly who Ms. Heard is. You will hear from Mr. Depp and other witnesses, including their marriage counselor, Dr. Laurel Anderson, that Ms. Heard would go to
Spewing,
great
Michelle,
lengths and
spewing.
resort to physical violence to
That's
stop
such an Australian
Mr.
thing
Depp
to say.
from leaving her. But once Mr. Depp did leave, Ms. Heard tried to avoid public humiliation and present herself as a noble survivor and representative of the Me Too movement. You will hear evidence, including the testimony of Ms. Heard's former personal assistant, Kate James, that Ms. Heard is obsessed with her public image. It's her #1 priority. And you will see evidence that after she received a $7 million divorce settlement from Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard released a public statement claiming she wanted nothing from him
Wendy.
and would donate the entire settlement to 2 charities: the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in California and the American Civil Liberties Union,
Cheese break chat, BRB.
also known as the
Wait, government cheese.
ACLU. But then she did not make the donations. Quite simply, Ms. Heard had publicly cast herself in the role of a domestic abuse survivor. There was no going back. When Mr. Depp finally stood up and fought for his good name in court by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard, because she couldn't back down, went all in. After this lawsuit was filed, and it's important, the timeline here, after this lawsuit was filed, Ms. Heard started making up more and more alleged incidents of abuse. And if you'll recall, ladies and gentlemen, the headline of the op-ed references sexual violence. But Ms. Heard had never made that accusation against Mr. Depp. It was never part of her allegations of abuse. So what changed? What changed between 2016 and 2018? We submit to you, and the evidence will show, when she realized the seriousness of what she had alleged, she panicked and she alleged sexual assault. Ms. Heard and her lawyers are going to tell you some truly horrific tales of abuse before this trial is over. But the horrific details are designed. They're designed to shock you and to overwhelm you. They are designed to be explosive. And they are designed to distract you from the evidence and, most importantly, from common sense. That tells you, the common sense and the evidence will tell you that it is all a lie. That none of this, not one single alleged incident of abuse, could have happened as Ms. Heard claims. Ms. Heard's pattern is consistent. She tells a lie, then covers up that lie with still more lies in a constantly changing, evolving, ever more dramatic story. You're going to hear a lot about Mr. Depp during this trial. Ms. Heard is going to tell you a lot of things about him. That he abused drugs and alcohol. That he used bad offensive language. And it's true that Mr. Depp has had real struggles with substance abuse in his life. He's not
We
denying
never
that.
use bad language
You
here,
may
so
know
I
people
will be
close to you
offended.
who have struggled too. But struggling with drugs and alcohol doesn't make you an abuser. He has also used some very colorful language. He uses words that I don't use, and you probably don't use. And he uses them frequently. Mr. Depp, like all of us, is not perfect, but he did not abuse Ms. Heard. All of this is just meant to distract you from what this case is about. This case is about what Ms. Heard said in her op-ed. The evidence will show that Ms. Heard painted a picture of herself as a...
Absolutely, Wendy. Wait. Let me make it even better. Hi. Oh, wait, that's not better. Lol. Hi, babies. Oh, you're probably big kids. 4 grandnephews. Hi. Have a lovely evening. That's so cool that you're hanging out with your auntie, your grand auntie. Wow. Yay. Then I've got to go silent to think. Mwah. Oh, I forgot to press play. Gosh. Yikes, I'm such a professional.
as a heroic, innocent survivor of abuse by Mr. Depp, a beaten woman who finally stood up to her tormentor. The evidence will show that Ms. Heard used her allegations against Mr. Depp to raise her own profile and to advance her own career. The very same day that the op-ed was published, under the title, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence," end quote, she posted that article that's now displayed on your screens and the title on her Twitter page, right along with an announcement that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador on women's rights to make sure that, quote, "women and girls can live free from violence," end quote. She presented herself as the face of the Me Too movement, the virtuous representative of innocent women across the country and the world who have truly suffered abuse. The evidence will show that was a lie. And the evidence will show that Ms. Heard portrayed Mr. Depp as a representative of abusers everywhere, the agent of her suffering, the villain in her heroic journey. That was a lie too. And more than just a lie, it was an act of cruelty. Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing that whatever he does, there are people out there in this world who will always believe that he abused a woman. This is a case about what Ms. Heard said. It's also a case about what a man named Adam Waldman said. Adam Waldman is a lawyer who has worked for Mr. Depp. After Mr. Depp filed this case against her, Ms. Heard filed her own claim against Mr. Depp, which is also the subject of this trial. In her claim, Ms. Heard says that Mr. Depp defamed her because Adam Waldman, his attorney, made some statements to reporters denying the truth of her claims of abuse. Adam Waldman is not in this courtroom. Ms. Heard chose not to name him in her claim. And I won't take up too much of your time with a discussion of her claim against Mr. Depp, except to say a few things. The evidence will show that those statements weren't even made by Mr. Depp. They were made by Adam Waldman. And Mr. Waldman, the evidence will show, is not under Mr. Depp's control. The statements were merely Mr. Waldman's opinions, made in justified defense of his client and friend, Mr. Depp. Mr. Waldman believed those statements. And finally, at the end of the day, Mr. Waldman's statements merely reflected the reality that we intend to prove in this trial, that Ms. Heard's portrayal of herself as a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp is a lie. Ms. Heard, as you know, is an actress. When she accused Mr. Depp of abuse and painted herself before the world as a representative of abuse victims everywhere, Ms. Heard took on the role of a lifetime. She can't back down. She has been living and breathing this lie for years now. And she has been preparing to give the performance of her life in this trial. But this trial is about the evidence. It's about a man's reputation. And it's about his whole life. His ability to walk down the street, look people in the eye, without having them think he's an abuser. It's about the truth. And the truth will come out in this trial. At the end of this trial, we will ask you to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We will ask you to tell the world that he is not the abuser she described. and that she is not the victim she portrayed. And we will ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a little early, but maybe we should go ahead and take our morning break, just since it's a natural point to have a break before we have the second opening statement, okay? So why don't we go ahead and take a 15-minute recess? Just remember, do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? All right, you're free to go.
I'm muted. God damn it. I was muted. Lol. Karen wore her hair down every damn day. Facts. And looked gorgeous every damn day. So we look at the clock, do we? I see. Okay. It was a good opening, Emily. Wait, Karen has awesome hair, and that was a good opening. Yes. Topic reminder. Thank you, Jess. We stay on topic here. Always. All right, so we don't need to watch this, obviously. I mean, we could, but I think the ticking of the clock may well give me more irks than OnlyFans, to be honest. What do we got? Oh, there's the seal. Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay, so what do we got now? What's happening now? Let's find out.
The evidence showed, not some crazy conspiracy theories,
opening.
but what the evidence and the facts actually show. And as you assess the evidence in this trial, I would ask that you keep one question in mind above all else, which is this: why are you here? What are you being asked to decide? You're being asked to decide a very simple question. And that question is, were the words that Amber used in the December 18th, 2018
6
opinion
weeks,
piece
Ernie,
that
I
was
think.
published in the Washington Post protected
8 weeks.
free speech under the First Amendment or not?
6 or 8 weeks.
That is the question. And that's what you're being asked to decide. At the end of the trial, the judge will explain to you what the law is on defamation and what Mr. Depp's burden is to prove in order to establish defamation. And she'll tell you a lot of things about the law. But among them, she will tell you that Mr. Depp will have to prove that the words Ms. Heard used were about him and that they were false. And if he can't do that, and if he can't meet the other elements of the claim, then he loses that claim.
Holly's here, yay!
And he can't do that. He can't come close to doing that. And for that reason, you're going to hear, in this trial, Mr. Depp's team is going to make
Holly and Turd, but actually I think lots of you may well be. My Holly and Turd are going to be my navigation tools through this because, like I said at the start, I don't really think we're going to watch every day, although maybe we will. I will watch every day. And then I feel like if we skip shit, how do we know? But you all know. I don't know. So maybe I'll do a poll or something. One's in the chat if you want to do, okay, one's in the chat if you want me to do every day of trial, one stream a week. Which night is it going to be? Saturday nights, or it can be Friday night, whatever, until it's done. And then at Christmas time, we can do a binge Depp V Heard trial. Let me know. One's in the chat. Oh my God. You guys are Kristen. Hi, Kristen. Good to see you. Yes. Okay, Laura, hi, Laura. Everybody says one. Okay, you guys, I'm going to have to give up this peasant work shit. Jeez Louise. Ones. Okay, all the ones. This trial needs your coverage. I mean, it was like 2 years ago, right, Adam? Okay, chat. We'll do it. That's it. I love this. I'm all for completeness. Yes, thorough. I don't do things in half measures. So I love this. Kristen's in the house. Could I say hello already? Hi, everybody. Love that the lurkers are coming out to vote too. Yay. Okay, well, I've already got the thumbnail done for day 2. So there you go. Curious Wendy's like, ease up now, everybody. Let's just think about this. It's a lot. We might change our minds. Yes, we may. We need to have a plan, but plans can change. Let's say we can always skip through. What about if we go with every day of trial, but you all who know the trial, when we get to a day, if there's a part in the day, you're like, yeah, no, hard pass. Were they long days of court? Or were they shorter days? Were there lots of breaks and sidebars? Like Gisela Grizzly True Crime cuts defluffs her trial coverage even for live trials and gets it down to about 5 hours, and we can do a 5-hour stream every week, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay. Oh my God, 1 year, the week after Christmas, AMC did Breaking Bad marathon and I committed to the entire series. That sounds good. That sounds good. I watched all of Breaking Bad and Dexter in the space of about a week or 2 or 3 binge. I don't like doing things slowly and some of it is boring. Well, we'll skip the boring shit, yeah? Yes. EDB did gain hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Maybe I will too. We're getting there though, chat. We're getting there. I'm already up to the whole subscribers only mode thing is a good little shtick. People want to chat in my Karen Reed stuff and they're like, damn it, gotta subscribe, and then they forget to unsubscribe. And why would you? Sheesh. Let's get back to it.
To make it about trying to distract you from that very simple question. Mr. Depp's team is going to try to turn this case into a soap opera.
We're doing it,
Why?
Emily. We're
I'm
doing
not really
it.
sure because the evidence isn't pretty for Mr. Depp. It's not. You're going to see who the real Johnny Depp is. Behind the red carpets, behind the fame, behind the money, behind the pirate costumes. You're going to see who that man really is. Amber is going to tell you about it. You're going to hear who he really is from other witnesses.
Better Call
And
Saul
you're
is
going to hear
good.
who he really is in his own words. In the vile, graphic, terrible messages that he wrote about Amber and ways he used to describe Amber and what he wanted to do to Amber from the earliest days that they were dating, through their marriage, and after their marriage. You're going to hear about that. But this case isn't about that. This case isn't about a day-to-day chronicle of their marriage. It's not about who is the better spouse. It's not about who you like more. It's not about which party can sling more mud. But you're going to hear a lot of that in this trial. You're going to
Chad, here's my gripe with Better Call Saul, and I don't want to offend anybody. I love. Haven't watched the final season. Maybe it's that I haven't watched the final couple of episodes. I had a lot of trouble with the fact that the actors, amazing, were obviously aging because that's how life goes. But that Better Call Saul was supposed to have been a prequel to Breaking Bad. And so I struggled with the fact that they were getting older, like visually, and that wasn't. So, yeah, there's that. So I'm sorry if I made anybody feel offended. Bod Odenkirk is bae. Yes. No one likes a quitter. All right. Well, sadly, I have been known to be somewhat of a quitter in my life, but not on this one. Depp V heard. We fucking ride at dawn and we ride till it's dead. We ride till the wheels fall off. Okay, let's get back to it. Jeez, Lisa. Shorty.
You're going to hear
thanks.
that because that's what Mr. Depp wants to turn this case into. He wants to turn this case into a 6-week-long public spectacle of the most intimate aspects of their relationship and their marriage.
That's what.
And you know what? I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry that
I
we're
don't
going to
know.
have to do that. I'm sorry that you're going to have to list all of it. And I'm sorry that Amber's going to have to relive that. But that's the case that Johnny Depp chose to bring. And we're not going to stand idly by and let him sling mud at our client and make inflammatory and false statements like you just heard in opening.
I never got a chance to watch that one. I'm not good on movies. I wanted to. I'm all science, y'all. I fucking love Jesse. And Adam. Good girl. Yikes. Do it, Lisa. Bono Odenkirk rules. Mr. Show is our Bible here. Same. Hi, Adam. Okay. Listen. Quitters never quit. No, quitters never win and winners never quit. We're all winners here. So we will watch all of this, and I will watch the end of Better Call Saul, and I will watch El Camino. I promise. I promise. Yikes.
And not let those go unresponded to. But ultimately, what this case is about the First Amendment, about that December 18th, 2018 op-ed piece, and whether Ms. Heard's freedom of speech and the First Amendment give her the right to say the words that she said. That right, that freedom of speech is what Amber Heard is asking you to uphold and protect in this lawsuit. And that's a very simple question. The question you could decide
True
this
that,
afternoon.
Michelle.
And it
True
does
that.
not require you to stand and serve as the umpire of two movie stars' imperfect marriage. It doesn't. And so we're going to focus on those words. We're going to look at those words. And as we look at those words, I'd ask you to keep this in mind. Keep in mind what you just saw on the screen from Mr. Chu when he put up those words.
Ben Chu.
Keep in mind what you didn't see. You didn't see the rest of the opinion piece. And what we'd ask is that as you look at those words, that you look at them in the context of the piece in which they were written.
Have a good bath, boys. Bath time. Shit. Okay. God, he's so easily distracted. I love it.
Now, whether you look at them individually or in the context of the piece doesn't really matter because the words are true. But context matters. And so what I'm going to do is I'm
Karen's
going
in
to
the
ask
bath. Woo!
Heather, put up the article, put up the opinion piece, and I'm going to read that to you. And we're going to look at those words in the context of what this piece was about. Because Mr. Depp's team wants to make you think that this opinion piece was designed to destroy Johnny Depp. That this was designed to maliciously talk about him and their life together. And it wasn't. So let's take a moment to look at this. And I'm going to read it to you, and I'd ask that you follow along if you can. But either way, let's take a look at what the piece as a whole says. This is the piece that Amber wrote. I was exposed to abuse at a very young age. I knew certain things early on without ever having to be told. I knew that men have the power, physically, socially, and financially, and that a lot of institutions support that arrangement. I knew this long before I had the words to articulate it, and I bet you learned it young too. Like many women, I had been harassed and sexually assaulted by the time I was of college age, but I kept quiet.
Ashley,
I did not
we can
expect violent
see
attempts to bring
you.
justice, and I didn't see
Yes.
myself as a victim.
Yes.
Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Friends and advisors told me I would never again work as an actress, that I would be blacklisted. A movie I was attached to recast my role. I had just shot a 2-year
Sorry to
campaign
hear
as
your
the face of a
arthritis is
global
hurting
fashion
you,
brand, and the
Taryn.
company dropped me. Questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the movies Justice League and Aquaman. I had the rare vantage point of seeing, real time,
Steph.
how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise. In recent years, the Me Too movement has taught us about how power like this works, not just in Hollywood, but in all kinds of institutions, workplaces, places of worship, or simply in particular communities. In every walk of life, women are confronting these men who are buoyed by social, economic, and cultural power, and these institutions are beginning to change. We are in a transformative political moment. The president of our country has been accused by more than a dozen women of sexual misconduct, including assault and harassment. Outrage over his statements and behavior has energized a female-led opposition. Me Too started a conversation about just how profoundly sexual violence affects women in every area of our lives. And last month, more women were elected to Congress than ever in our history, with a mandate to take women's issues seriously. Women's rage and determination to end sexual violence are turning into a political force. We have an opening now to bolster and build institutions protective of women. For starters, Congress
Thank
can
you,
reauthorize
Amy.
and strengthen the Violence Against
Who
Women
got
Act.
it? Who got it?
First passed in 1994,
Green.
the act is one of the most effective pieces of legislation enacted to fight domestic violence and sexual assault. It creates support systems for people who report abuse and
Steph.
provides funding for rape crisis centers, legal assistance programs, and other critical services. It improves responses by law enforcement, and it prohibits discrimination against LGBTQ survivors. Funding for the act expired in September and has only been temporarily extended. We should continue to fight sexual
Welcome,
assault on college
Steph.
campuses, while
Emojis are yours,
simultaneously
my
insisting
friend.
on fair processes for adjudicating complaints.
Members only
Last
emojis.
month,
And who else?
Education Secretary Betsy DeVos proposed changes to Title IX rules governing the treatment of sexual harassment and assault in schools. While
And
some changes would
Whistler
make the
got
process
one.
for handling
Welcome,
complaints
Whistler.
more fair,
Lurker.
others would weaken
love that you're
protections for
lurking.
sexual assault survivors. For example, the new rules would require schools to investigate only the most extreme complaints and then only when they are made to designated officials.
Either way,
Women
Steph,
on
love to
campuses
have you.
already have trouble coming forward about sexual violence. Why would we allow institutions to scale back supports? I write this as a woman who had to change my phone number weekly because I was getting death threats. For months, I rarely left my apartment. And when I did, I was pursued by camera drones and photographers on foot, on motorcycles and in cars. Tabloid outlets that posted pictures of me spun them in a negative light. I felt as though I was on trial in a court of public opinion, and my life and livelihood depended on myriad judgments far beyond my control. I want to ensure that women who come forward to talk about violence receive more support. We are electing representatives who know how deeply we care about these issues.
Turd says, and I love it, she could have written all that without bringing Johnny into it. It's not that stuff that is on trial. Rotten bottom, rotten born, rotten bottom, rotten born. Back to it. Good point. Like Emily said, great point, Turd. Great point.
We can work together to demand changes to laws and rules and social norms, and to right the imbalances that have shaped our lives. I know that was a lot, but that is the central issue in this case. Are those words?
I think maybe Amber Heard's narcissistic tendencies are the biggest issue in this case, her lying ass and her shitting ass. What was I going to say? Something about something that I thought of. Holly. Yes, this trial made Amber Heard the world's most hated woman for sure. Yes, I actually expect along the way with this epic task we have just embarked upon, this journey through the Depp V Heard trial, that we might get some Amber Heard lovers in here, some trolls. So that's interesting, but possibly not. Maybe there's none left. I feel like there are still some left. You know, we'll see.
That Amber wrote, are those protected by the First Amendment? And the answer is very clearly yes. So let's talk about that article for a minute. First of all, the article doesn't mention Depp by name. It never once contains his name in that article. It is not about Amber's relationship with Mr. Depp. There are no details of any abuse in that article. The article is about proposed legislation and strengthening of government laws and policies designed to protect abuse victims and people who report abuse. That's what the article is about. And it was written in the midst of a social movement in which the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, asked Amber to use her platform to speak on these important issues. And that's what she did. To do so, she drew on her experiences as someone who had reported domestic abuse. And there's no question, there is no dispute that she did in fact report domestic abuse in 2016. Depp's side admits that. She talked about her negative personal experiences and her reactions and opinions after being someone in Hollywood who reported abuse and the consequences that flowed from that. She talked about what she experienced in the days and months following reporting that abuse. That's what the article is about. The article isn't about Johnny Depp. The article is about the social change for which she is advocating and that the First Amendment protects. And so I hope you remember, as this case goes on, that you saw from Mr. Chu only the three statements in isolation, because they want you to forget that. They don't want you to pay attention to what the article is about. Now, if it had been Amber's intention to use this article to detail the abuse that she suffered and that you'll hear about over the course of this trial, believe me, the article would look very, very different. She could fill a book with those details.
Oh my goodness.
She probably would have.
Hi, Diane. Good to see you. Good to see you. We have a new thing. Well, we have lots of new things, but this, good to see you. But also, shit. She should never have shit on his bed. I think probably that's a life rule we should all live by, and probably all of us do live by. Amber Heard, not so much. Never shit on anyone's bed. It should be our mantra. Never, ever, ever shit on anyone's bed. Amen. Thanks, Diane. Good to see you.
Started out by calling out Mr. Depp by name. She probably wouldn't have published it in the Washington Post. she would have described in great detail the man who has described himself, the violent side of himself, as the monster. That's what she would have done. The monster. She would have told you about the monster. But she didn't. That wasn't the point of this article. And she was careful to avoid that, even having her lawyer review the article to make sure
True,
that
Michelle.
it was okay. And she relied on that lawyer's advice, and you'll hear testimony on that during the trial. But because Johnny Depp brought this case and asked for it,
Ashley.
all of that is going to come out.
Sir.
Just
Good
know
to have
that
you
Amber
back.
Heard never wanted to unearth for the public who the real Johnny Depp is. But that's going to come out over the course of this trial. I'd like you to also take into consideration who isn't here today. You don't see the Washington Post sitting here as a defendant in this courtroom. Depp didn't sue the Washington Post. He had no interest in doing that. He only sued Amber.
Yeah, because she's a dumb bitch.
He could have sued the Washington Post. They published the article,
Clearly.
but he didn't. And he chose to bring Amber to court here in Virginia, where she has no ties, has never lived, he's never lived, where they never spent any time, because he wanted to make her life hard. He wanted to ruin her life. He wanted to destroy her.
Wait, while I think of it, replay crew or even crew here now, if for some reason you are sensitive to lights or distracted by the neon strip running around the outside, all you need to do is zoom in a little bit on your YouTube screen and crop that out, and it won't be in your line of sight. I mean, I love it. Mostly everybody loves it, but if it's not for you, don't let that just put you off being here for the stream. There are ways to get around it. Yes, so just that PSA, stick around and just zoom in if you don't like that neon stripping, okay? And also, what's wrong with you? No, I'm joking.
That's what he did. And I wish I could say that that's surprising. It's certainly disturbing, but it's not surprising because the evidence will show that for years, all Mr. Depp has wanted to do is humiliate Amber, to haunt her, to wreck her career. That's what the evidence will show in his words. That's what he wanted. But he made a mistake bringing this case in Virginia because you're the people who are going to hear this case, a qualified, prepared jury who respects the First Amendment. And with that, even though we've looked at the article as a whole, I'd like to spend a few minutes looking at the individual statements that were made, just as
Ernie just asked, what? Why would Mr. Depp want to destroy Amber's life? I feel a little bit like it's some projecting here. Narcissists like to destroy someone who they perceive has wronged them, no matter how small that slight is or perceived to be, small or big. And so I feel like this stuff is what she wanted to destroy him, and she damn near well got there, right? So I don't know if that was a rhetorical question or a facetious question, Ernie, but that's my take on it, is that this is Amber Heard's attorneys projecting, knowing full well that that she basically wanted to destroy him, so she's going to stake that claim onto Johnny Depp.
Depp's side showed you, because I think it's important to do that as well. Can we pull up slide 1, please?
You know me, Michelle. I'm a fucking delight. Oh.
Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. There's absolutely
Well, there you go.
nothing
That's
false
my
about that
reasoning.
statement. First of all, the evidence will show
Yes,
that Amber did
Brenda
suffer
says,
domestic
Amber
abuse
Heard,
at the
flip
hands
the
of Johnny Depp.
narrative. Serious, Michelle.
And it took many forms. Physical, sure, but also emotional, verbal, psychological abuse.
Oh, her
It's all
hair.
domestic abuse
Tuck that
she
shit
suffered
behind your ear,
in
woman.
his hands.
She looks like such a scrag. She's awful.
So that's the truth. But what else is the truth? Is that on May 27th, 2016, 2 years before this opinion piece was published, Amber walked into a courtroom in California with bruises on her face that
Makeup
were
on her
given
face.
to her by Johnny Depp on that incident in May 21st, 2016
Debunked.
that Elaine's going to tell you more about. That absolutely were given to her. And she took out a domestic violence restraining order that she obtained from the court in California.
Yep, bullshit, Jess. This is the reason, prime reason, why victims are not believed. This bullshit. People are despicable. People can be despicable. Amber Heard is people. It's Amber. She is people.
To protect herself. And she was, of course, a public figure. She was a movie star. She didn't want the paparazzi, the press photos. She got those, of course. Who wants to be photographed with a bruised face walking out of court? She didn't want that, and the evidence will show that. But she was a public figure.
Thanks,
And 2 years
Diane.
before she wrote this article,
Woo!
she was a public figure representing domestic abuse. That is 100% true. And try as he might to take it away, Amber's freedom of speech gives her the right to say that. Can we pull up slide 2, please?
We can pull up slide 2.
This is the second statement. I had the rare...
Turd, thank you. Yes, it will come out later, but interesting to know now. Johnny moved on and even vowed to never look at her again, and he doesn't. Ugh, why would you want to? She's despicable. She's disgusting. Yes, Pat Sanford says, this is disgusting as a victim myself. Oh, yes. Wait till you hear her testify, Shorty. It's laughable. I have heard, and I love Kristen voted 1. Thank you, Kristen. You're a little bit behind on the stream, and that's totally cool. I do that same thing too. And yes, we will definitely stream the whole stream eventually with maybe some boring shit taken out. But then also something else I've got to say while I'm here because, well, yeah. Thank you, Diane, for gifting 5 memberships. Amazing. Who got them? Let me see. Colleen got one. 2 Surreal, AG, Life with Bear, RIP, and Grammy Shell. Amazing. Welcome, members. There are cool members only victims. Sorry, I saw the word victim. Cool members only emojis in the chat. We have occasional members only live streams. I've got to do another one. I'll try and get one scheduled for next weekend probably. Excuse me. Thank you so much, Diane, for helping build our amazing Shorty community. I really love you for that. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. Wait. Oh my God. Not a professional. Back to it, chat. So easily distracted.
Rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Once again, that statement is 100% true. Amber did accuse Johnny of abuse, and she saw how he was protected at the same time that her career took a downturn and that he did everything that he could to try to wreck her career, as the evidence will see. But she accused him of abuse. That statement is true. You don't need to relive every intimate detail of their marriage. You don't need to decide what happened on any individual day of their marriage to determine that the First Amendment protects that statement because it is true.
Also, chat, I guess it's kind of fitting to remind you that next weekend, or this coming weekend, on, let me see, Friday night at 9:30 Eastern, my next Let's Talk episode is about sexual assault, sexual violence, and rape. So if you are feeling like you would like to feel supported, heard, seen, learn, educated, that's the stream for you. And I guess it's pretty fitting to talk about this while we're embarking on the Depp V Heard trial. So yeah, and I'm sorry to hear that, Pat Sanford.
He wants you to forget that. Don't take the bait. Let's pull up the third statement, please. Now, this statement was in the headline of the online edition of the article. I spoke up against sexual violence and faced
Shorty
our culture's
victims.
wrath. That has to change.
Camp Shorty, it's a victims camp.
The undisputed evidence in this case will be that Amber did not write these words, did not review these words, did not approve these words. That's how op-eds work.
Ernie.
She wrote the article.
Sorry.
She didn't write this headline. And for that reason alone, it's not defamatory. But here's the thing. Like the first 2 statements, tragically, it's true. Amber did suffer sexual violence at the hands of Depp.
No, I think that's a hard no, actually. But I mean, maybe she taunted. No, there's no excuse for sexual violence. We'll get to it. I need to hear all this testimony for myself. I know that eventually nobody in the world believed Amber Heard. Adam cannot get over this shit in the bed thing. Look, sometimes people just need to go at him, whether it's in the driveway, in the bed. Yes, good, Pat Sanford. Well, I expect to see you in chat. Absolutely. No, you don't. If you want, if you can, I'd love to see you in chat. Better.
And Ms. Vasquez tried to.
Who do I
minimize
think
that,
I am, bossing you all
made up.
around? My poor victims.
But it's not. You will hear in the most graphic and horrifying terms about the violence that she suffered. You'll hear that straight from her. She will get on the stand and she will tell you that.
Holly, it's
It happened. And by taking out
11:36
that
a.m. on
domestic violence restraining
Tuesday.
order, by obtaining that from the court, she did speak out against it and all the other abuse that she suffered. And she said, enough is enough. I need to protect myself. She didn't want to do that. She didn't
Adam
want to be
knows.
forced to get that restraining order, but she did. She spoke out against the abuse by doing that. And the evidence will show.
No, she went to a
that she did
makeup
face the
artist,
culture
Pat.
trap, perhaps illustrated no more clearly by the fact that she's here today facing this lawsuit brought by an obsessed ex-husband hell-bent on revenge.
Queensland doesn't have daylight savings, so Queensland is an hour behind me and about 5 decades behind the rest of the country socially. Jokes, Michelle. I was going to move to Queensland very seriously. I had put a deposit on a piece of land there. So many years ago, just after my husband died. I didn't ever end up moving, though.
That's why she's here. That's why she's facing our culture's wrath. And as you consider whether these statements are true, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. The evidence will show that in May of 2016, when she obtained the restraining order,
Wisconsin.
Mr.
Cool.
Depp never denied the allegations. And in fact, he signed a statement.
It was a
that
giant shit,
Amber
right?
hadn't made any false statements for financial gain. He signed a statement saying she hadn't made any false statements. And you'll see that in evidence in this trial. And it was only 2 years later, as his career was in free fall and her career was taking off, that he pounced, that he chose to bring this lawsuit.
Adam, I don't know. The word on the street that I've heard, and it's obviously the one of the biggest topics of conversation, seems to be the shitting of the bed. I feel like she was going to Coachella, and she was with her friends. Johnny wasn't there. She took all the drugs, allegedly. Come for me, Amber. Come at me, bro. Bitch. And that possibly all the drugs dropped, and with it, her guts also dropped. And at risk of a TMI situation, I personally, not in a bed, made it to the toilet, have had a very similar thing. Not in the driveway, not in a bed, and not with poo tea. But the drug shit explosion is real. The fact that she was in the bed, that bit's questionable. So maybe yes, but maybe she was luxuriating in her newfound drug glow, hectic shit, and suddenly realized her bowels were going to go, and she was too fucked up in the head to move. I probably shouldn't be giving her the benefit of the doubt, but yeah.
Lawsuit after saying that she hadn't made any false statements. And one thing that you'll be instructed at the end of the trial, but that Mr. Depp's side will try to distract you from, is that any damages that you suffer and any defamation has to flow from that 2018 opinion piece. This case isn't about.
That's cool. New Zealand is amazing. So the sun starts in New Zealand, basically. Every day starts in New Zealand. They get New Year's Eve first. Brenda, I didn't realize you're in New Zealand. That's so cool. That's so cool. Welcome from New Zealand. Fish and chips. Sorry, such a cliche, but it's because it's true.
About the statements made in 2016,
Sucks.
even though they're true. This case is about the December 2018 opinion.
There's a photo. There's a photo.
Say,
yes, Emily, there's a photo.
It's pretty ironic.
It's out there. I'll find it.
Piece that briefly discussed Amber moving on from Johnny Depp, that briefly discussed her life experiences after Johnny Depp, is the very vehicle that he uses to try to keep her from moving on, to try to keep her from living that life, rather than give her life back, rather than take personal responsibility for his own actions. It's ironic that he uses that piece to do that.
It was not
but
dog
like I
shit.
said, it's not surprising because you will see clear and graphic evidence of his intentions dating back years. Now, in 5 or 6 weeks, Elaine or I will get up here at closing argument and we'll remind you what this case is about.
Oh, hilarious turd. A practical joke gone wrong.
Piece of paper.
Hey, it'd be funny if I shit in the bed. Lol.
Amber's words in this article that wasn't about Depp, wasn't about her marriage, wasn't about her relationship, but it was about life after that. It's about the freedom of speech. It's not about the soap opera that Depp will turn this case into. It's not about who you like better. It's not even about whether you agree with the words that she wrote.
Amen,
it's about
Emily.
the right to speak them. Now, before I sit down, I'd like.
Honestly, my goals are with YouTube is to be so huge, so enormous, so YouTube, such a known YouTuber that I make so much money that I can just drop myself into full addiction again. I'm only half joking. I never will be that big. And y'all can keep me humble and sober, right?
I'd like to briefly discuss some of the damages that Depp alleges in this case, because he can't win the case if he can't show damages.
I
And
love
the
it.
evidence will show that he has not suffered 1 cent of damages from this op-ed. Not one. Now, make no mistake, Johnny Depp's reputation is in tatters.
Yeah,
His career
it is.
is in free fall.
Yes, it is.
But it's because of problems that he created,
No, it's not.
problems that he is responsible for. And he's here in court asking you to blame Amber for them. But it's not Amber's fault. They're from the choices that he made. You'll hear a lot of evidence in this trial about those choices. You'll hear evidence of crushing drug and alcohol abuse. You'll hear evidence of Depp taking more drugs than you can count. You'll hear evidence that before one of the instances of abuse, a cross-country plane flight in May 2014, from
Chat, I
Boston
love
to
you.
Los Angeles,
You all are so
when
funny.
he kicked Amber in the back on a private jet. You'll hear evidence that he had had no food for days, that he had used cocaine, that he had had half a bottle of whiskey, that he had had countless Red Bulls and vodkas, that he had taken pills, and
Not even
on the
offended,
plane
Diane.
decided to
Not
top
even
all that
offended.
off with 2 bottles of champagne. You'll hear evidence of that. And he blacked out on the plane, and he abused Amber and didn't remember anything about it when he woke up. You'll hear evidence of drug binges with his good friend Marilyn Manson. You'll hear evidence of that 3-day blackout in Australia that Ms. Vasquez tried to minimize and tell you was false. A 3-day blackout in which he abused and sexually assaulted Amber, all because she had the courage to confront him about his drinking. Imagine that. A concerned spouse confronts her husband about his drinking and gets rewarded with that. That is what the evidence will show. That is what happened to my client. That 3-day blackout that led her to be so in fear for her life that she barricaded herself in her room. That same 3-day blackout that kept him from being able to do what he was in Australia to do, which was to film Pirates of the Caribbean 5. His behavior on that trip, both before the blackout and during it, kept him from being a reliable actor. He showed up late to the set. And after that blackout, he was gone from the set for a long time. Now, he did cut off his finger, but the evidence will show my client did not do it. And just imagine this, what Ms. Vasquez is trying to get you to buy, is that Amber Heard somehow developed a major league level fastball and cut off his finger with a bottle. You'll see the evidence. You'll see that
bottle
doesn't
is
make any
very
sense.
sharp.
And you'll hear from Ms. Heard's experts who testify, including orthopedic hand specialists who testify there was no way that that happened. You'll also see pictures of what Mr. Depp did after he cut off his finger, when he dipped it in blood and paint and wrote graffiti all around the house. That's what you're going to see he did. And you're going to ask yourself, how can someone that is blacked out, how can they deny that they abused someone? How can they deny what they were told that they did?
Interesting choice too, Ernie, that in a libel case, this opening statement is just talking shit about Johnny. Like, it's a bit like me with the Dateline, the night of the Nor'easter stream. I got a warning, and I decided to keep going. Come at me, bro. Same. Amber Heard has already had a warning. This was the second trial. There was already one in the UK, right? And now they go to trial for libel, defamation, slander in the States, and they decide to go with, hey, let's talk shit about Johnny. Wow. Queensland, turd. It was in Queensland. They went to Queensland to do filming of Pirates of the Caribbean. Am I making that up? Possibly. Chat, help me out. I don't know much at all about anything.
He has no credibility when he gets up here now in this court and tells you he didn't do this or do that when he was blacked out. So just remember that. Those were problems that he created. You'll hear evidence that the same addictions that led him to abuse Amber also led to the demise of his career as an actor. Like I said, as you saw with Disney, the evidence will show with Disney.
Oh, the Melbourne
He was unreliable as
Shade.
an actor.
Harsh
And those
but
same
fair.
self-destructive tendencies led to financial distress. Quite simply, he was running out of money. And that distress
She
fueled his
really
abusive
needed a
tendencies
Taryn
toward
to
Amber.
tell her to sit the fuck down, right?
And it led the public to think less and less of him. And you will see a parade of witnesses who
Arr.
testify in Johnny's case that all have one thing in common. They all rely on him. They're all on his payroll for the most part. or they rely on him for some sort of luxury in their life. And you'll see that of these witnesses. So in a lot of ways, Amber previewed the parade of witnesses when she said in her op-ed, and I'm going to read from it
Yep.
and quote it here. She said, you remember when I
No,
said
wait.
this? Imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic.
No, wait. So this is Johnny Depp suing Amber Heard. So Depp V Heard. That's why Depp's attorneys went first, because he is the don't know my civil law terms. We'll have to brush up. What kind of a law nerd am I? He is the one bringing the case, the libel case against Amber Heard. So she, I dare say, she tried the same defense in the UK, but it's him bringing this this libel case against her, Depp v Heard. Yes. But yeah, same shit twice. What's that? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing twice and expecting a different outcome.
That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise. Remember that as Depp's witnesses take a stand, none of whom know what happened behind closed doors between him and Amber, none of whom can testify to that. But remember that these are people who care about their own financial well-being, just as Amber previewed in that article. And they know what happens to people.
Possibly, Taryn, it might have been a cross suit.
They know what happens.
Yeah, I think a counter
They've
suit.
seen it. They've seen it
He
with Amber.
countersued. Well,
and
there
they've
you
seen
go.
it with
Thank
other
you,
people
Chad.
in his life who had the courage to ask him to change and who he lashed out against. These are people who helped enable the man who describes himself as the monster. Make no mistake, this man's poor choices have brought him to this courtroom. His own bad behavior, his own refusal to commit to sobriety, his own violence, his poor choices. And the people who have spoken up against it,
Thank
they're the
you,
ones
thank
that
you.
have suffered
Chat,
the
you know so much. What would
You'll
I
hear
do
evidence
without
that he
you?
fired his longtime agent, that he got rid of his business managers and his law firms that had represented him for years. And no one has suffered from his refusal to take accountability more than Amber Heard.
Big. Australia's big. We only have
You'll
like
hear evidence of
states,
2 years
7,
before
I
the
don't know.
op-ed.
Some. We're as big as the States.
2 years before that,
Thank you, Ernie.
Mr. Depp brought someone else into his life who helped convince him
Look
to
at
blame
you.
other people. That man, Adam Waldman, who Ms. Vasquez introduced you to, had never met Mr. Depp while he was in a relationship with Ms. Heard, or while he was represented by his agents or his former business managers.
Pat, you obviously haven't heard my call into Adam Drives Helen. P.S. Y'all should be subscribed to Adam if you're not, and to Turd. Drop those links in the chat, please, mods. I mean, sometimes a person has contributing factors to where their bowels decide to go. And again, never in a bed. However, when I was bodybuilding, I used to utilize that Chinese diet tea or ballerina tea. I call it poo tea. I won't tell you anymore, but the episode is there. Adam might remember which one it is. It's iconic. Best call-in ever. Shit myself in the car.
But he convinced him that all these bad things that are happening in his life, he helped convince him of this, were other people's faults. And you'll hear evidence of that. Rather than take responsibility for cleaning himself up, Depp chose to blame other people. That's why we're here. And the evidence will show you crystal clearly that the op-ed had nothing to do with
Lava
damages that he
shits.
suffered.
Yes.
He's going to try to make it sound like this caused him to lose Pirates of the Caribbean 6, which is a movie that hasn't been made, but that Disney
Thank you,
wasn't
Wendy.
gonna cast him in it because of
You gotta go, you gotta
But
go.
there's no evidence of that. The evidence will actually show that months before the op-ed, it was reported that Disney was considering dropping him from Pirate 6. The evidence will show that Disney had a dossier on him that had articles from the press, had other information about Mr. Depp, and they didn't have this article at all in their files. It didn't register with them, just as it didn't register with the public. The public had known since 2016 what Amber had to say about Johnny Depp. This didn't change any of that. The evidence will also show that he said he would not make Pirate 6 even if Disney paid him far more money than he ever made on a film. That's what the evidence will show. So any damages that he suffered in his career are not because of this op-ed. And it's time to make Johnny take responsibility to tell him, Mr. Depp, stop blaming other people for your self-created problems, to take responsibility for your own life. And it's up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to make him do that. It's up to you, because you are uniquely qualified to do that. No one else has the power to do that. Only you, to tell him enough is enough.
Enough is enough is
To
enough.
stand up for the First Amendment. To stand up for the truth. And Amber's right to speak it. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
mean,
Moore. Ms. Bretterhoff? Okay.
Let's get ready to rumble.
I've heard a lot about Elaine. What, if any? Lynn! Lynn's here. Good to see you, my friend. Huzzah! Woo!
Good morning, still. It's good to see you all again. And thank
Good to
again
see you
very
too,
much.
Elaine. Finally.
Ben told you
Finally,
we
I've
were
heard a lot
relying on the
about you.
evidence rather than the hyperbole and the personal attacks. And he was right. The evidence in this case, simply put, is overwhelming and compelling. In the 6 weeks, we're going to try to show you as much as we possibly can. There are many, many, many photographs. Now, you heard Ms. Vasquez try to say, oh, you can't trust those. It's not the originals. She's got that wrong. It's not from the original devices. Ms. Heard took all kinds of photographs, and her friends took photographs, and all of those remained on the cloud, and all of them have been imaged, and all of them have been examined by their IT experts, and they cannot discredit one photograph. Then she says, oh, and it's got a photo editing thing. Well, all iPhones have the photo editing. It's where you can make it a little lighter or darker. You can move it to the
Talks
center or
fast.
not.
Hang on.
That doesn't discredit the photographs, and we will have an IT expert who will
Oh,
testify that all of
jeez.
these are legitimate, authentic photographs. Not only that, but Ms. Heard produced all
Chat.
of her different
Want to
devices
chat?
over the years.
If you want me to go
including her most
1.25,
recent
this is
laptop,
normal
and they
speed
were
now.
pulled from many, many sources, and all of them are identical. So if she was going to go in and try to manipulate,
one's in
she
the
would have
chat.
to do
If
it
you want
everywhere.
1.25,
And Ms.
this
Heard
is
will tell
normal.
you she doesn't have that level of talent. There may be a couple of you on the jury who have that talent. She does not have that talent. They're all very legitimate photographs, and listen carefully to the evidence from the experts, and you will find every single piece is authenticated and is true. And they show bruises, and they show cut lips. They show hair pulled out of her hair. They show all kinds they show two black eyes when he headbutted her. Those are all going to be there. We also are going to show you a video, and I'll talk about the time frame of it. Ms. Heard took that.
I mean, gastro and a flat tire and my phone died are the three no argument excuses, aren't they? My phone died. 1.25 for sure. She talks fast, but okay. There's a lot of ones. We can all hate Elaine together. Yes. Okay, 1.25. KKK. Lol.
That on her iPad. And it was
Wait,
one day
let's
when
change
she
it.
was in the kitchen with Mr. Depp. And it was February 10th, 2016. And he's on a tear. And he's going around, he's yelling at her and being abusive to her, and he's slamming the kitchen cupboards, and they're glass. And you can hear them rattling, and you can hear them breaking. Then he goes over with a big glass of wine, and he has a huge bottle of wine, and he pours more in there.
I'm
And then
not
she says,
familiar,
"Did you
but it
drink all of
sounds like a funny
And then
bunch
he
of
sees
people.
that she's
I'm
videotaping
funny.
him, and bam. That's going to be a pretty graphic one for you to see. Then you're going to hear audio tapes, which are pretty significant too. Ben told you about the May 2014 Boston plane incident, we call it, where he kicked her, where he was so
Clip
drunk
it,
and
Adam.
blacked out.
Clip it.
Well, Amber audio taped him when he went to the back of the plane and passed out and was moaning loudly.
Interesting,
You will
Michelle.
hear that. You will also hear some other audio tapes that are very significant. One of them in Australia at the end of the 3-day hostage situation. You will hear, apparently Mr. Depp
Wait.
turned on Ms. Heard's iPhone. She was never allowed to have a password.
3-day hostage situation? Look, did she just wait? I missed that. Too busy being scatterbrained.
And it was one day when she was in the kitchen with Mr. Depp. And it was February 10th, 2016. And he's on a tear. And he's going around.
Oh,
he's
hi,
yelling at her and being
Jeno.
abusive to her, and
Good
he's
to
slamming
see
the kitchen
you. I
cupboards, and
missed
they're
you,
glass. And
gorgeous.
you can hear them rattling, and you can hear them breaking. Then he goes over with a big glass of wine, and he has a huge bottle of wine, and he pours more in there. And then she says, did you drink all of that? And then he sees that she's videotaping him, and bam, that's going to be a pretty graphic one for you to see. Then you're going to hear audio tapes, which are pretty significant too. Ben told you about the May 2014 Boston plane incident, we call it, where he kicked her, where he was so drunk and he blacked out. Well, Amber audio taped him when he went to the back of the plane and passed out and was moaning loudly. You will hear that. You will also hear some other audio tapes that are very significant. One of them in Australia.
So at 1.25, she talks fast. I'm here for it.
You will hear, apparently Mr. Depp turned on Ms. Heard's iPhone. She was never allowed to have a password, by the way. He would never let her do that during their relationship, but he must have inadvertently turned it on. There's 5 hours of audio tape. It's during the cleanup of all the broken glass and the...
Chat, have a look at Johnny Depp's body language in the background there. Not looking real comfortable. He's pulling at his collar. He's stroking his beard, self-soothing stuff. He's maybe skating a little closer to the truth. I don't know. I'm learning. This is a first watch for me. Tell me if I'm wrong. Did this actually happen?
the
Spoiler alerts, welcome.
liquor and the urine and the blood stains and everything else in that house. And you can hear his handlers talking about it. You can hear them talking about trying to find his finger. And that you can hear them say, she's stone cold sober. You will hear all of that. It's very, very significant evidence. What this is going to tell you is the story of a very different Johnny Depp. It's one who is always, well, I can't say always, because he has
the one that got away,
dramatic
Michelle.
side
Yikes.
that Amber fell in love with, but he has an enormous amount of rage. You will see the medical records and hear from the psychiatrist that talked to him for a while.
Hi, LA, good to see you.
Where he admits that he has rage, that he's like a demon, that he views his wife, Amber, like his mother and his sister that he hates. That's what you will see. You will see that. And it'll be fueled by the alcohol and the drugs. Ben told you a little bit about that. You're going to see a list of his prescription drugs that his concierge doctor and team, who charge him $100,000 a month and have since 2014, and they are still his concierge doctors. That's the list of medications he takes in one day that they prescribe. That doesn't include the cocaine. It doesn't include the ecstasy, the MDMA, the mushrooms, and all of the others.
Sounds like Elaine wants to live vicariously through Amber Heard, to be honest. Am I picking up what she's putting down? Camille Vasquez is fucking amazing. And Ben Chu reminds me of David Yannetti. I've heard already lots of good things. Jen, I don't know if you realize, but I haven't watched a single minute of this trial. This is a first watch for me. I may or may not continue on a first watch, or I might feel the need to dive right in and watch it ahead of time. But Diane G says, nah, I won't give any more spoilers. The defense puts on a great show and the plaintiff lawyers are trying their best. Haha. I look forward to it. Sounds like a fun ride. Yeah, big fish too, Shorty. I feel your pain, Michelle. There are, you know what though? Maybe there are some that get away and then you find Adam, but he can't find it. That's okay. I asked you back in the day to clip that for me, Adam. Did you not ever do that? I feel like you did. I remember you did. And you said you would. It was only one of the first few lives. Yikes. That's probably a good thing. I don't think we need to actually pinpoint that episode. Lava shit. Anyway, we'll get back to it like this. Yes. So many cool sound effects. Love.
Now, it's during these rages that Mr. Depp engaged in verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse of Amber. Let me introduce you to Amber, the lesser known person here. And I know when we were doing the voir dire, none of you had even watched as much as 3 of her movies. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Amber. She's 35 years old. She's from Austin, Texas. She grew up outside of Austin, Texas. She has a daughter, Una, who turned 1 last week. Amber grew up in an area. Her father was a construction worker primarily.
Wait, did I say hello to Laura? I feel like I didn't. Hi, Laura.
Lived out on a ranch area. Her mother, Paige, who died 2 years ago at age 63, dropped out of medical school to marry Amber's father. She worked for the state of Texas in internet communications. They grew up very poor. Amber has a sister, Whitney, who's 16 months younger than her. And you will see and hear from Whitney later because unfortunately she also witnessed some of the abuse. Amber rode horses with her father. She tried to work with him to help him break the horses. She remembers having a broken arm at least 4 times, being in casts during that time. But there were some things she learned from breaking those horses that was very significant. Her father taught her she couldn't show fear, she couldn't show pain, and she couldn't show emotion. That's how she could break those horses. It's significant for you to know that so you can understand how Amber could have remained in this relationship with Mr. Depp for as long as she could and the dynamics of some of the abuse you're going to hear about, because that's what would be her instinct. is to stand up and not let him show that he's caused the pain, that he's caused the fear, that he's caused the humiliation. You'll hear about a long line of jobs that Amber started from back, age 12 as soon as she could, working in a soup kitchen. Well, that was volunteer, but then she took all kinds of miscellaneous jobs, lifeguards, everything else, trying to improve herself. She's not somebody who had a great break. What happened was she got recognized by a Hollywood agent who expressed some interest in her. She took her $180 that she'd saved up and she went to LA. That's all she had to her name.
Like every other
The
struggling
testimony would be
actor
she
going
worked
to
all
LA
kinds
in
of
their
different
day.
jobs when
Come
she was
on
in
now,
LA.
Elaine.
Anything that she could
That's
get.
not
And she
unusual.
would go on, but she didn't have a vehicle. So she would go on
Boo-hoo,
buses.
Amber
She'd
Heard.
go up to six different auditions in one day. She'd have a map and she'd have in the bus, and then she would just go around.
Who here is a Johnny Depp diehard? I know Aussie Insider loves Johnny Depp, but she's not here. Turd. I feel like Johnny Depp probably had a very similar experience getting himself into showbiz. This is not unusual. Boo fucking who, Amber Heard. Wow. Poor Amber, the victim, and shit trash talking Johnny Depp. I hate this. I mean, I love it, but yikes.
She had a big sweater, so she could change underneath it to whatever.
Oh
the
my
wear
God,
was,
what's she talking
so that
about?
she could get things. And she wasn't going for, famous actor roles. She was taking one-liners. She was taking extras. She was doing anything she could to make money to survive. And then you know what she did with it? She gave a bunch of it back to her parents. She started helping support them.
Prince Love is
then
back.
When Whitney graduated from high school, she brought her out to LA and put a roof over her house and put her through community college. She took care of her family with what she made.
Be
When she
Harmony's
met
here.
Johnny Depp in 2009, when
Good
he
to
hired
see
her
you.
for Rum Diaries to star across from him, she felt like she was pretty successful. She'd starred in some roles. She had an apartment. She had a vehicle, a Mustang. She could go to Starbucks. She could afford Starbucks. She viewed herself as doing pretty well at that point. Now, during the Rum Diaries, she got to know Mr. Depp. Not true that she was pursuing him or anything else. She was in a long-term relationship with Tasha Van Ray, and he was in a long-term relationship with Vanessa Paradis. Neither of them had any kind of romantic relationship at that time. When she departed from the Rum Diaries in 2009, Johnny started pursuing her. In fact, he sent her a number of gifts. One of them was a guitar, and she returned it. Now, 2 years later, fast forward, that's when the press junket started. And that's when she had to come back and meet with him, and they ran on the press tours. At that point, she had ended the relationship with Tasha Van Rie, and he said he had ended his relationship.
I'm just going to take a moment to draw attention to Adam. Just dropped the invitation to my Discord, which is my server, which I'm really very proud of. It's organically built into something really special. A lot of people here in chat right now are members of the server. We have fun there. We have document drops. We have links shared, fun shit, makeup stuff, bloody counting. So good. Honestly, do yourself a favor. That's a very Australian saying. Do yourself a favor and join the Discord. If you're not familiar with Discord, it just need the app. Yay, Diane G just joined. Good to see you, Diane. Thank you for joining. If you're not familiar, it's an app. Download the app. It's basically a big filing cabinet. That's my server, is the filing cabinet. And then each category is like a drawer. And then all the hashtags, the different channels, are different topics or individual files. So it can feel a little overwhelming at first if you're new to Discord. But one of the mods, me, Jess, Adam, Ernie, or Turd, can help you, and I'm sure any other of the Discord members who are familiar with this Discord can help you also. You can't break anything except maybe counting, and that's okay. We just start back at 1. If you need to know, counting is just a successive taking turns in consecutive order. 1, 2, 3. Who would have thought? It's the funnest thing you could possibly do on the internet, literally.
His relationship with Vanessa Paradis. So during the press trips, that's when they started dating, and by both accounts, fell madly in love. She loved the side of Johnny that we see in the movies, the charismatic one, the charming one, the generous one. That's the man she fell in love with.
She never gave it. I heard that, Debbie.
Came in the way. And that monster would come out when he was drinking and when he would take the drugs. Amber will never forget the first event of the
pledged
He was
it.
sitting in his house in Sweetser on the sofa, and he was across from her. And they were talking about a tattoo that he had that had Winona Ryder forever. He had altered that to Wine Forever after he broke up with Winona Ryder. Just an aside, he had Slim, which was his nickname.
Hey,
Amber.
Jen.
When they broke up, he turned it to Scum. But in any
Hey,
event, he had that
Diane
on there,
Cajun.
and Amber thought he was making a joke when he was talking about it, and she laughed. And he up and slapped her. Now you see the rings that Mr. Depp has on him hurts when he slaps. And she was stunned. She had no idea what to think. And she kind of laughed, thinking, well, maybe that was a joke.
You should, Debbie. It's so fun.
And he slapped her again. And then she just froze and just looked. And then he hit her again. And this time it knocked her right off the sofa onto the ground. And she remembers her face was in this dirty, filthy carpet. That's what she remembers and fixated on, the dirty carpet. And she's thinking, oh my God, I have to leave. I have to leave.
Patricia, yay,
I have to leave, but I love him. And she sat there for the longest time. She laid there for the longest time. Then Johnny came off the sofa, got on his knees, started crying, told her he was very, very sorry that he had done this. It would never happen again.
Yes,
and he said some very significant words.
Be harmony, yay.
I thought I had
Welcome
put
everybody
the
to the
monster
Discord
away
server.
for good.
Welcome.
That's what he said to her that day. Well, Amber ended up leaving that day, and she went out to her car, her Mustang, and she remembers that it was cold, and she sat in the car for the longest time, and she remembers watching her breath because it was cold, and she was thinking, I have to leave him, but I love him. She just kept thinking that. She finally drove away. But Amber made the mistake that millions before her and millions after her have, who are victims of domestic abuse. She chose to stay and try to fix the problem, and thinking that she could do that. So she stayed. Now, Amber was also, she grew up in an abusive family. Her father abused her mother, and sometimes she and Whitney. So she had that cycle in there, just as you've heard that Johnny had that cycle in his house. And so what's the normal to them is a little bit more difficult than some of us can understand. You will hear expert witness testimony about the cycles of violence and what happens with these people and how they react and all the dynamics of thinking they can fix them. She thought all the way through she could fix them. If she can just get them sober and clean, then everything was going to be that wonderful side that she fell madly in love with. And she kept trying and she kept trying. She went to Al-Anon meetings. She went to therapists. She tried to do couples therapy. You'll hear about their tape recording sessions to try to resolve fights or de-escalate them so he wouldn't get mad at her for anything.
So maybe she went to, excuse me. Oh, there it is, Ernie. Just for you. It's the Turtle Boy slurp equivalent. It's my throat clear. Join the house. Join the chat. Maybe she went to, look, that's not even a dirty pause and she still looks like a dirty bitch. Maybe she went to couples counseling because, wait, did she ever sign the post-nuptial agreement? Maybe she wanted to go to couples counseling and all of this stuff to stay in the relationship for the cha-ching, his money, etc. The kudos, the control. Maybe.
But you'll hear that he gets mad at her for all kinds of things. But he didn't want her to work. Here she's a budding actor who wants to be out there.
A budding bad actor. And also maybe, I forgot what I was going to say. Professional. Lol. Keep going, Lisa. Keep going, Shorty. Jesus Louise.
And succeed, and he doesn't want her to take roles. He starts controlling what she wears. He starts looking at her lines when she tries out for places. He nixes any romance scenes, sex scenes. He gets mad and accuses her of with every single one of her co-stars. It became a cycle of that, a control as well, emotional abuse as you go. But what's also significant in that is the property damage. And that's a hard one for Mr. Depp to be able to escape when he's claiming that he's such a docile thing and that it's all misheard. You're going to see pictures. He writes on mirrors, horrible things to her, writes on lampshades, on clothing, on countertops. In Australia, when you heard Ben talk about Australia.
Get my country's name out of your mouth, Elaine. Maybe he wrote those things, if he ever did write them, unless it could be, I don't know anything yet. This is new to me. But maybe he wrote those things as his only sign of defiance towards a very, very controlling woman, a very manipulative, erratic, horrible woman. Maybe that was his only way, like his only pushback, breaking mirrors because he was frustrated. Not excusing it, but I can understand it.
The third day, as Amber comes out after she's barricaded herself and gone through a lot, and I'll back up on that in a minute. She comes out, he's got mashed potatoes spread across the top. He's written along the wall of the staircase going down all kinds of nasty things about her. And Billy Bob Thornton, the last one she was in a co-star with, and fucking ambition and all kinds of things like that. And then he's written on the lampshades downstairs. And then he's got
sniff for me, Ernie. I'm a sniffer.
And then on top of it, you've got all the broken glass everywhere, and you've got the liquor everywhere, and it's just. And then he's urinated, tried to urinate messages to her. That's the Johnny Depp That's the other side. Now you're going to hear that Amber tried to protect him all the way through. She didn't want the public to know this. She didn't want his kids to know this. And so she didn't tell people about it. So let's go back. The first event that I told you about was 2011. And how do we know that it was in 2011? Because Amber was going to her therapist, Bonnie Jacobs. And Bonnie Jacobs has
Actually, I'm blowing my nose at him. Thank you. But
and in those therapy notes, she chronicles the first time that Amber tells her that Johnny hit her. And it goes through into 2012, 2013, 2014. And you will see, and you will hear from Bonnie Jacobs. Now, how do we, and it's got, he wrote the third day as Amber comes out after she's barricaded herself and gone through a lot. And
way too far.
Back up on that in a minute. But you've got all the broken glass everywhere, and you've got the liquor everywhere, and it's just, and then he's urinated, tried to urinate messages to her. That's the Johnny Depp.
Sounds delicious, Pat Sanford.
Now you're going to hear that Amber tried to protect him all the way through. She didn't want the public to know this. She didn't want his kids to know this. And so she didn't tell people about it. So let's go back. The first event that I told you about was 2011. And how do we know that it was in 2011? Because Amber was going to her therapist, Bonnie Jacobs. And Bonnie Jacobs has therapy notes of her sessions with Amber. And in those therapy notes, she chronicles the first time that Amber tells her that Johnny hit her. And it goes through into 2012, 2013, 2014. And you will see, and you will hear from Bonnie Jacobs, her saying, you know, this is a cycle of violence. This is a cycle of abuse. You can't enable him. You need to stand up for yourself. Amber will testify about how Johnny would get so drunk and so drugged out that he would vomit all over himself and worse, lose control of his bowels. She would clean him up. And you'll see Bonnie Jacobs in these notes saying, don't do that. You're enabling him. Don't do it. Leave him there. But what would happen was his handlers would then take care of him if she left him. So
all the time, Michelle.
The story you're going to hear on that.
On the regular.
Let me just tell you about a few of the events. And I'm going to start in Australia. That's the 3-day hostage. She gets there. Now, you will hear Mr. Depp testify under oath that for 15 to 18 months before the March 2015 Australia event, when he's there filming, that he's been sober, clean and sober. Then you'll see all the text messages for the last 18 months in which he's scoring drugs, in which you'll hear testimony from people in which he's gotten drunk and you know, taken all kinds of different drugs. The whole time, he doesn't get clean and sober. But he claims that he was clean and sober, that she came there. This is a month after they just got married. She flew in from filming The Danish Girls. She's there, and he claims that he was just sitting there calmly, and she was haranguing him. So he took a shot glass of vodka. And when he did that, she got mad, took the bottle of vodka, was 8 to 10 feet, about where I am from you, and hurled it at him. And it happened to just take out the bottom part of his finger. And then he says she came and burned a hole in his cheek. The testimony is going to be that he self-mutilated on a number of occasions and burned himself in the cheek and also cut himself. But Amber never did that. And you're
God damn it. Sorry, chat. Lord have mercy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
really terrible text messages from Johnny Depp.
I was pausing it.
No matter what, whether
God damn it.
party, but they chose not to appear, and they knew she was going to appear. Well, Amber didn't call TMZ, but somebody called TMZ.
Okay, fuck my life.
She expresses her disappointment. He gets mad and assaults her again, including sexually assaults her. Then he goes away, and he doesn't come back for a month. Now, this is an important...
Chat, come on now. Jeez Louise. I can't with myself sometimes. I'm just trying to find where I slid it back to. Where was it? How far in are we to the stream? I don't even know. I think we hadn't got to that bit yet. Sorry, chat. I can't with myself sometimes. Oh. Anyway.
Here from Melanie Iglesias, who does the best job of makeup you could imagine to get her through the James Corden show. And she does it. But you'll see the pictures, the before, and you'll see them then. And that's the resilient Amber who says, I'm going to go do this anyway.
Did I already watch that?
You're going to hear about Io till it
Help me out, chat.
He was in New York.
Have I gone too far?
Johnny beat me up.
Professional. Yeah, exactly.
can you help? And
I
he
have a
says,
mouse.
I was filming something. I stopped. I got the first flight out of there. I'm flying from New York back to LA. I see her on the James.
Chat, tell me where I was up to, please and thank you, because I am a professional. I do have a mouse. I had to charge it yesterday. Adam and I will, thank you, Annie. Adam and I will tune it in to my computery thing after this stream, and then I will do it. Thank you, Annie. Oh, wait. Yes. Okay, so this is good. We'll go from here. I basically just wanted to show you his face was like, and then I just didn't do that. I swiped back to the start, and now it won't show me where I was up to.
James Corden show. I can see the swelling because I know her well. I can see the swelling. And then he said,
we're
somebody
past this.
touched her and she
Rewind it a
flinched
little bit. Thank
on
you,
the show.
Mustafa.
He said, that's not like Amber. He got there. They already trying to figure out a way to fix it again, fix this marriage that's only a month old.
Yeah, it was there.
That's the Johnny Depp that you're going to hear about in this case.
That. He's
Now,
not happy.
After that, Amber goes
Fix
to
your
the airport.
face,
And what does
Johnny.
she do? She buys a book by a psychiatrist who's talking about couples therapy. She's already trying to figure out a way to fix it again, fix this marriage that's only a month old, and her husband has just done these horrible things to her. Now they go back to LA. He's got to get his finger fixed, so he has to stop filming Pirates 5. They get there, and there's another fight in just 2 weeks from there. He's still using it at this point. He's still drunk. But Amber finds on a TV screen, his monitor, she finds pictures of another woman, naked pictures of a woman, and text messages which show that he's clearly having an affair. She gets extremely
Got to get more cheese.
She's
BRB.
jealous too. She can get angry. She's half his age.
I'm
and,
hungry.
She's defiant, and we're not going to say she's perfect. She was mad as can be when she saw that, and she confronted him. The two of them were screaming at each other. Now her sister Whitney happened to be in the house. She was summoned. She literally was awakened to come and try to resolve this fight between the two of them. While she's there, Johnny starts hitting Amber, and Whitney ends up getting in between them. And Amber thinks that Johnny's going to throw her down, push her down the stairs because he's in that position. So Amber actually gets up and punches Johnny in the face. She'll tell you that's the only time she has ever laid one on him, in an aggressive manner. But it's after he's already been hitting her, and it's in defense of her sister. And she'll admit she got him that time, and she actually did have an impact on him. She'll testify about how many times they were in their fights. And she said, she's almost half his size. So she said, if I pushed him, he doesn't move. He pushes me, I go flying across the room. There isn't any, ability on her part to be the abuser. What she'll also tell you is
Government
it took her a while
cheese.
to ever fight back. That many times before that, she would do what she did when she was breaking the horses. She wouldn't show fear. She wouldn't show pain. She would look at him. She would just be defiant. And all it would do was piss him off more. She'll tell you that she tried everything. She tried everything. From trying to be nice, trying to get away from him. She would throw things in his way to get him from running after her. She would try to, flail back. She would use her hands and legs, and she would go and try to fight him. She'd run into a room and try to barricade and push his hands and everything out of there. She'd try all those things, but she couldn't figure out what could get him to calm down. I'm going to fast forward now to the next one, and that is I'm going to jump you up to after the stair incident, and Johnny had to get surgery on his finger. That's the longest period of time he stayed sober. It was almost 3 months. You're going to hear that he has never been through rehab, even though he has been a lifelong drug addict and alcoholic. Never has he gone through a rehab plan. Instead, there's twice that he went to some New York hospital and did a cleansing. One time it was for 3 days, and one time it was for 5 days, and that's it. He's never made any effort whatsoever to get sober or stop the drugs. But this particular time, he did for almost 3 months. And you'll see the text messages. We're going to take you through this whole story and all the text messages and all the emails and all the testimony that you're going to get. So fast forward to December 2015. That was one of the worst. Australia was pretty bad, but this one was even worse. In this particular occasion, he gets angry for some reason, and he starts dragging her by her hair through the apartment, kicking her, punching her, tearing her hair out. At one point, she gets up and looks at him, and he headbutts her, and she gets 2 black eyes from it. Then he goes and drags her up the stairs, puts her on the bed, puts his foot and knee in the back of her, and he continues to punch her, telling
Muted. Listen, Diane, I will have all the cheese. I don't discriminate against the cheese. Here now, government cheese. I can fold it into 4 quarters and have 4 little quarters. It's quick on the go. And then I also love good cheese. I love all the cheese. Give me all the cheese. 64 slices of American cheese, please. Any cheese, all the cheese. But yes, and also muted.
telling her he's fucking hating her and he's fucking going to kill her.
Oh,
he's got his
fucking.
boot stuck in the bed frame as he's doing it. And the force of what he's doing to her causes the bed frame to splinter. That's how much force. She is suffocating in the pillow, and she believes truly she's going to die on this one. She
Every
wakes up,
damn
her
time,
friend's in
dude.
bed. She doesn't know how long that she was unconscious or subconscious. She doesn't know. But Johnny was gone at that point, and her friend saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" You'll see the pictures of all of this. You'll see the pictures of the hair. Imagine how much that must hurt. The hair that's out on the ground. And you'll see the pictures of Amber. Now, here's the ironic thing. The next day, she's got to be on the James Corden show. And you can see the text messages. She's not sure if she can go. She's worried. She's got 2 black eyes. She's got a split lip. She's got bruising. She's got her hair missing. But her friends rally with her. She's got a makeup artist. You're going to hear from Melanie Iglesias, who does the best job of makeup you could imagine to get her through the James Corden show. And she does it. But you'll see the pictures, the before, and you'll see them then. And that's the resilient Amber who says, I'm going to go do this anyway. Now, her friends, she tells Io, you're going to hear about Io Tell It Right. He was in New York. She texted him and said, Johnny beat me up really good this time. Can you help? And he says, I was filming something. I stopped. I got the first flight out of there. I'm flying from New York back to LA. I see her on the James Corden show. I can see the swelling because I know her well. I can see the swelling. And then he said somebody touched her and she flinched on the show. He said, that's not like Amber. He got there. They hadn't cleaned.
Facts, Jess. Facts. Debbie, in my domestic violence experience, I wasn't allowed to get treatment, but she's a dumb bitch. Facts. My wrist was broken for 3 full days before I was allowed to go to the hospital to get it seen to. Also, my black eyes were not allowed to be iced, so I had black eyes. It's pretty common not to be allowed to go to seek treatment. But yes, she's a dumb bitch.
Cleaned up all the mess. He sees the hair, he sees the splintered, he sees all of the other things. And he is so upset. He was a good friend of Johnny's as well. He'll testify about all of his friendship with Johnny. But he put his foot down on that one and said, you need to have consequences. You cannot do this to Amber anymore. I am not your friend anymore. Now, there were several people that were supposed to go to Johnny's Island, Bahamas Island, in December for Christmas. He was going to bring his 2 kids. He'd invited Amber's parents, who loved Johnny. And unfortunately, her father used to drink and do drugs with Johnny a lot. And he was also going to take Rocky, her friend who lived next door in a penthouse, and her fiance, and Rocky's parents. Imagine being able to go to a Bahamas Island for Christmas. What a cool thing to do. But they all were so upset what he did to Amber on December 15. They said, no, we're not going. We're not going to condone this. We're not going. But he talked Amber into going. He guilted her into going. I'm going to be with my kids. Please come. I'll be better. I'm going to get better. Amber went.
Bye, Alice.
And then
Thanks
he
for
ended up
being
assaulting
here.
her even there. And sexually
Catch some
assaulted her
replay,
even there.
maybe.
Now, you'll
Enjoy
see
your
a video
dinner.
from them of the Bahamas, the place that they stayed in on his island. And the video just conveniently leaves out the wardrobe in the bathroom where he committed the assault. It just goes around and makes it look like it's a one room.
It's just
His
lived
kids were there,
experience,
there's no
right,
way he
Jess?
could have done that. But you'll hear the testimony and you'll see the pictures. Then from then on, things really were bad for Amber, and she was really considering leaving him at this point. And she was talking to her friends and confiding.
wasn't
in
Elaine.
medical
Come on now.
records. And in February 2016, I told you you'll see that video. That same night before the video, he called Io, Tell It Right, and left him a voicemail message that he said was just
I
absolutely
feel like
delusional. It
maybe
was
this is a
crazy.
good time
He
for
was
this.
pretending like
Sort
he
of.
was the property
It's
manager.
cool. Watch.
It was just
The white
insane.
curve is for
And
the
then
immediate
the next day we
loading
have
and
the
This
picture of
is
the
a
video.
gentle reminder. YouTube isn't an airport, so there's no need to announce your departure. If you're ready to take off to another channel, go ahead. No boarding call needed. We'll be here whenever you're ready to tune back in. Just catch us on the replay.
Having said that, Alice, we're glad you announced your departure. But I just thought it was kind of funny. There are certain times, certain nights of the week, perhaps Saturday nights, when I'm live. And in the past, people in chat have liked to tell us where they're going, what other channels they'd prefer to watch. And I get it. And we love that you're here while you're here. But we just thought that was kind of fun and kind of cute. But Alice, you can tell it, please, if you're going, if you're leaving for a reason that's a legitimate, well, going to another channel is legitimate also, obviously. But yes, kind of cool. Jeno, yes, we will body double with you while you drive. Drive safely, girl. And this is my favorite. You like that one? Yes, Adam's pretty clever. Well, you know what? Actually, it's interesting. I hadn't ever really mentioned it before. I think last Saturday, not this one, just gone, the one before, I did say when Turtle Boy was going live, like, hey, by the way, I know Turtle Boy is going live, and thank you for being here, and I get it. But while I'm a creator, I'm also a human, and it's kind of mean, really, if you think about it, to say, hey, I've been here, but there's something I'd rather watch, so bye. Like just dip out, and that's cool. And like I'm not hugely precious about it, but you know, and since then nobody's announced their departure in any of my lives when they've for going to other channel reasons, and I really appreciate that. Like I really appreciate it. Of course, if you've got to go because you're driving, or you've got a bath for kids, or something's come up, or whatever, of course, please tell us. We love to hear, we love to know. But exactly, who said this? Prince Lover, it's different when you're going to do live, not necessary to go to a different stream. No, exactly. So I just thought it was fun. Adam and I just thought it was a fun thing, mostly for like 5 to 9 on a Saturday night. But people have been really respectful since I sort of reminded them that you could just slide out quietly if you're going to watch another creator. That's cool. I'm glad we kept you company while you were here. I think you're missing out, but if you want to go to another channel, that's fine too. Mwah.
Then we get to April 30th, or April 21st, 2016. Amber's 30th birthday party. She was going to turn 30 the next day. Pretty big event. Her friends had a tape that they put together of everybody giving her tributes. Johnny doesn't participate. They have a dinner and a party for her that night. Johnny says, I have a business meeting at 7 p.m. I'll be there after that. What kind of business meeting do you need to have at 7 p.m. when your wife turns 30? But that's Johnny, right?
Adam,
I can't say that it was an important financial one because he'd fired his financial manager the month before when, as you heard.
See, that's a good reason, Michelle. You go sleep.
So he's the problem. So he shows up late, drunk, drugs, and after everybody, and he's even drinking while he's there.
But also, Michelle, surely the dulcet tones of Elaine and Shorty are exactly what you need to gently drift yourself off to sleep, right?
And he's telling the other friends, and you'll hear from one of them, and he's saying, hide the Bible from Amber, hide the Bible from Amber. When they all leave, she expresses her disappointment. He gets mad and assaults her again, including sexually assaults her. Then he goes away, and he doesn't come back for a month. Now, this is an important event, May 21, 2016. This is the last one, and this is the final straw that leads up to the DVTRO, the Domestic Violence Temporary Restraining Order. So he says he's coming over to get some clothes. He's going to go out on tour. She says, okay. He comes over, and his mother died the day before, and he's already in a state. He's been drinking. He's clearly high, and he comes in, and he's got on his mind this obsession that when on her birthday, go back to her birthday. The next day, she and her friends went to Coachella, but his housekeeper had come in to clean after that, always did. And the housekeeper had found some feces on the bed and had been upset about it and taken a picture and sent it to him. So all of a sudden, a month later,
the shit in the bed. Wait, I'll skip it back there because maybe we weren't paying attention. Elaine's talking about the feces in the bed. I think Adam and I were talking about this offline last night, just to carry on with that a little bit more. I think some people kind of forget like that I can see, like I can see the chat. Not everybody knows that it's just me here putting up the comments on the screen, and I can see them all. And I think people sometimes forget, like they come in and it's like a chat and it's the live, and they get excited about talking about streams they've just been in when JFK and Sean were were live, and there was a lot of sort of excitement at the end of that coming into the chat. And so I think sometimes I think sometimes it's maybe they haven't considered it. So the fact that I mentioned it and people have been really respectful of that is kind. Yes. Exactly, Steph. What I think the analogy I used last night was, it's a bit like a friend, or like if you're dating someone, you date them for a period of time, you have a good time together, and then you go, wait, I'm going to go and date this guy over here because he's like way better and like love, I'm such a diehard that guy, and then you and the person you're dating is like, oh, okay, so what am I, fucking chopped liver? And then after you finished your time with that other person that you were dating, you come back and you go, hey, I'm back. I was back. They were better, but I'm back here now. Like, it's a little bit hurtful. Anyway, that. Thanks for being respectful, everybody. Love your faces.
Amber has conspired with her friend, and he's already in the state. He's been drinking. He's clearly high. He comes in and he's got on his mind this obsession that when on her birthday, go back to her birthday, the next day she and her friends went to Coachella, but his housekeeper had come in to clean after that, always did. And the housekeeper had found some feces on the bed and had been upset about it and taken a picture and sent it to him. So all of a sudden, a month later, he's got it in his head that Amber has conspired with her friends to defecate on the bed. It's human, not dog, even though they got 2 dogs and one of them has
Look at Johnny's face.
You'll hear about Boo and Crystal. And somehow Amber was doing this so he would get back there and find it, even though he had no intention of coming back, and even though the housekeeper was there.
Come on now, Elaine. Come on.
He's just obsessed with it. Then he decides that it's Io Tillett Wright who did it, even though Io wasn't at the birthday party and wasn't even in town. So Amber gets Io on the phone. Io's in New York. And she says, this is what Johnny says. Can you please just calm him down? Tell him this isn't true. Tell him we don't have a conspiracy here.
Look at his face.
And Io's thinking, what? And you'll hear from Io, he'll say, Amber's fecal phobia. I mean, she can't even, she's so embarrassed about that stuff. She would never conspire, never do anything like that to him. So they're kind of laughing at the absurdity of it. And that was the biggest mistake because that triggered his anger. And then he started hitting Amber. He grabbed the cell phone.
Fecal phobia. Oh, fecal phobia. Everyone's scared of shit in the bed.
From her, wound it up and bashed it into her face. And you will see the pictures. You will see the bruise there. And you'll see the form of it there. Now, I was very, very upset. He's worried because he knows about the December 15, 2015. And he says, Amber, get out of there. Get out of there. Are you safe? Get out of there. As Johnny's storming around. And he calls Rocky, who lives next door. And then he calls 911. And it's not clear whether Amber said call 911 or he said call 911, but he calls 911. But he's in New York and he's genuinely concerned for her safety. So he calls 911 there and he calls a friend in LA and says, please call 911 and just tell them this. So they get somebody there so we can get somebody fast. I don't know what's going on. So the police are called twice for her safety. Lives next December 15, 2015. And he says, Amber, get out of there. Get out of there. It was the biggest mistake. Because Amber's fecal phobia. I mean, she can't even, she's so embarrassed about that stuff. She would never conspire, never do anything like that to him. So they're kind of laughing at the absurdity of it. And that was the biggest mistake because that triggered his anger. And then he started hitting Amber. He grabbed the cell phone from her, wound it up and bashed it into her face. And you will see the pictures. You will see the bruise there. And you'll see the form of it there. Now, I was very, very upset. He's worried because he knows about the December 15, 2015. He says, Amber, get out of there. Get out of there. Are you safe? Get out of there. As Johnny's storming around. And he calls Rocky, who lives next door. And then he calls 911. And it's not clear whether Amber said call 911 or he said call 911. But he calls 911. But he's in New York. And he's genuinely concerned for her safety. So he calls 911 there. And he calls a friend in LA and says, please call 911 and just tell them this. So they get somebody there so we can get somebody fast. I don't know what's going on. So the police are called twice, essentially. And now, here's what happens next. Johnny goes around and he trashes the apartment before he leaves. He loves to do that. And you're going to hear about his penchant for that. Does it a lot. And you'll see a picture of him in the elevator afterwards, leaving with his bodyguards. And he's a little agitated there. And the police are called. You will see pictures of Amber with metadata on them, both before, during, and after the police officers.
Sorry, Jen, I'm losing my shit over
here,
like literally.
Her attorney, the one that she had consulted after the December 15 event. And the attorney says, if you press charges, they'll arrest him. And Amber says, I can't have that happen. I don't want his kids to know about this. I don't want the public to know. I can't have that happen. So when the police show up, she refuses to cooperate. She says, on the advice of my attorney, I'm not going to cooperate.
Jesus.
But her friend, Rocky, whose fiance was there, Josh, at this point, he takes them around and shows one of the police officers all the property damage around the house as well. And the police officers say to him, look, she's got the red mark on there. If you just give us the name, we'll go get her. And he says, I can't. She won't let me. So they leave. Now, here's what happens and creates all of the noise here that you're going to have to deal with. So the police officers don't make an incident report. They don't take a report. They don't document the property damage. They don't document the facial damage. Instead, They go out and they write.
'Cause there was none,
there's a little
Elaine.
system in there. They write verbal dispute only, victim uncooperative.
I are.
And that's their language for, we don't have to write a report. You'll
think
see
we
that the
all
police
do,
officers
Pat.
have another one later. that
Nobody
write
likes
another,
shit.
And they put verbal dispute only. That's their magic language. Now, that's not
I'm
that
12.
you will see these pictures, but Amber wasn't cooperating with them, and they were quite convinced she wasn't going to. So as many domestic violence, calls that they take, they're not going to, this is one that they figure it's gone. Now, the other police officers come 2 hours later. They've cleaned up the place at this point. They don't know that these police officers are arriving. But when they do
Extrovert.
arrive there, they try to discourage them even from coming in. Josh answers the door, says,
my
no, the other
God, that
lawyers
was
are-
so
the other
good.
police officers were already
It
here.
was so good.
And he says, and they say, no, but we just have to see her. And they have body cams, by the way. So you'll see the body cam footage of this. So they go through and they do that. And one of the
Turd.
significant things is you'll see on the CAD that the two police officer sets are communicating with each other. And the first set says, I don't think she's going to change her mind. And they know who the officers were the first time because they say officer signs. You'll hear this and you'll see it in the.
Damn it, I ate all my cheese again.
So they go through. Amber says, no, everything's fine. You can see on there, and they leave. Now, the reason this is so significant is what they have done with this in creating, and that's part of the counterclaim. And what their version of the reality is that Amber calls the cops. Then they don't see Andrew,
Ecomania.
so they mess up the place, splash a little wine, and then call another set of cops. Does that sound like the situation here? No. And it's really important to look at the evidence and think about this. You'll hear from many, actually, I don't know how many of the police officers we'll put on, but we have, between 4 and 6 LAPD police officers and experts who will say those police officers, even when she declined to cooperate,
I got 'em dying.
should have taken a report. They should have documented it. That was police policy. So when faced with this big public,
Lord,
big
guys.
public DVR
You guys
riot
are
and
the
all of the
best.
publicity later, now they go back to the police officers and say, hey, wait a second, you didn't take a report. You said it was a verbal dispute only. They're stuck. If all of that was true and they admitted it was true, then they violated policy by not doing the report because they were supposed to take a report. So the police officers chose the other and said, no, there was more. But you're going to watch it. You're going to see it in real time.
We
You're
are
gonna see it in
all
video.
12.
So Amber goes to get the DV, the domestic violence TRO. You're going to see the letter that her lawyer wrote to Johnny Depp's lawyer that week, telling them that that's what she was going to do but giving them opportunity here to be able to resolve it, to get a mediator, just make sure that she's safe, that she can stay in the residence until they figure things out, that she can drive her vehicle until they figure it out, some attorney's fees, whatever. You're going to see the letter. And so they knew, and it says right in there, she's going to go in on Friday. They chose not to go. They keep saying ex parte, but they chose not to appear, and they knew she was going to appear. Well, Amber didn't call TMZ, but somebody called TMZ to take all those photos that day. Now, you also heard them say that all kinds of people saw Amber that week, and she didn't have any bruises on her face. Well, let me show you this. This is what Amber carried in her purse for the entire relationship with Johnny Depp. She's an actor. Do you honestly think she would have left her apartment ever without makeup? Do you think that she ever would have wanted other people to see her bruises and her cuts? This was what she used. She became very adept.
Damn those typos.
Testimony from Amber about how she had to mix the different colors for the different days of the bruises as they developed in the different coloring, and how she became very. Do you honestly think she would have left her? Well, let me show you this.
Let me show you
is
this. Yes,
what
show
Amber
us.
carried in her purse for the entire relationship with Johnny Depp.
Reese.
She's an actor. Do you honestly think
girl.
she would have left
Good to see
her
you.
apartment ever without makeup? Do you think that she ever would have wanted other people to see her bruises and her cuts? This was what she used. She became very adept at it. You're going to hear the testimony from Amber about how she had to mix the different colors for the different days of the bruises as they developed in the different coloring, and how she would use these to touch those up to be able to cover those. She also used concealer, foundation. You'll hear from a makeup person that Amber didn't even leave her bedroom without having foundation on. And one of the people that was at the building
To be honest, Adam, there's not that much extra content for members. Like, that's on me. I'll have to work on that. But it definitely helps support me. Gets us, the more members we have, the more members only emojis we can have. It's fun to have this shit going on that Adam and I made together. And it's just a cool thing, I guess. Yes, you get some membership extra content. We'll do another members only live soon, hopefully next weekend. I'm already pretty booked with 4 big lives booked, and the weekend after already 3 or 4 booked. Busy. Peasant work shit can suck my dick. But yeah, if you want to be a member, it's like, I don't know, US, it's like $3.99 a month for little shorties, and I think $7.99 a month for big shorties. But yeah. Gigi's in the house. Also, Gigi. See, I can't even say my words sober. So imagine. Hey, Gigi, good to see you. Woo! Well, listen, we're learning about how well, Elaine's trying to tell us that we can learn how to cover up your bruises. But then it turns out, am I right, chat? Am I right, all one word, that this makeup kit didn't exist at the time of the alleged assaults and black eyes?
Testified. He said she had makeup on and it would have covered that bruise. So that's the testimony on that.
Oh, Elaine, the show.
Now, let me talk about the divorce just for a moment. So they go through, they have the 2 months of trying to resolve the divorce.
In the laptop, Michelle.
They signed a joint statement
So
in which
good.
Mr. Depp admits that she did not make any of these allegations falsely and not for financial gain. But they brought up the donations, so I want to talk to you about the donations for a moment. Now, here's the story. Amber didn't have a prenup. She didn't have a postnup. She was more than willing to do that. But as I told you, Mr. Depp fired her lawyers and said, only till death. That's the only way we're going to part is through death. We don't need a postnup. We don't need a prenup. That's Johnny. It's true his advisors were all telling him, get one. And she said, I'll get one. And she hired a lawyer. But anyway, she didn't have a prenup. So what you're going to hear is that meant no matter what, whether it was abuse, adultery, irreconcilable differences, abandonment, doesn't matter. She's entitled to 50% of everything during that marriage. Well, he did Pirates 5 and he did 2 other movies during that time. And you'll see that he made $65 million during those 2 years. Half of that is 32.5. Amber didn't want that. You'll see a letter, you'll see an email from her lawyer that she forwarded on to
I like what you did there,
who became Johnny's agent later, saying, I want you to sign this because you're entitled to a whole lot more than $7 million. And I don't want you to come, basically, I don't want you to come back and sue me for malpractice. That's what her lawyer tells her. And then her lawyer says, I offered them even less than I demanded less than they offered. In other words, the $7 million was less than
just arrived, Jess.
was even offered to her. And she said, I just want to be left alone. I just want to get out of this marriage. I'm not doing this for financial gain. So she didn't take the money. So she said, I'm going to donate all $7 million of this to charity, half to the ACLU, half to Children's Hospital. And then what happened was and by the way, the $7 million was paid out over time. It's installments. It was over, you'll see the documents, but it's over a couple of years, right? So his business manager, Ed Wang, you'll see the letters, he sends the first 100,000 out of the $7 million to each of them.
This is her opening.
This is a pledge towards the $3.5 million that Amber's donating, and she'll be paying that in installments. So everybody knows she's paying it in installments. You're going to hear differently from them now, but you're going to see that was the admission at the beginning. You're going to hear from Children's Hospital and the ACLU that they assumed this was a pledge paid.
Do you know what, Jess? The number of comments and feedback I get from people who just absolutely love how delightful you 4, 5, 6 mods are in saying hi to everybody. And honestly, Jess, if you happen to miss someone, guarantee you that Adam, Ernie, Amy, and wow, my brain, Turd will have said hi. Or a combination of them. So honestly, it's one of the things I'm most proud of about our community is that for me, when I go in chats, so when I used to moderate, I really don't anymore, except not even for Adam. Now I'm still a moderator, but I'm taking a little break from being in Adam's chat for my own brat reasons. Throat clear. It makes such a difference when people greet you. There's nothing worse. It can just destroy someone if you go into a chat. If I went into a chat and said hi a few times to a few different people, and for whatever reason, not one of them said hi back. There's a couple of chats I've never gone back into again, ever, from just 1, maybe 2 experiences like that. So it really makes a difference. And so thank you, mods, and thank you, chat, for always saying hi to everybody. It's really lovely. We love everybody here. And lurkers in the back, we love you too. Replay crew, we love you too. Everybody's welcome. Live, behind in time, or replay crew.
Paid over a period of time because that's what they do because of tax deductions and things of that nature. So Amber she makes a $250,000 payment to Children's Hospital. Then she also makes a $250,000 payment to Art of Elysium, which is another charity that she worked for.
Baby, that's it.
Used to feed and used to do a lot of arts work with the Children's Hospital.
Anytime, babe.
She pays $350,000 to the ACLU. Now, in addition to that, she also was dating Elon Musk by this time. You'll find out that Mr. Depp is obsessed with Elon Musk. but she's dating him, so he gives $500,000 to both of those charities in her honor. Now, she doesn't claim that's part of the $7 million, but what happens is that she makes her payments up through 2018. Mr. Depp sues her March 1, 2019 in this litigation. She can't afford right now to be making those pledges. She's got to defend herself, but she has every intention of continuing to make those payments. She has been a lifelong person who has served charities. She used to volunteer at Children's Hospital 3 times a week when she could. She's very much that kind of person, and she intends to. And both ACLU and Children's Hospital will tell you they have no reason to believe she won't be good on her pledges. There's nothing that required her to do a certain amount at a certain time.
What Adam said.
Once she's able to afford it again.
Oh, hi.
Now, let me talk about
Hello, Nina. Good to see you.
And then I have to promise to let you go at some point, don't I? So Mr. Depp has decided, you heard from Ben, you're going to see some really, really terrible text messages from Johnny Depp on how he views Amber Heard.
Sorry, guys.
He calls her some horrific names. But in the summer of 2016, he vows he's going to hunt her. He vows she's going to suffer global humiliation. He says he's going to live in her and she will never forget him. And he meant it. So in the summer of 2018, you heard Ms. Vasquez say he wants to clear his name. He can't be called a wife beater, et cetera. But an article, an op-ed appeared on the Sun Times in London. They called him a wife beater. It was written by Dan Wooten, the CEO, or the chief editor of the Sun at the time. And he was writing because Johnny Depp is being cast in Fantastic Beasts 3.
I'm opening your email now so I don't forget.
The article is, why is J.K. Rowling genuinely...
Oh, wow, sidebar. Seeing your face, beautiful Danny. Yep. Yes. Open your email. I'll get back to you. I'll leave that there, okay? So I don't forget. I'm so sorry. I'm really bad with emails. Like actually on that note, it's been quite tricky for me to get my head around emails. Like I have an aversion to mail and emails, postal mail and emails. When my daughter was still in my life, she used to get the mail for me out of the letterbox and go through and open the things for me that needed to be opened because I just couldn't. A real strong state of overwhelm and a blockage to it. So emails are tricky for me sometimes. I go through periods of like I can't, which is awkward because I need to be accessible. So hit me up on Discord too. It's probably easier to find me on Discord. I don't have that same aversion. So, oh, wow. Big news. What happened today? Proctor is fired finally. That deserves all of this. Bit of this and maybe of this. Shit. And to be honest, probably this.
So you will hear testimony.
Cheers.
Let me back up.
Bye, Proctor.
So you have heard from Mr. Depp's team that they are going to claim that Amber Heard abused Johnny Depp. You also are hearing from them that he says that she cut off his finger. When you look at the text messages and you look at the emails, you will see that in every one of those, Mr. Depp said to Dr. Kipper, to David Heard, Amber's father, and to others, I cut off my finger. You will see that.
Nina.
He never, throughout the entire time he was married to Amber, ever claimed that she hit him. He never, ever, throughout the time he was married to Amber Heard, claimed that she cut off the finger. Only 2 years later does he, for the very first time, start claiming she abused him and start claiming that she cut off the finger. I'm going to ask you to look hard at the evidence in this case because the evidence is going to show that it never, ever came up before. Now, let's talk about the counterclaim for a few minutes. There's a few statements here. Now, they've said, why are you suing Adam Waldman? You heard from Ben that Adam Waldman didn't come into Johnny Depp's life until October 2016. He wasn't there for any of their marriage. He doesn't have any personal knowledge of their marriage. Everything he does is based on Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp used Adam Waldman as his agent, and you will see a bunch of texts where he's saying, yeah, man, he's going after these people. He's doing all this.
Steph, I feel you. There's times, particularly when I used to be a moderator, where I was like, big chats, like chats when I was moderating for the Young Jerks, and there'd be like sometimes 5, 6, 7, 10,000 people in the chat. It gets a little overwhelming, and it doesn't matter. Sometimes if there's 20 people in the chat, it can get a little overwhelming. So no one, I don't think this community, the mods will say hi, a combination of all or some of the mods, and you can always say hi later. No one's going to get butthurt around here. I think we're all pretty cool. I think the water finds its level, and like people find the right people. Yeah. So yeah, it's good. It's good. How's Lizzie feel now? Yeah, well, get off my lawn. Stupid bitch.
Stuff.
I also imagine being married to Michael Proctor. Ugh.
He's suing my business manager. He's suing the lawyer. He's going at, he's doing all this. He's also going to the press and making all kinds of statements about Amber Heard. And those statements are as follows. Heather, if you can pull up first.
Adam's a tyrant.
The first one is Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, there isn't any sexual violence hoax. There isn't any hoax at all. But he's out there affirmatively stating that she's got this conspiracy with her friends and she's making these things up. And it's very, very damaging and harmful to her. The testimony will be that these Depp fans take and run with these things. And you're going to hear from an expert who talks about computer-wise, when you search the hoax and you see that it just spreads out into the internet and the social media and generates a lot of negative publicity for Amber. Statement 2, please. This was made in April of 2020. Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible.
Oh, I didn't think it was
Quite
me.
simply, this was an
I'll
ambush,
always
a
talk.
hoax.
I can
They
talk
set
underwater.
Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told DailyMail.com. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, and got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Now, I've already told you all about the events of May 21, but you're also going to hear from the second set of officers. There's no way that Amber was trying with her friends to now get charges pressed against Johnny. They'd cleaned everything up. They didn't want him in there. The absolute opposite of what he says there. The third statement, if you may. Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, when Amanda Day Cadenet, that's a friend of Amber's, Amber Heard's best friend and Me Too activist, recants her support for Ms. Heard and testifies against her, you know we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Amanda Day Cadenet never testified against her, but that's not the part that we're claiming.
We have an emoji for that, Adam.
It's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. In other words, in all of these articles, he's saying that she created an abuse hoax, and you're going to make those determinations of whether that's true or not. But what we're going to show you is that not only was tremendously damaging to Amber emotionally, and you're going to hear from an expert on domestic violence and intimate partner violence, IPV, about how those triggers happen when you have somebody who's gone through all of this and she's trying to heal and she's trying to get past this, and then bam, you come in there and
I love
flip
you
this
all
and put
so
this out in
much.
public, and
I
everybody
love
runs it.
this.
There's over 1 million. We're going to tell you about 1 million different
Blessed.
searches on the Twitter from these different hits.
On the Twitter.
How that impacts.
On the Twitter. I'm truly blessed. Thank you all for being here so much. We like Mod Wars, hashtag Mod Wars. Yes. Honestly, how fun is this? You guys are just Shorties, stop it. You make me cry. I cry I literally, my eyes well up with tears so many times a day with you all, like happy tears. Seriously.
Impacts her emotionally every time somebody calls her a liar for what she went
She
through.
is a liar.
She tried to protect Johnny Depp so that his children and the public never found out about that Johnny Depp and how much that has harmed her and how much emotionally that's impacted her and re-triggered. But we're also going to talk to you about the reputational damages.
Actually, oh no, it is. Adam, are you actually a super mod because you're in my back end, Adam? Like, oh lol. Is it because you're an approved whatever you are in my YouTube? Is that why you can do it, Adam? That's so funny. KO. Bang bang. Pull up, bitch. That was fun last night. Fucking Colin Albert, mate. His dunkle, Daddy Albert, Daddy Brian.
Just for that. Amber made it through the divorce. Then she got cast in Aquaman. A few of you saw that. That was a blockbuster. It was the highest grossing movie in DC films history ever up to this point. It hit over $1 billion
I love it.
in a very short period of time. It was a mega hit. She was moving forward. Then she gets hit with these defamatory statements and all of the Depp followings and the computer and Twitter and everything else. Nobody wants to touch her. And you're going to hear from an expert who's going to say, look at Jason Momoa, look at Gal Gadot, look at other people who started coming up in those tracks. She was Justice League and then Aquaman. Look what they're getting. They're getting commercials. They're getting all kinds of different film opportunities. These are the things that she would have gotten. Nobody will touch her. She's a pariah. And we're going to ask you, as Ben said, to hold.
She's a shit pariah. Adam, the power has gone to your head, and I love it. I love it. Tyradum. He's a tyrant.
Hold Mr. Depp responsible. Enough is enough. But we're also going to ask you to hold him responsible.
Oh my
and
God,
try to fully
Michelle.
and fairly
We need to
compensate
play
Amber
this.
for what he has done to her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Berha. Based on the time, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to release you for lunch a little early so we can just start with the first witness when we get back from lunch. I think it's just a natural break. So if you want to go ahead and go with the deputy. I'm going
I didn't get to hear her grand finale. Was it grand?
Johnny Depp. Amanda Day Catton, they never testified against her, but that's not the part that we're claiming is the defamation. It's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. In other words, in all of these articles, he's saying that she created an abuse hoax, and you're going to make those determinations of whether that's true or not. But what we're going to show you is that not only was tremendously damaging to Amber emotionally, and you're going to hear from an expert on domestic violence and intimate partner violence, IPV, about how those triggers happen when you have somebody who's gone through all of this and she's trying to heal and she's.
Wait, I'm pausing it because Michelle, although she needs to sleep, she did. Welcome to membership, Michelle. So good to have you. We have new member emojis, lots of them. Feel free to use them. Yes, Dunk O'Brien. Yes. Good to see you in green. It looks good on you, gorgeous. Again, green again. You're back in black. No, green. Okay, we're giving Elaine the way more respect than she deserves by listening to her final hurrah in her what the fuck opening.
He's trying to get past this, and then bam, you come in there and you inflict this and put this out in public, and everybody runs it. There's over 1 million. We're going to tell you about 1 million different searches on the Twitter from these different hits. How that impacts her emotionally every time somebody calls her a liar for what she went through and how hard she tried to protect Johnny Depp so that his children and the public never found out about that Johnny Depp. And how much that has harmed her.
You're in.
And
You're
how
in.
much
You're in the
emotionally
big
that's
kids
impacted
club.
her and re-triggered. But we're also going to talk to you about the reputational damages for that. Amber made it through the divorce. Then she got cast in Aquaman. A few of you saw that. That was a blockbuster. It was the highest grossing movie in DC film history ever up to this point.
Have you got your glasses
It
on?
hit over $1 billion in a very short
Michelle,
period
you're
of time.
funny bitch.
It was a mega hit. She was moving forward. Then she gets hit with these defamatory statements and all of the Depp followings and the computer and Twitter and everything else. Nobody wants to touch her. Well, and you're going to hear from an expert who's going to say, look at Jason Momoa, look at Gal Gadot, look at other people who started coming up in those tracks from she was Justice League and then Aquaman. Look what they're getting. They're getting commercials. They're getting all kinds of different film opportunities. These are the things that she would have gotten. Nobody will touch her. She's a pariah. And we're going to ask you, as Ben said, to
Jen's
hold
back.
Mr. Depp responsible.
Woo!
Enough is enough. But we're also going to ask you to hold him responsible and try to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done to her.
Nah, Elaine, we're not going to compensate Amber for anything.
Based on the time, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to release you for lunch a little early so we can just start with the first witness when we get back from lunch. I think it's just a natural break. So if you want to go ahead and go with the deputy, just remember, don't talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll be back here at, let's get back at, I'll give you a little extra time to 1:45, okay? Just give you some extra time downstairs, okay?
Extra time downstairs. Thanks, Judge. Well, I've forgotten the name already. Judge Trish? No, the lawyer lady. Yeah, she's giving me Sarah Boone with that haircut. It's like, it's a little Sarah Boone and a little bit like, can I speak to the manager, Karen? Stop screen. Wait, but I'm all the way over here. So, chat, I'm all yours still. Do you want to keep going with the first witness testimony? Are we having a good time? Do you need to go to sleep? We keep going? Mod Wars. Jen's here. She's gotten to her destination. I often get Shorty and Shorty and Shitty, Miss Shitty. Sometimes I'm a real brat, and that's a very, very apt name. Miss Shorty, yes. She needs longer hair. She needs a bloody bag over her head and a gag on her mouth. Elaine. Turd, I can't time anyone out. Believe me, I've tried. Lol. Not fair, turd. Okay, I'm waiting to say, yes, keep going. Yes, keep going. Good night, Michelle. We probably will still be going when you wake up after your nap. If not, I'll see you in counting on the Discord. We are all super mods. Ciao, Miss Shitty. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, let me skip through the generous lunch break that Judge chat? What's her name? Judge, I should know. Show the court some fucking respect, Shorty. Shorty. Hang on, I'm just finding the thing. Still The seal. Okay. Still the seal. Well, they had a long lunch. Okay. I've queued it up because I'm a fucking professional. Oh, she says Xing out of the chat accidentally, which is really rather fitting. Ah, no, that. See, it's official. I've got a video that says I'm a professional. Can't even speak. Who was it? Steph suggested I have a glass of wine. Man, I can't even make my words come out sensibly when I'm sober. As if I'm going to have a glass of wine. I'll just do a wine sound effect. Yes. Okay. We good? What am I doing? Pressing play. It's my first day. Sorry. Haven't streamed much. Haven't streamed like 25 hours already in the last 3 days. Not at all. But now look at that. See? Professional. Absolutely. But do we want to watch the seal? Not so much. Okay, Michelle's going off to sleep. Sweet dreams. Can I speak with the manager? Turd was able to time out Jess and Ernie, but now I can't. Maybe I'm a super goof trooper too. Well, I think you're all on the same mod level now, everybody. So I'm sorry that we can't be mean to each other anymore. I can time you all out. Can I? Wait. Let me see. God, imagine if I timed out Adam. I can put Adam in a timeout. I won't, because that would be horrible. But so I really hold all the power, and that makes sense because I'm the fucking boss. Okay? Okay, good. Glad. Yes. We can have a wine only in sound effects. We could have a it's playing, it's just on the seal, and we could have a we could do this.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Let me skip through this seal. We need to get back to court. Let me just press this L button because it's so handy. Oh, we're
So
good.
we do have the order for Ms. Heard's motion to eliminate, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Depp's
Motion's to
testimony has
eliminate.
not just agreed to it.
Okay.
I don't have it printed, but I can tell you, Your Honor, based on the representation you gave me, it is agreed.
Okay.
And we will have it printed as soon as I can, but we're not going to obviously hold up court with that.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. All right, are we ready for the jury then?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it. I have the power. Mwah. I would never, Adam, not a portal. There'll be no portaling tonight, Adam. Let's get to it. Haven't been able to play this tonight.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
Just saying. Adam was legit in my back end. Oh my God, the throat clears. So sorry. Oh, was that you, Michelle? Oh, thank you. I saw it and then I couldn't pull it up and then I remembered about something else and all of the things.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Your first witness,
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he
Kristen
giving it
Zabrowski.
away.
Thank you,
All right,
Michelle,
Kristen
for the
Zabrowski.
copies. Mwah, 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 mwah.
She outside.
Mwah, 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 mwah,
Okay.
mwah.
Kristen Zabrowski.
I do drink coffee, by the way, Michelle. I do. Loves me a coffee. Just one a day, sadly. Otherwise, I'm a sketchy bitch. Order. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Ooh, Camille. Woo.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
You have to verbally answer, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Adam, you know it. I'm a fucking grifter from the grift city, bitch. I'm on the grift train, and I'm making just enough to scrape by. Enough to buy a
Yes, sir.
Dyson. Love it.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dombrowski. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Elisa Christine Dombrowski.
Ms. Dombrowski, what relationship, if any, do you have with Johnny Depp?
He's my younger brother.
Oh.
How much older are you than Johnny?
2.5 years.
Ms. Dombrowski, I'd like to ask you a few questions about your and Johnny's childhood. Where did you all grow up?
We were born in Kentucky and we moved to Florida when we were kids.
Who lived in your household with you and Johnny?
Our mom, our dad.
Turd. Thank you so much. And because I'm so
I'll take any
professed, took me a
motherfucker's
while.
money if he giving it away. Shit.
I love that Turd spends the money to tell people to buy me a coffee. Mwah! You don't have to buy me anything, but thanks, Turd. I love you. Just tell me that I'm amazing and that I'm funny and call me Miss Shitty and Miss Shorty and come to my live streams and all of that. And I'll be happy. Happy as Larry. Is Ernie here at the moment? What Ernie said, Ernie said, I can't even remember, but she said Larry instead of something. That was a great joke, me. God. Sorry. I shouldn't even say God. It's in my vernacular. Sorry. Bad. Back to it.
We have an older brother and older sister, and Johnny and I.
Who was the youngest child in your family?
Johnny.
Would you please tell the jurors what your relationship with Johnny was like when you were growing up?
Emily, fucking typos.
with having the older brother and older sister, we were the two younger ones, so we were really close, and we basically were together all the time. We played together. We played Hot Wheels. We, played Batman and Robin.
What speed we got here, love?
And he's probably going to be embarrassed.
Should be talking slowly.
We practiced, karate kicks with each other and chopping. We were just friends. We were like best friends.
What was Johnny like as a young boy?
Objection, Your Honor, 404.
If you want to approach.
Sidebar. Already. Goodness gracious. Best piece of shit on the internet. Oversized hat. It's funny. That's Turd. Yes. And Jess says, no, Turd says, Miss Jessica, thank you. I have my days. So nice to have you in my corner. I agree. We're all in the same corner. It's the best little corner on the internet. Handy P. So his sister is the first witness for Johnny. Yes. And I'm very interested to see her.
As I was saying, Ms. Dombrowski, what was Johnny like as a little boy?
Bye, Michelle. Go to sleep.
He was a shy, sweet little boy. He had a very caring personality, but also he was a little bit of a clown. He
I
loved
don't
to,
give them a cent.
play tricks on us or try to scare us. He was a very typical happy little boy.
But all the love. Oh my God.
Your Honor, I'm going exactly where I said I was going.
All right, I'll stay in the last part of her answer. We'll go forward.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ms. Dombrowski, how would you describe your parents' relationship?
That was complicated.
Would you please explain to the jury what you mean when you say your parents' relationship was complicated?
Our parents they had two completely different personalities, and where our father was also a very kind, patient, loving, gentle man. And our mom.
So she's on 1.5 and still very easily understood. Interesting. I don't think I can watch this on normal speed.
Was the opposite. She was very high strung, very nervous, anxiety, angry. So they were completely opposite people.
I'm glad you
understand
understand the dynamic, Adam.
Did your mother, Betty, ever get angry with your father?
Yes.
How would your mother express her anger toward your father?
She would scream, she would yell at him, she would hit him, call him names, that kind of thing.
Did your father ever hit your mother back?
No, Dad never reacted when Mom would hit him or scream at him.
If he didn't hit her back, how, if at all, did he react?
Okay, so wait. So what she's saying is Johnny's family dynamic, their family dynamic, was of an abusive mother and a father who tried to Hold that back. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Love that knowledge. Yeah, I'm going to learn so much here. Why didn't I ever watch this? Weirdo. We're watching it now. That's all that matters.
Basically, he would let her scream and get it out or hit and be done. And the way that you dealt with my mom, the way that he dealt with my mom was he always tried to keep the peace. So he never wanted to, he didn't want to engage in anything. So he was very, he would step back, and whatever it was that she was angry about, he would try to go ahead and make sure that he took care of whatever she was insisting that he do.
Is it fair to say he did what she wanted?
Yes, it's very fair to say he did.
What, if anything, did you and Johnny do while your mother was hitting or attacking your father?
We would leave the area. We would run and hide. We would go to our room, either we'd go to our room together or, depending on where we lived, if our room was close, we would sort of run off and get away from it.
How did your mother treat you and your brothers and sisters?
Well, there's a similarity, in how she treated Dad. Again, she was very anxious.
What, if anything, chat?
She screamed, she yelled, she hit, she threw things. She called us names. We each had our own little special set of names. Some we wouldn't repeat, but so she gave each one of us a name. My name, for example, was Violet, which to some people, it wouldn't seem like it's anything, but Violet was my father's mother, and my mom hated my father's mother.
Wendy, I was getting very shiny because of the lights, and it's quite warm here today, so I had to just blot my sheen. It's some of the secret to my youthful appearances, that I have a very oily combination skin. No, mostly just oily. So, cute. I love that for me. But I'm almost 50. I look all right. And also shiny.
So that was my special name. One of them.
Did your mother have any special names for Johnny?
Yes, she did. She had a few. Again, some did not repeat. Her favorite, I think, was she called him One Eye. And she called him that because when he was young, the doctors thought he had a lazy eye, so they would put a patch on his good eye so that they would strengthen the other eye. So she used that as, a way to find a new fun name for him.
How did Johnny respond when your mother would call him One Eye?
He didn't respond in any negative way. Those names were just a way of life. We got used to them. We accepted all of it.
Putting aside the names, did your mother ever get angry with you?
Yes.
Did your mother ever get physical with you?
Yes, she did. But I was also very quiet, very shy. And I learned early on to stay back. So I was more in the background because I would constantly sort of stay in the background to stay away from trouble.
Ms. Dombrowski, when your mother did get physical with you, what forms did that take?
Well, she would hit us. She would throw things. She would have us go pick a switch, off of a tree, so that would be what she could hit us with, and make sure that we got one that was nice and green. So
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Why did it have to be nice and green?
Well, if it wasn't a nice green twig, it would snap. Those didn't break. If you got a dry one, they snap. They don't work the same.
Did your mother ever get angry at Johnny?
Yes.
Did you ever observe your mother hitting Johnny?
Yes.
I'm not a professional, and I'm not a very good grifter, am I?
Did Johnny react when his mother would hit him?
He was a typical little boy where if it hurt, he would cry. That was it. For the most part, he just wanted to get away from it.
Did Johnny ever hit his mother back?
No.
What about when he got to be an older boy? Did he ever resist or hit her back?
No. When he was older, even if she hit or threw things, he never went to that place. He would get away. He would, leave the area, go to his room.
Ms. Dombrowski, did there come a time when you left the family household?
Yes.
When did you leave the household?
I left when I was 17. I was pregnant and got married and moved out into my own place.
How did it feel when you left the family to go out and go to your own place?
I think there's a bittersweetness to it. I was really young. I had just turned 17. But I was so looking forward to this new life that I could create that was different from what we had at home. And so it was a part of me that was really happy to be able to do this, really excited. And there was another part that was sad because I left behind my little brother and my dad.
If you could explain that a bit, how did, if at all, did your experience with your mother affect your ideas about what you intended to do with your own family?
No. Really early on, as a young child, none of what was happening in our home felt good. And so as I got older, both Johnny and I actually, we decided that once we had our own home, that we were never going to repeat ever anything similar in any way to our childhood. We were gonna do it different.
So Johnny felt the same way?
Absolutely.
Interesting.
When you left the home to start your own family, who among the original 4 children were left at home with your mother?
Johnny.
Never.
Did there come a time when your parents separated?
Yes.
Would you please tell the jury what happened?
There was our father one morning decided to pack up everything and leave early in the morning. We didn't know it at the time. I don't think, but I didn't live there. I was at work. And then I got a call from my mom in the afternoon right after she got off work. She called me and it was hard to understand her voice. She sounded faint and kind of groggy, but she kept saying, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone. And I was trying to get out of her, was it Dad? And she said, yes, your daddy. And I said, Mom, are you okay? What's going on? Did you take your pills? Because she took what she called nerve pills. And she said she had. I asked how many. She couldn't tell me how many she took, but I knew she was getting fainter on the phone, and it was more clear to me that she was not in a good way. So I called our friend, our parents' friend, actually, who was a police officer, and told him that he needed to get to Mom and what was going on. And so he got an ambulance to get over there to her.
And this was after your father left?
Yes, this is the day.
Ms. Dombrowski, do you know why your father left?
I know at the time, because I did try to speak to him after, because Mom continued to not do well. At the time, he said that they had the last argument that he felt that they could ever have. He felt he needed to leave home this time. And to be honest, I didn't really understand. It had been so many years that he had been taking all of the, all of her personality. And I didn't really understand exactly fully what that last argument was, why it was so intense. We did learn many years later in our adult life that what he was referring to when he said
It's
not here.
It's hearsay.
Your Honor, again, I think it's not offered for the proof. It's offered for
the matter asserted?
the abuse and the culture in which.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Did your mother recover after she took the pills?
yes, she continued to not be well, but she recovered.
And after that time, did she ever take more pills than she should have?
She did, but she didn't do it to the degree that she had at that point.
And going back to the incident that you described, do you know where Johnny was at the time your mother took those pills?
Johnny was home.
Did there come a time?
I'm
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I think he was sleeping at the time. I think he woke up when Mom came out and the ambulance came.
So he saw all of that.
Yes.
Objection foundation.
Did he see that? She said.
So this is how legal objections should be done, right? Objection foundation, objection relevance, objection hearsay. I'm just going to go and open my front door to get a little bit of extra airflow. It's quite warm in here. My house is a shit box. BRB, no, I might get cheese also.
Well,
She testified he was in the home.
he was in the home, but was she in the home? I guess, how did she know? So I'll sustain to the foundation.
Thank you. Did there come a time when Johnny left his mother's house?
Yes.
And after Johnny, what did Johnny do when he left the house?
Objection foundation.
All right, I'll sustain his foundation. If you want to lay a foundation.
Were you in communication with your brother at the time?
Yes. He came and lived with me for part of the time.
So I think that. So what did your brother do after he left your mother's house?
He lived in different places. He lived with me and he lived with another family.
Did you and Johnny continue to communicate with your mother Betty after you both left the home?
Yes. Yes, we did.
And after what you have described, why did you and Johnny continue to communicate with your mother?
Objection foundation is Johnny.
I think she's already laid the foundation. They're very close. She was in communication.
I'll sustain the objection if you want for this particular question.
Why did you continue to communicate with your mother?
Because she was our mom and we loved her. I mean, we knew, even when we were younger, that things weren't, they didn't feel right, but what we understood was that, Mom had her own upbringing so she had her own past, and the way she was raised would affect the way she lived. And so she, in our mind, she was doing the best she could do. We sort of treated it like she did the best that she could do with the tools that she was given, from her life in the past. And what we decided to do was we just decided to get new tools. We chose different tools from that.
And when you say we, to whom are you referring?
I'm referring to Johnny.
I'll overrule that objection. Next question.
Thank you, Remy. Did you ever live with your mother again after you and Johnny had left the house?
I did live with her briefly. She had gotten diagnosed with asthma when we lived in Florida, and she needed a drier climate. So Johnny moved her to California, to Palm Springs for the drier weather. And I moved also so that she wouldn't be alone. So I lived with her for a period then.
If you could just please elaborate on what role, if any, Johnny played in your mother's move to Palm Springs.
He was the only reason the move could happen. He purchased her a home and paid to have everything moved out there.
Did there come a time when your mother ever left Palm Springs?
She moved from Palm Springs to be a bit closer to where Johnny and I lived in the LA area. She lived there for a bit, and then ultimately she went back to Kentucky. She had her siblings were still there, and a couple of them weren't doing well, so she wanted to be closer to them.
Ingo.
And after she moved back to Kentucky from Palm Springs, did there come a time when your mother became chronically ill?
Yes.
When was that?
2011.
Would you please describe briefly what her health condition was as of 2011?
Well, in 2011, she was living in Kentucky, and we received a call that she had been diagnosed with the final stages of Parkinson's. But then when another doctor looked at her scans, they felt it was something different. So we had the scans brought to a doctor in California, and they suggested that she come out and see a neurologist right away. So Johnny got a plane.
Not the testimony, the comment on the screen.
We
I
flew
love
to
it,
go
Jess.
pick her up and bring her back to California to start seeing the doctors.
And when she moved back in 2011 to California, was that a permanent move?
It became basically a permanent move. She still had her house in Kentucky in the hopes of her being able to go back and forth. But her health basically kept her in California, so she lived here or there.
And by that time, 2011, when she's moved out to Los Angeles, had her treatment of you and Johnny changed in any way?
Yes, mom softened as she aged. She totally softened.
And once your mother moved to Los Angeles permanently in 2011, what role, if any, did your brother Johnny?
Turd, it's the new let's fuck Ingo of Adam's chat live stream in Auntie Deb's chat faux pas, where he was going to say to Pierre, I think, let's fucking go, Pierre, but he wrote let's fuck and then accidentally pressed send, and then Deb pulled it up on screen. He was trying, and then he was mortified. And then the other day, time is a flat circle. So one in the last 300,000 lives we've done in the last 2 minutes, Jess typed, it was actually, I think it was I fuck, how great, at the start of her sentence. It was a typo, but it's funny. So it's funny because it's an oversized hat. Because it's funny. Faux pas. It has an S on the end, pa. But yes, faux pas. Faux pas. Let's fuck. Ingo. I fuck. How great.
Did Johnny play in her caretaking?
All right, I'll sustain as a foundation.
To what extent, if any, did your brother play any role in her caretaking?
I think that's still a foundation objection.
Do you have knowledge of whether your brother had any role in her caretaking?
Yes.
Would you please explain to the jury, because I think Her Honor needs to hear whether there's a foundation.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, when we brought mom out, over time, she had multiple illnesses that came out.
Hey,
And,
Crutchy, good
Johnny
to see you.
He dealt directly with the doctors like we did. Hired private nurses so that we could make sure that mom was taken care of. He basically, Johnny was he took all financial responsibility for anything and everything mom could need or want during this time, all medical care, doctors, hospitals, nurses.
How do you know that?
I was directly involved.
Is it fair to say you saw Johnny do those things and have those interactions?
Yes, I was there. I was directly involved in all of that.
Did you witness your brother having any interactions with the doctors relating to your mother's care?
Yes.
Lord have mercy.
How often, if at all,
Date night.
did your brother
Date night.
visit your mother, Betty, after she came to live in Los Angeles in 2011?
Foundation.
Were you ever present with your brother and your mother when you all were visiting?
Yes. Mom lived in a house that was basically across the street from Johnny. It was a house that he has on his street. And I was there, quite a bit. Johnny was pretty much down there every day, a couple times a day. Mom, like she would see them all the time. One of her favorite things was watching Johnny take the kids to school and waving at them because she never got to do that before. So,
Who were your brother's kids?
oh, Lily Rose and Jack.
We'll get to that in a little bit. Did there come a time when the family was considering putting your mother in a hospice?
There was, there were conversations with the doctors that we should start to consider that, since we weren't 100% sure with the variety of conditions that she had, what we needed to do. The idea of hospice was something that felt like, since we didn't know a time frame, the idea of introducing new nurses or something, at a certain point in someone's life where they recognize there's a difference, and that could be frightening for them. So we didn't want to instill any fear. Johnny's big on mom not having fear. So instead, that's when we hired nurses, so that the nurses could be there 24/7, and and she would have people continuously throughout her life that she knew that they were friendly and cared for.
Did you actually have a conversation with your brother about the possibility of your mother going into hospice?
Yes.
Did he express an opinion about it?
Yes. Well, this is where it all comes from, because the idea of hospice, which is an amazing thing, but for someone who, when you don't know, with the variety of illnesses, you don't know what a timing is. The idea of introducing it, new people, is something that becomes almost a signal, and this was a very big discussion. This is why the nurses were hired.
Was this just one discussion, or was it a series of discussions? I'm not asking for hearsay. I'm just asking about whether it was discussed once or a number of.
I'll overrule objection. Go ahead.
Was this just one discussion, or were there more discussions among you and your brother about how to best care for your mother?
We had continuous discussions. As a matter of fact, there were daily updates. He knew every day everything that was happening with mom, whether he was in town, out of town because he was working or traveling. I made sure, because it's hard when you know that someone wants to be there and they can't. So I made sure to fill him in on everything.
It's not offered for the truth of it.
I'll overrule objection. Go ahead.
Did you ever see Johnny's children, Jack and Lily Rose, over at your mother's house across the street from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Mr. Browski, I'd like to change subjects right now, if that's all right, and ask you to please tell us a little bit about your work life. Did there come a time when you worked in the entertainment industry?
Yes. I started working when we moved from Florida to Palm Springs. This is why I lived for a short period with my mom. I got a job at one of the studios in Los Angeles.
Which studio was that?
It was Columbia Pictures. My title was, I was an executive assistant to the executive vice president of comedy development.
And what were your job responsibilities when you started there?
I handled my executives' daily schedule, meetings, budgets, scripts, phone calls. And then in addition to that, we had, there were 4 other executives and they had assistants. So my desk was also to oversee those assistants. And when we had writers come in, I oversaw those assistants as well.
It sounds like a big job.
It was a good job.
How long did you work at Columbia Pictures Television in that role?
I think it was about 1.5 years.
Why did you leave after 1.5 years?
Columbia itself started folding different departments, and our comedy development being one of them. And so some of the employees that worked there went to work for Sony or TriStar, other sort of arms of the corporation. And I was the last one there, sort of wrapping up.
Wait, chat, wait. Steph, are you still here? Because I can see people replying to you, but I can't see you. No, I think it was, I fuck, how great. I'm fairly sure. But wait, Steph, someone tell me that Steph's still in the chat and still typing, because I can't see her. What's happened there, Adam? Did you fucking hide Steph? Oh, another Steph. Hi, Steph. Good to see you. This isn't the Steph I was talking about, but holla. Good to see you. I'm talking about Stephanie Bloody Blah. Help me. Oh, here she is. Whoa. I'm not counting. Okay. Good. Oh, in Discord, I see you all are being naughty. Very naughty. Oh, Steph got 69 in counting. Okay. Good. Okay. Good. Whoa. Carry on with the counting. Sorry, chat. Carry on. I just thought that some reason that something.
The department to go on to my next.
And hi, Stephanie.
So after you wrapped up the transition, the closing up of the department, what did you do in terms of your work life?
I went to work with my brother.
In what capacity? When you say your brother, to whom are you referring?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. When you say your brother, to whom are you specifically referring?
I went to work with my brother, Johnny.
What type of things did you do for your brother, Johnny?
Similar things to what I was doing with the other boss that I worked for before, but with Johnny, I was helping him anyway as a sister, bits and pieces
Good.
before I started working with him. So there were things like
I'm
travel
glad
and
you guys are like
meetings, setting meetings,
hooking
making sure
up
he had his the scripts that were
somewhere
coming in, and
into
he
it.
knew all the information
I'm
about
happy for
them.
you.
And
is what I say to
any kind of
that.
publicity stuff they had to do because I really started to do this job with him because there was one time that I had gone to his house and I was helping him get ready to go on a trip, and his ticket, I read it out loud and it said standby, and I said, "Why are you on standby?" He had
Yes, Stephanie, Steph 2, Steph 1 and Steph 2, just Stephanie. Yes, I watched that trial. That was a tough one. I was watching I was watching Leilani Simon and Sarah Boone simultaneously, and then have been catching up on and I'm now all caught up on the Richard Allen trial. But yes. Steph, I don't know why it's always you, the other Steph 1, Steph 2. I don't know why you always get busted counting, maybe because I often get 69 in counting, and yes, 69. But however, let's get back to it. So easily distracted, and I love it.
He had no one looking out for that kind of stuff.
Oh,
so.
Wait, the rest of my sentence was going to be, if only I didn't have to do that whole peasant work bullshit thing where I have to go and fucking earn actual money. I would do would be YouTube. One day when I get to the States, sooner rather than later, I will, and definitely will think about restreaming Leilani Simon. It's a tough one, very dark, evil woman, child.
I did all of that.
How, if at all, did your work for your brother change over time?
Well, over time, it sort of grew. Well, not sort of, it did grow. His agent, I worked sort of hand in hand with his agent, and as she got to know me more and I got to know her more, there were other parts of her job actually.
Okay, so don't take this the wrong way, but do you all know? I can't remember who it's a rapper R&B kind of thing. You call her Stephanie, I call her Heffany. Whoa, girls, ladies. Just a song lyric, no reference to anybody's. Just that. Shut up, Shorty.
That she would give to me. So instead of just doing scheduling meetings and calendars and travel, now I become a person who's talking to producers, or as it expands, all these studios and studio heads, and I become a part
Karen
of
Reed on
negotiations.
steroids, that one.
Group.
What role, if any, did you play?
Actually,
with Johnny's movie contracts?
Movie contracts. Because I know the history, and because there's a certain amount of parts of life that are important, to a human being, not just to an actor, but to a human being. And I know the human being. I was part of mostly negotiating parts. Like there's an area called perks, and perks means anything and everything that an actor would need in order to perform his duties, and in order to to also move right to the location to do the duty. So I was part of all important dates that needed to be considered in a calendar, making sure the house was what he needed to have for the family, the travel to get there, making sure he had his staff, drivers, security, pretty much anything necessary was within that.
Ms. Dombrowski, can you give the jury some examples of some of the things you put on the perks list?
Sure.
Sure. Surely.
It was really important. As Johnny had a family, it was really important to be able to make sure that we were given the opportunity to find the right accommodations, and the accommodations for the children. A house that could give them a home away from home with a garden.
Chat, remember yesterday if you were in my toxic positivity stream and we were talking about accommodations? Here she is talking about making accommodations, making space for someone to help them better be accommodated in their life. I think that Ernie was being funny. By the way, chat, I think Ernie knows her song lyrics, but she can sort you out. Look, it's the Jerks girls, Jeno and Steph, my girls. It's good to see you both here. It's really good. Thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Replay crew, lurkers, chat. Mwah.
All the travel to make sure that they all get there. There were really important dates that we carved out in every contract. For Johnny's kids for their birthday,
Oh,
he never wanted to miss
Crotchy.
their birthday. So if he wasn't able to be with them because of filming, it was built into the contract.
Crotchy, are you saying that I've been hearing it all wrong all this time? I thought they were calling her a heifer, but they were saying she was going to give good head. Well, Steph and Steph, perhaps it was a compliment, not a diss.
That he had their birthday off, and he would have the day before and the day after, so that he'd be able to travel to get to them and then get back to working. So in addition to that, I mean, there's quite a bit. We also had it built in that if he was to be away from his kids filming, if the kids couldn't travel and family couldn't travel to be there, we had in his contract that he would be able to fly back to them from wherever he is every 2 weeks. So he didn't go beyond every 2 weeks not seeing his children. It's that kind of stuff that, was important.
Ms. Dombrowski, do you know what a personal manager is in the context?
Lol, chat. Meanwhile, Michelle Smith, who's supposed to be asleep, is still in Discord doing things in Discord. So, Michelle, if you're listening, I see you. Go to sleep. You're on night shift tonight. Lord, girl, you're going to be awake all the night.
Context of the entertainment world?
Ashley's counting.
What is it? If you
72.
could explain it to the jury, because I just learned it myself.
Well, I believe it's basically what a lot of what I was doing. They work with their clients on maintaining different items in their personal life, as well as projects coming in, production, all of the representatives. It's a sort of a big scope of duties.
Has anyone ever referred to you as Johnny?
I kind of wish she hadn't worn the bangles because they're jingling, but she is a good witness. It's just a little distracting. Not me getting distracted by literally everything in my environment.
His personal manager?
I have been called that before, yes.
Do you perform the responsibilities of being Johnny's personal manager?
I did.
Do you still work with Johnny?
Neither, Steph. I'm very fucking good at it.
Do you also work with any of Johnny's companies? Or strike that. Does your brother have any companies associated with him?
He has a production company called Infinitum Nile.
What type of company is Infinitum Nile?
It's a production company. We develop, projects for films or television or, different things.
And putting aside your responsibilities as your brother's personal managers, what role, if any, do you play in Infinitum Nile?
I'm president of Infinitum Nile.
Fuck yeah, Crotchy.
When did you start working at Infinitum Nile?
From the beginning, in 2004. I think we started in July 2004.
And would you please explain to the jury some of your responsibilities as president of Infinitum Nile?
My duties as president were I oversaw everything within the company, the staff where we were developing projects, where, maybe there's a book that people want to develop into a film or a TV show or different ideas. So I oversaw all.
Liam, go to bed now. It's time for bed. Time for bed. Mom says, go to bed. But hi, Liam. Hi. I'm giving all the shout outs to the kidlets tonight.
All of the development, their schedules with meetings with different people to take those projects out, to pitch. There's so many tasks in that job. I don't know how to really lay them out.
Ms. Dombrowski, when did the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie come out?
I think it was 2003. I think.
What was your brother's role in Pirates?
He was Captain Jack Sparrow.
Fair to say that was the lead?
Jack Sparrow,
that was the lead.
sir.
How did the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie fare at the box office?
It did very well. I think it surprised people and did very well. People really, they loved the entertainment of it, the total ride.
Did the success of Pirates 1 change Johnny's career in any way?
I would have to say yes. The success of Pirates 1, it became Johnny, with that role and other studios and everybody seeing the success of that film and how the audiences reacted to that character.
So cute.
There was a whole lot more people wanting to be in business with him.
And did the success of Pirates 1 change his personal life in any way?
Man.
Or his day-to-day life?
It did. Because where prior to that, he was able to go out somewhat, he could, go to different stores, go to bookstores, go to restaurants. When Pirates 1 came out, after that, he was much more recognizable now. So many people loved that character, and so he was much more recognizable. So it became harder for him to go out in public without having a lot of people come around that, rightfully so, wanted to meet him. And but then it also became really big, and so we had even people that were chasing in cars. So we had at that point we had to get security team to kind of come in and help us manage how this all works.
Who is Jerry Judge?
Jerry Judge he was basically Johnny's head security.
When did Jerry Judge start coming to work with your brother?
Well, we started working with Jerry Judge back in the 90s.
Jerry
'cause
Judge.
Jerry had his own security company in London. And when we would go over there for press or premieres or whatever, Jerry was the one, that set everything up. And we became really close with him back then. And as things grew with Pirates, we brought him over more and more, for some of the items that we had, some of the work that he had, if it was a show or whatever, and brought him on. And then he started just working basically on every film with us after Pirates, probably right around that time.
How long did Jerry Judge work with you and Johnny?
Well, again, we met.
Jeno, if I'm streaming and he's still awake, I will do it for sure. Miss Shorty, I'm going to need you to tell Liam it's time for bed every night. He really just turned around and closed his eyes like, what? Good night, Liam. Sweet dreams. Mwah. And have a good night, Mom.
We met him in the 90s, so in around Pirates is 2003. And Jerry was with us up until we lost him.
When did you lose him?
We lost him a couple of years ago to cancer.
What was Jerry's relationship like with Johnny?
Objection, foundation, Your Honor.
Did you ever see Jerry Judge interact with your brother?
Jen, I have a very soothing voice.
Thank you, Your Honor. What, if any, observations were there any times when you saw your brother interact with Jerry Judge?
I saw the two of them interact quite a lot.
Yes, babe, we can do that.
They loved each other. They were like, Jerry thought of him as his like a son, and sometimes as a brother. They really did love each other, and so much respect both ways.
Move to strike all of that.
I don't think there's any basis to strike that. I think it was most responsive.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I wanted to touch on something you mentioned a few moments ago when you were referring to Mr. Depp's children.
How much will you all pay me? How much will you all pay me? I'll do it. Anything for a price, mate. Literally. Wait. Oh, wrong one. The wrong one.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away.
I have a very soothing voice. Lol, not. Terrible. But sure, if it works. It's only going to cost you all nothing. Because they ain't got no grift.
I believe you said it was daughter Lily Rose and son Jack. Who is the mother of Johnny's children?
Vanessa Paradis.
Did Johnny and Vanessa Paradis ever live together as a couple?
Yes.
How long did Johnny and Vanessa Paradis live together as a couple?
I think they were together 14 years. I think.
And did their children live with them during the 14 years?
Yes.
How much time would you say you spent with Johnny,
Yes.
Vanessa, Lily
I'm a
Rose,
grifter.
and Jack?
When they were in Los Angeles, I would say I saw them all daily. Our office where we work, it was only 10 minutes from their house. So I would make trips back and forth, or every day afterward, I would go straight to the house. So I saw them daily.
Would you please explain to the jury what it was like spending time with Johnny and his family?
It was great. It was great. It was a normal, happy family. You go there and the kids are playing.
He's a proper crotch
having
crotchy.
dinner, cleaning up together, sitting around, laughing. It was great.
Did you have occasion to see your brother interact with his children?
Yes. Yes, I did.
What did you observe? What can you tell the jury about what you observed?
I'm proud to say, he's one of the most devoted fathers I think that I've ever seen. Like everything in life was about the children, but when he was with the kids, like the attention that he would give them, it was just constant, playing with them, listening to them, laughing with them, reading to them.
Oh, Jess, here's going to be the big test. Can we get Crotchy back on topic? We shall see. We shall see. Crotchy.
Barbies, I mean, you name it, and he was there.
Did you ever observe Johnny treating his children the way you saw his mother treat him when he was young?
No.
Have you ever seen Johnny hit either of his children?
No.
Have you ever heard your brother raise his voice at his children?
No.
You may have touched on it earlier, and if so, I apologize. But how, if at all, did Johnny communicate with his children when he was shooting a film?
Objection, foundation.
Crotchy, no, I'm teasing you. You can talk about whatever. You're Paul O'Keefe's crotch, God damn it. No, it's a thing where you were already on it. See, Jess, yes. Crotchy. She's so good, my Jess. I love you. Okay, my God. Miss Jessica, did you see the cameo the other side paid for saying anti-Karen Reid stuff? Some NFL player. They were trying to play it off like it wasn't a cameo. Anything for price, mate. Jokes. Already on it. You're so fucking good at this, Jess. I love it. Crotchy, you know what? Look, you can talk about whatever you want to talk about because you're a friend of the channel. Look, I'll even put that there wet for you instead. Free Karen Reid. See? We're free Karen Reid all day, every day, all night, every night. Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, worldwide. However, no, I'll let Jess take care of it. Lol. Keep going, Lisa. Shorty, keep going. Stop with these distractions. I can't.
I would sustain the objection if you wanted the foundation.
Fair, understood. Did you have occasion to observe? Were you ever with your brother when he was shooting a film?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to observe your brother
check it out.
communicating with his children while you both were there on set?
Yes. Yes.
So with that, please go ahead.
When, excuse me, when Johnny was filming, most of the time,
God,
the family
that's
was
so
with him. The family would travel and go, you know, it was like I said earlier, we would get a house and garden and all of that to make sure that there was a home. So his family was with him most of the time.
What about when the children got older and they started going to school? Did that change in any way?
It changed in that they didn't want to disrupt the children's lives when they were going to school. So if dad had to go off and go work and the children stayed home, this is where we get into, we still maintained a home for the family wherever he was filming, because they would, if they had the opportunity to come back and forth. But at the same time, Johnny would travel back every 2 weeks, to see his kids.
And when you say he would travel back, who was it who made those travel arrangements?
I made the travel arrangements.
Did you have occasion to observe Johnny interact with the mother of his children, Vanessa Paradis, over the 14 years they were together?
Yes, I did.
Would you please tell the jury what you observed about the interactions between Mr. Depp and Vanessa? This is directly.
I'll allow observations.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. What did you observe about Mr. Depp's interactions with the mother of his children?
They were a great couple. I mean, first you could see that they were friends. They were happy together. They got along great. It was a happy, normal.
I'll sustain the objection at this point then. All right.
Did you ever hear your brother yell at Vanessa?
Absolutely, Wendy. April is a better time for protesting outside and videos.
To what extent, if any, have...
That wasn't the question, Mr. Chair. Okay, I'll sustain on that objection. Next question.
What, if any, violence did you observe between...
Go ahead, finish your question first.
Well, if I think you're going to sustain the objection, perhaps I should read...
Maybe you should move on, yes.
Okay. All right. Did Vanessa ever claim that Johnny ever physically abused her?
No.
All right, hearsay objection.
It's not offered for the proof of the...
Yes,
what she observed, what she heard. She was the personal manager, Your Honor.
That's what the hearsay. I'll sustain the objection. Thank you.
Did there come a time when Johnny and Vanessa separated after 14 years?
Yes.
How would you describe their relationship today?
Same objection for what?
All right.
That's back.
I don't think it calls for hearsay, Your Honor. She's his
I understand, but it's a character evidence issue, so I'll sustain the objection.
Who is Amber Heard?
My brother's ex-wife.
When did you first meet Amber Heard?
I first met her when she came to the office for casting on Rum Diary, probably late 2008, I think, somewhere.
Oh my God, everybody's back. Hi, everybody.
Yes.
What, if anything,
all
did you
of
observe?
Mwah. Just shitting in the bed still,
When she was
Taryn. It's
working
been
on
a whole
set,
thing.
I mostly observed, some of the, I was there for some of the scenes, and in between,
It's on topic, and I love it. I
Sort
love
of like,
it.
standoffish, had all, people, coming around her, but I don't really have that much time with her on set.
When was Rum Diary actually released?
2011.
Was Johnny in that movie?
Yes.
What role, if any, did you have with
Mr.
respect to Rum
Meeple
Diary?
in the
I was one of
house.
the producers.
Holla.
And
Good
after
to see
seeing
you,
Miss Heard
sir.
on the set in 2009, 2010, when was the next time you saw Miss Heard?
I think the next time I saw her was we were we were promoting Rum Diary.
Yeah, Crotchy, I was under the impression that it was a shit on the pillow, and then chat told me that it wasn't. I feel like, honestly, I mean, there's a kink for everyone. I don't know about shitting in the bed at all, intentionally or accidentally, intentionally on purpose is a good thing. But, you know, whatever floats your boat. I think scat play is definitely very much an extra and not something that I would partake in, but there's a kink for everyone, man.
Right. Towards the end of 2011, I think. I was not able to go on full promotional tour where we do screenings for people around the country. But I was able, because my mom was sick, but I was able to attend the one in Los Angeles. So I saw her at that event.
Back pat.
What did you observe? So you attended the premiere?
I attended the premiere and the
Very
dinner
sus.
afterwards. Yes,
Would you please describe for us what you observed at the premiere?
at the dinner.
At the dinner.
Because I sat outside at the premiere. I didn't actually watch the movie. I'd already seen it. I sat at the same table with some of the other people involved in the cast. So I saw Johnny and Amber. You know, they were seated
On a
together. I saw them
fucking
talking
pillow.
private, and she seemed very friendly
Even
about it.
worse. Couldn't
Did there
get
come
any
a time
worse.
when you learned that Johnny and Amber were romantically
This
involved?
way? Ew. Hurty.
Yes.
I can't point.
When was that?
This
I
bitch.
don't recall
It's on
exactly.
the fucking
I know
pillow.
sometime after the Rum Diary premiere.
To what extent did you have occasion to observe Johnny and Miss Heard together early in their relationship?
Actually.
I would see them. There were times when she would come and you know, visit our mom. You know, I would see her then. I would see the two of them then.
Jen, she absolutely. She shit that fucking bed like the Amber turd she is.
I didn't really spend a tremendous amount of time.
Favorite pillow.
Had you formed any impression of Miss Heard at that time based on your observations?
His
I did.
favorite
I did.
motherfucking
But,
pillow.
I didn't know her very well, and I would spend time. Like I said, she would come to my mom's house. I sat with her and my mom.
Check on the board. What was your impression?
Based on her observation, she's describing what she observed, Your Honor. I don't think that's right, Your Honor. I think she's describing what she observed.
Say it with more assertion, sir. What's his name? Rotten Bottom? He just sounds very timid. Is he scared of Ben Chew? I'm not sure. But actually, like, don't fuck with my pillows. I sleep with 5 and I love them all. Taryn, I have 2 pillows that I sleep with. Love. I need to probably get new ones because they're getting a little bit like, well, I'm a side sleeper. And my head is heavy with all these brains. Don't fuck with my pillows.
Did there come a time?
She totally
when
did it on purpose, Pat Sanford.
Did there come a time when your brother and Miss Heard started to live together?
Yes.
Hurdy.
And when did that occur, approximately, if you recall?
Fecal expression, Wendy.
I don't recall the time.
Fecal phobia. Oh my God, that was
I
so
don't
good.
recall the time frame. I believe they had moved downtown
For all intents and
to
purposes,
the Eastern
Adam.
Columbia building, but I don't remember exactly when that was.
What type of structure was the Eastern Columbia building? Was that a freestanding house or was it apartments?
It's apartments, and he had the penthouses on the top floor.
How many penthouses did your brother own on the top floor of the Eastern Columbia building?
I think it was 5 apartments.
Do you know who lived in those 5 apartments when your brother and Miss Heard went to live there?
I know. I know who lived down there. I know Isaac, a friend of Johnny's named Isaac, lived down there. I know Amber's friend Rocky and her boyfriend lived in one of the penthouses.
Side sleeper.
Amber's sister.
Hey, Adam,
Whitney
let's
lived in
spoon.
one of the penthouses.
When you say Rocky, are you referring to Rocky Pennington?
Yes,
And was her boyfriend Josh Drew?
Josh Drew.
Hey, I was a crackhead. Can I make pillows?
Did Rocky Pennington and Josh Drew pay
Method.
any rent to your brother?
No,
What about Miss Heard's sister Whitney? Did she pay any rent to your brother?
No.
Do you know why
Nice
your
one.
brother allowed
Nice
them to
one,
live
Jess.
rent-free at the UCB?
because they were.
I like it.
Hold on. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Hit that like, y'all.
Foundation. We asked, do you know why? So if she knows, she can answer. I'll allow it all over.
She was his personal manager.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Did you
Like a
arrange for
dump truck.
handling a lot of your brother's bills?
I would give them to the business
Tap,
manager.
tap.
But I believe they were Amber's family and friends. That's why he let them live there.
Right, Crotchy, with our past, our drug past, absolutely.
How often did you see your brother when he was living with Miss Heard at the ECP penthouses?
Eddie.
We didn't see him as often. I didn't see him as often. He pretty much stayed down there. He didn't come back, towards where we were in West Hollywood very often unless he had a reason to.
And on those occasions when you did see your brother, what observations did you make?
Oh my goodness, Steph. What the fuck? That deserves a shit. Stephanie Bloody, I can't, man. Steph 1 said, this one time when we were all kids, my one brother farted on my other brother's pillow and it left a surprise skid mark and then he just flipped it over. Lord. Yikes. That deserves a yikes. Even Pat Sanford says, oh my God, Stephanie, yikes. Yikes in the chat.
He was always in a hurry when he was able to come back. He could never sit and spend the time, it felt like he was always trying to, get back downtown. He just seemed so much sadder. He did not seem himself. He was always, his person was much just sadder.
What the fuck? You guys are
In that
fucking right.
time period, when your brother and Miss Heard were living at the ECB, did you have occasion to observe them together?
On occasion.
Would you please describe for the jury what you observed on those occasions when you saw your brother and Miss Heard together?
I mean, there's different occasions.
Okay, we have another thing here. Apparently,
I've
we
seen them
currently
together.
we're all 12,
When they,
which we already knew we're all 12. She's resting bitch face hard. Pat Sanford says, my brother and his roommate got high in college and took turns farting on each other's into the third roommate's pillowcase. When he got back, he went to bed and kept tossing and turning. And then, sorry, I can't even. And then yelled, what the fuck? That's good. Okay, so fart stories have entered the chat. Pillow fart stories.
when they
Yikes.
come into the office. I mean,
When you saw them together, did they appear to get along?
Objection, Your Honor. Vague and leading.
All right, I'll state as leading. Next question.
Did you ever witness them arguing?
Objection, leading.
All right, I'll state as leading.
I'll tell you another way to get pink eye, Jess.
In your capacity as Johnny's personal manager, do you
Buchanan.
know whether your brother and Amber ever traveled together?
yes, they did travel together. There were, there were times when, when
Yes,
Johnny had to
sir.
go do press or film, they traveled together.
What type of travel arrangements
Or an
did you
RV.
make for the two of them when they traveled together?
We would get a private plane that took them to whatever the destination was, and make sure that we had, the hotel accommodations taken care of. Part of what we did was to always make sure that we anticipated, everything. So we would do the travel, the hotels, cars, drivers. I would make sure that there was an extra hotel room, for trips when they would go.
Why did you?
I mean, free the pillow poop. There is many injustices in the world, and one of them would have to be getting some dumb bitch hanging a massive drug bog on your fucking favorite pillow. Like, yuck. What a dirty bitch. But yes, much more light, sort of, than innocent people being framed for murder, people putting their tiny boyfriends into suitcases and happily watching them die, and women putting their 20-month-old children in the dumpster.
Did you make sure there was an extra hotel room when Johnny and Miss Heard went on trips together?
Because they're,
Objection to the extent the answer calls for yourself.
All right.
I don't believe it does.
Okay, that's fine. You can answer, ma'am.
thank you.
God, Crushy. Jesus.
I booked the extra hotel rooms because
Oh, God help us. God help us.
if Johnny was at home or anywhere like that, he was able to.
The stench stays,
argue,
Emily.
He was able to leave the room, leave the argument, and go like he's always done and hide in a different room to get away from it. When they were traveling for
Jess is
you know,
getting us
different
back on
reasons for press
topic.
or whatever.
Let's
and
focus
we
on the
booked hotel
witness
rooms,
chat. Focus
I
on the
wanted to make
witness.
sure that there was an extra room, you know, because it wasn't unusual, you know what I mean, for them to have an argument. So I wanted to make sure that there was an extra room.
Did your brother ever have occasion to use that extra room that you booked for him?
Yes.
Objection, foundation.
All right, I'll sustain his foundation if you want to lay a foundation.
I think the foundation was she made all of the travel. Well, I can actually lay it for some other questions as well. She was personal manager. Whose idea was it to book an extra room for your brother when he traveled?
It was my idea.
And why did you do that?
It was my idea because, you know, I saw a repeat happening in life when we were kids and arguments and fighting would start to happen. Our first thing was to go and hide and, you know, get away from it. And since I recognized what felt to be a pattern that was a repeat pattern from his childhood, I wanted to make sure that there was a place that he could do just that.
Mr. Chu, the question was, did Mr. Depp ever use the extra room? And the objection was foundation. So if you want to lay a foundation of how she would have known that he used an extra room, and if not based on hearsay, that's the issue.
And I'm going to strike that. It's not.
All right, I'll strike that. Okay.
Oh my
Thank you,
goodness. Oh my goodness.
Did you ever book did you book your brother's hotel accommodations during the 14 years when he was with Vanessa Paradis?
Yes.
Did you ever book an extra room when he was with her?
Objection needed.
No.
Overrule, I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
If you could repeat it, I don't think the jury heard that.
I'm sorry. No, I did not.
Did you
Thank God,
ever
Steph.
hear
Neither.
your brother and Miss Heard argue?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Neither, Pat Sanford.
Oh, I'll overrule that. Okay.
So you may answer that.
No.
Did you ever see or hear any physical altercation between your brother and Miss Heard?
No.
What can you tell us about what you did observe of your brother and Miss Heard together?
Turd's got to go have a bong. I don't think she's having a
To
bong.
me, when I saw them, to me,
No, wait,
he was always
Jess.
trying to make sure he was always
Jess
trying
is
to make her
going to
happy.
have a bong.
Um,
Jess? No.
He always made efforts to sort of make her happy.
Beggars can't be choosers, Turd.
I
Jokes.
think she has a very strong personality. And my brother's personality came off much more soft at that point.
Yes, of course. Johnny Depp is a lovely, lovely man, in my opinion. Oh, she's not having a bong. She's taking the dogs out. Here's me thinking you're probably having a bong. No. Turd, really? How tall are you? What do you classify as a short guy? I'm 5'2", Shorty. And if I just can't. I can't with the short ones. Like, it's not their fault that they're short. That's just what the cards that were dealt to them, a very small deck of cards. And actually, on that note, Turd, I have a feeling I know why. In my experience, it's the short ones that have the massive dicks. It's just a weird thing. Too much information? Oh well.
To me.
Did you observe any occasions in which Miss Heard was nice to your brother?
Yes, I've seen her be nice to him.
Would you please explain that?
Me? Not tall. It's because of my massive personality. I'm short. 162 centimeters.
I've seen her be nice and offering to, bring him a drink or, get him whatever. I mean, it's just a typical nice. I've seen that.
Have you witnessed any occasions on which Miss Heard wasn't nice to your brother?
I have, actually.
Would you please describe those to the jury?
Yeah.
I like my men 6'2" with a big beard and
this one really stayed with me.
big heart.
On one occasion, I was at the office and I'd had a meeting with Dior, who had wanted to sit with Johnny and talk about working together. And Amber had come in and asked if she was interrupting us, and
you, Steph,
we said no.
5'10"?
We weren't supposed to really talk about the meeting with anyone. But Johnny told Amber that I had just had a meeting with Dior, and that they were interested in him. Her reaction.
I've had quite the experience
to that was
it's quite a.
She was in disbelief and sort of
A repertoire.
discussed, because she said, Dior, why would Dior want to do business with you? They're about class and they're about style, and you don't have style.
Looks
so
like
it
you're
was
not the man for me, Crutchy.
The
I'm already
insulting kind
taken
of taking
anyway.
away that one
Jess,
moment,
it's all yours.
that insult is there. I've seen the insults multiple times, actually.
What, if anything, did
My
you
legs
hear
barely reach the
Ms.
ground.
Heard say about Mr. Depp's physical appearance?
She called him an old fat man.
How did he respond?
I believe he's heard her call him that himself.
Now, Mr. Dombrowski, I'd like to ask you
Oh my
about
God,
a
chat.
specific event.
You know we're watching a trial here. Ashley, my favorite position is when the woman lets me be there. Always a great feeling. Yikes.
That is relevant to this case. And just for the background, I'll say, did there come a time in 2013 when your brother was working with Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones on a documentary?
Yes.
Were you present?
Yes, I was present.
We'd be quite
Was Ms.
short,
Heard there as
Wendy.
well?
Yes.
If you could please tell the jury how physically close you were, or how far you were from Ms. Heard while the three of you were on the set.
Lucky.
I was right next to her. They had gotten there, and I was close enough that I hugged her, and was standing next to her. It was a small set.
And when you were standing next to her, and
Adam will
when
come
you were
fucking
hugging her,
find you.
what, if any, marks or physical injuries did you see?
I didn't see anything.
Did you observe your brother's interactions with Ms. Heard while the three of you were on the set?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe her
What,
doing?
if anything, we have that in the
They were fine.
thing.
She was laughing and happy and holding his hand and leaning on him, hugging him.
Oh my God, I'm so slow on the uptake.
Did your brother hug her back?
Yes, but it was mostly her hugging.
And switching subjects from that time on the set, did there come a time when you learned that Johnny was going to marry Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And this is a little complicated, so I'm just going to ask you in a narrative form. I understand there was a wedding, and that there were a couple of ceremonies. If you could just please describe that to the jury.
There was a wedding celebration that was put together on the island. So they had a wedding ceremony on the island. But prior to going to the island to do that, they actually got married in Los Angeles because they had to get married in Los Angeles because they couldn't get married, paperwork, etc. On the island. So they got married in LA. How
did you learn that they were going to get married?
Oh, I get you. Adam, I finally get you.
We were already working on the celebration part, and I knew that the date was at some point they were going to pick a date to.
Chat. Chill the fuck out, chat. Jess leaves to go and walk the dogs, and we've just gone off the fucking rails. Here. I didn't get it before, Adam. Okay. Have we found our Zen center?
To try to get married in Los Angeles. But I didn't know the actual date that had been decided until he called
No,
me,
I really didn't.
which was pretty much right before the date.
What was your reaction upon hearing from your brother that he was going to marry Ms. Heard?
I was scared. I was devastated, actually, that it was going to happen as quickly as it was being pushed for. I actually tried to talk him into just
I feel like I need cheese again.
just waiting a
Bring
little
a
bit
long
longer, just a
stream.
little bit, and not rushing.
Why did you want him to wait a little
Ashley,
bit longer?
God damn it!
There have been conversations about a prenuptial agreement that have been going on for a while, and as the date was approaching, for the island ceremony,
Sure.
there was no success in the prenuptial conversations, and when I saw them, to me, he was always trying to make her happy.
Namaste.
He always made efforts to sort of make her happy. I think she has a very strong personality. And my brother's personality came off much more soft at that point to me.
Did you observe any occasions in which Ms. Heard was nice to your brother?
Yes, I've seen her be nice to him.
Would you please explain that?
Please explain.
I've seen her be nice in offering to bring him a drink or get him whatever. I mean, just a typical nice. I've seen that.
Thank you, Jessica.
Have you witnessed any occasions in which
you.
Ms. Heard wasn't nice to your brother?
I have actually.
Would you please describe those to the jury?
Yeah. I had on one occasion, because this one really.
I need a fucking wine.
On one occasion, I was at the office and I had a meeting with Dior, who had wanted to sit with Johnny and talk about working together. And Amber had come in and asked if she was interrupting us, and we said no, and we weren't supposed to really talk about the meeting with anyone. But Johnny told Amber that I had just had a meeting with Dior and that they were interested in him. Her reaction to that was she was in disbelief and sort of disgust because she said, Dior, why would Dior want to do business with you? They're about class and they're about style, and you don't have style. So it was the insulting kind of taking away that one moment. That insult is there. I've seen the insults multiple times actually.
What, if anything, did you hear Ms. Heard say about Mr. Depp's physical appearance?
She called him an old fat man.
How did he respond?
I believe he's heard her call him that himself.
Now, Mr. Dombrowski, I'd like to ask you about a specific event that is relevant to this case. And just for the background, I'll say, did there come a time in 2013 when your brother was working with Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones on a documentary?
Yes.
Were you present?
Yes,
Sorry,
I was
Dad,
present
excuse
at
me, I
that.
just did a little
Was Ms.
bit.
Heard there as well?
Water
Yes.
burp. Pardon me.
If you could please tell the jury how physically close you were or how far you were from Ms. Heard while the three of you were on the set.
I was right next to her. They had gotten there, and I was close enough that I hugged her, and was standing next to her. It was a small set.
And when you were standing next to her and when you were hugging her, what, if any, marks or physical injuries did you see?
I didn't see anything.
Did you observe your brother's interactions with Ms. Heard while the three of you were on the
I
set?
know it too. I didn't notice
Yes.
it.
What, if anything, did you observe her doing?
They were fine. She was laughing and happy and holding his hand and leaning on him, hugging him. That was,
Did your brother hug him back, or hug her back?
yes, but it was mostly her hugging.
And switching subjects from that time on the set, did there come a time when you learned that Johnny was going to marry Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And this is a little complicated.
It looks
so I'm just gonna ask
amazing,
you
Adam.
in a
Thank you
narrative
so
form.
much.
I understand there
neon
was
background looks
a
amazing.
wedding, and that there were a couple of ceremonies. If you could just please describe that to the jury.
There was a wedding celebration that was put together on the island. So they had a wedding ceremony on the island. But prior to going to the island to do that, they actually got married in Los Angeles because they had to get married in Los Angeles because they couldn't get married, paperwork, etc. on the island. So they got married in LA.
How did you learn that they were going to get married?
We were already working on the celebration part, and I knew that the date was at some point. They were going to pick a date to try to get married in Los Angeles, but I didn't know the actual date that had been decided until he called me, which was pretty much right before the date.
What was your reaction upon hearing from your brother that he was going to marry Ms. Heard?
Oh, I missed it. Wait.
I was
Welcome, Wendy. Fuck yeah, man.
I was scared. I was devastated, actually, that it was going to happen as quickly as it was being pushed for. I actually tried to talk him into just waiting a little bit longer, just a little bit, and not rushing.
Gray's boring. Welcome.
Why did you want him to wait a little bit longer?
There had been conversations about a prenuptial agreement that had been going on for a while. And as the date was approaching, for the island ceremony,
You were Shorty, Patricia.
there was no success in the prenuptial conversations. And I knew it was important. His representatives had explained the importance, and I knew it was important to him for his children. And we were rushing to do something without his children being protected.
Specifically, if you could explain to the jury what involvement you had in those discussions about a prenuptial agreement.
Objection to foundation's discussion with them.
She's testified about her.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think, what was your involvement in the discussions involving a prenuptial agreement?
Bye. Bye,
Mostly it was,
Crunchy.
I spoke with
Thanks for coming to date
the attorneys and
night.
representatives so that they explained the importance of it and they explained the reasons behind it.
I'll
Mwah.
That means you can keep going.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So that we could have further conversation and with Johnny and
Very well.
there was an attorney that they coordinated with for Amber. So that was where I was involved in the coordinating that part.
Which side wanted a prenup?
Johnny's side wanted a prenup.
Sweetie's
And I believe
back.
what you said may have gotten lost.
Yay.
Why did Johnny's side want a prenup?
Well, the prenup was to make sure that his children were protected.
That's Jack and Lily Rose.
Jack and Lily Rose, yes.
Did your brother and Ms. Heard ever sign a prenup?
No,
Why not?
Amber didn't sign it.
Did you end up, despite your misgivings, did you end up attending the wedding the ceremony between your brother and Ms. Heard on the island in the Bahamas?
Yes, I did, but I also attended the actual wedding in Los Angeles.
And that preceded the celebration in the
Yes.
Bahamas, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to speak with Ms. Heard either at the ceremony, the formal ceremony in Los Angeles, or the celebration in the Bahamas?
I did. At the actual ceremony in Los Angeles, they had the ceremony at our mom's house, and at that ceremony, I didn't have occasion to really speak with Amber. She, Rocky, and Whitney, I don't believe wanted necessarily to speak with me on that day. I did after the ceremony was done. I was standing not far from them, and they were having a conversation. They were having a conversation actually about, about should they leak the information that they'd already gotten married at the house to the press, so that they maybe they didn't have to worry about the island when they did the celebration. And Amber actually reached out to me and said, because I was standing 7-8 feet away from her, asked my opinion, what I thought about that, which I basically said I didn't know why they would do it, since all the information for the island was already out, and it wasn't gonna help them. I didn't know why they would want to leak it at all, but it was up to them. I saw her on the island as well, but on the island, she was actually extremely friendly when I got there, because
Narcissists are
if I'm
like
honest,
that, aren't they?
I debated going. I didn't really want to. I almost didn't, but I took my dad. Dad wanted to go, and I wanted to make sure that I showed up anyway, because I wanted to make sure that, honestly, that my little brother would know that I was always going to be around no matter what. But Amber was extremely friendly and thanked me for coming to her special day. It was a very big day for her.
Can you remember any other interactions you had with Ms. Heard or your brother on the island at the celebration?
The thumbnail for this live stream is, I presume, a black and white wedding photo from their wedding day. So, I mean, that they be good actors. I bet even then there was chinks in the armor, because she pressured him, right? Dumb bitch.
Interactions on the
Face.
island? Not really.
And when was the next time you saw Amber Heard after the celebration on the
Amber's
island?
Heard.
It would have been when she came back from Australia.
And I will get to that, Your Honor. Is it possible for us to take a very quick break?
Sure, you still have quite a bit of direct left, I assume?
I do have a fair amount, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and have you take your afternoon break of 15 minutes, okay? Again, don't do any outside research and not talk to anybody about the case. I know you can hear me say it so much. Thank you.
Oh, I like her
Thank you, Your
glasses too.
I haven't said yet. So let's see.
Wait.
I want to make sure. I haven't said yet. No, it's okay. I usually wait till the jury goes out so we can make sure.
Her hair's short, right? It's not in a bun with shackers at the front. We'll skip through the lunch break or the tea break. Sweetie, have you been having a good time though with your grandnephews? That's so lovely. I love that for you. Here, let me just find it. 15 minutes, 28. Oh, I'm not very good at it. I need myself a fucking mouse. I swear so much. Sorry, chat. Not sorry. Lol. Lol? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, yes, sir. Yes, we're ready.
We are ready. We are ready, chat.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Oh, coughing. Cover your mouth, jury in. Oh, I coughed. Lol. I'm going to keep hammering that damn gavel until they fucking start. I won't. It's very annoying.
All right, we can be seated and we're ready to start again. Okay, yes, Mr. Chu.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, Mr. Dombrowski. I'm told that both you and I need to speak a little closer to our microphones.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Oh, excuse me.
And when we took the break, I think you had just testified that the next time you had seen Ms. Heard was when she had just returned from Australia.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you discuss with Ms. Heard when she
Shona,
returned from Australia?
hi.
We met for dinner, a late dinner, and she was telling me that she and Johnny had a fight in Australia, and I was trying to talk to her about the idea that that kind of fighting is not normal. It's too much, It's not okay. But she told me that I needed to basically get down off my cross and mind my own business. She said that Johnny liked that she was feisty. She was feisty, and then he loved it, and that Jerry Judge and I needed to stay out of her marriage. So that was the basic conversation.
Did you respond at all when Ms. Heard told you to get off your cross?
I just kept saying that fighting is not normal. This kind of fighting is not normal.
How close were you to Ms. Heard when you were having this conversation?
We were right next to each other, right here.
Did you see any marks or any discoloration on her face?
No.
Now, Ms. Dombrowski, I'd like to shift gears again.
What did I do
and
that was funny?
ask you
Did I do
about
something funny?
the period in April and May of 2016. If you could please let us know, as of April 2016, what was the state of your mother's health?
Excuse me. Mom had been, she'd been in the hospital for quite some time, and like a long, steady pace from November. So by April, she was, we knew that she was towards the end of her life. So that's what April basically was, and it went into May. In May, we gathered everybody to come say goodbye to her.
How often, if at all, did you visit your mother in April 2016?
She was in the hospital, so I was with her pretty much every day. I was 24/7 when I wasn't, at the office or something.
Did you ever see Johnny at the hospital?
Yes.
How often did you see Johnny at the hospital in April 2016?
I don't know how often I saw him. I mean, he would come and see her, regularly. Even before that, when there was a period we were trying to help her communicate, and he, brought in, different type tools, pens, pencils, drawing, crayons, just to try to help her communicate. He came as often as he could. He was there quite a bit.
And when you said you called the family together in May, would you please explain what you meant?
We were told by the doctors that Mom was at a point where there was nothing else that we could do for her. And so that we should start calling anybody that wanted to, come and spend a little bit of time and say their goodbyes. So we did that. We did that in May.
And moving ahead to May 19, 2016, what was your mother's condition that day?
She was basically in a coma. She was medicated and just on machines, life support, where it was slowly going away on May 19th.
How do you know that?
I was with her.
Did you see your brother in the hospital that day?
Yes.
What happened the next day, May 20th, 2016?
Well, mom passed away that morning. We had all the family was there. Johnny was there with his kids until the wee morning hours of May 20th. My kids, my sister, we were all there spending our last bits of time, and everybody else had gone home. And mom passed away probably a few hours after that, maybe 5-6 hours after that.
Who was with your mother when she passed?
I was.
Who, if anyone, told Johnny that your mother had passed?
Sorry.
Take your time.
I did. I called him and I called my our other siblings to tell them.
And I'm sorry, I know this is painful.
So good, right?
How did Johnny react when you told him that your mother had passed?
Poor woman.
Well, he was sad, but there was also there's a relief that suffering is done. So he was mostly trying to make sure that I was okay, and I was going to leave and not stay there and sort of take on everything by myself.
So he asked about how you were doing.
Oh, yes, that became quite a big topic. Yes.
Ms. Dombrowski, did you see Johnny the next day, Saturday, May 21, 2016?
I did. I'd gone to his house the night we lost mom. I think we all kind of gathered our children, right? And I had my sister with me. So I had driven her back on the Saturday, and we were going to go to the funeral home. So I was, while I was waiting for her, I went to go check on Johnny and see if he was okay and wanted to go.
And did you check on Johnny Saturday morning, the 21st?
Yes. I went to see him because we had talked about maybe he would also go to the funeral home. But when I got there, he seemed upset because he and Amber had been fighting.
What else happened when you first met with your brother on the morning of the 21st when you were talking about going to the funeral home?
I went to go see if he was going to go with us. I got there, he was upset. Excuse me, because they were fighting. I got upset because of the day that was chosen to fight. But I went ahead and left and went to the funeral home with my sister, and then came back that evening.
Why were you upset about their fighting on that day in particular?
We had just lost our mom the day before, so I feel like that there might be the need for a little compassion, no fighting on that day.
Did Johnny end up going with you to the funeral home that day?
No, I went ahead and went, and he was gathering his stuff because he had to go pick up some items because he was going to go on tour.
Did you see Johnny again that day once you left him to go to the funeral home?
Yeah, I came back that evening. I came back. I was taking care of my sister for a bit, and then before I left to go home, I stopped at his house to make sure that he was okay, and I saw him then.
And what happened when you went over to see that he was okay?
Wendy.
He was talking to a couple of people. I saw him briefly. He seemed to be all right, and I spoke to Jerry Judge, and they had just come back from him picking up items down at the downtown at the loft.
So when you met him the second day that time, when you met him the second time that day on May 21, did you meet with him at his Sweetser house or at the ECB?
No, I went to the Sweetser house. He had gone down to the penthouse to pick up some of his stuff because he was going to be leaving, to go on tour. And I just stopped by after they just got back.
And as of that time, the evening of May 21, your mother had just passed. What plans, if any, had been made for a funeral service for your mother?
We hadn't made any plans for a funeral service. We wanted to wait until we could get, all the friends and family, because we weren't expecting the date necessarily. But we wanted to wait till we can get all friends and family to come together to have more of like a dinner, like a celebration, like mom would want at her favorite place. So we waited. We decided to schedule it like a month or so out instead of immediate.
So you had referred to your brothers having plans to go on tour that next week, obviously not knowing that his mother was going to pass.
Right.
What, if any, other formal events had been planned for that next week before he was going on tour?
Well, he had a
I think
he had a
yes.
premiere
yes.
for Alice that was on the Monday night. Mom passed on Friday, and the premiere was Monday night. And then he was going to take a flight after that, immediately after the premiere. He had to get on a plane to go to New York to meet the band and go on to Europe.
And when you say Alice, just so the jury may understand, if you could please explain to them what Alice is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Alice is the RV.
And I'm so sorry right now. I don't know if it's Alice Through the Looking Glass. Maybe was that one's name, or the Alice in Wonderland Disney series where he played Hatter.
And so that premiere for Alice in Wonderland was going to be on Monday. And what day was Mr. Depp planning to go on tour with his music band?
He had to be there Tuesday morning. So we had to schedule it. It was very tight. We scheduled a plane for him immediately after the premiere. He would get on the plane.
So he was expected to leave on Tuesday. So how long was he supposed to be on tour?
I believe it was a couple of months, something like that.
And going back to the premiere, how, if at all, did your mother's passing affect the premiere of Alice in Wonderland?
We didn't let anybody know that mom had passed away. We kept that really close to just our, just family and friends, because he had to go do the premiere. And with the premiere, he's on the carpet, and on the carpet he does interviews, and it didn't feel right on many levels to have him where people knew that mom had passed away, and while he's trying to do interviews to sort of give their condolences and their sympathies and all of that. So we kind of kept it just with us, so that it wouldn't become a worldwide thing, and he could just do what he was supposed to do and do his job. And
did you think he could handle?
Sorry, Chad. I just had to have a little something to eat, a little snacky, because I was getting a little bit hungry, and I couldn't have any more government cheese. I have had twice my daily ration of government cheese for today. I am no Sarah Boone. I am not hoarding it, but I'm going to save it.
Handle hearing all that sympathy at the premiere?
I didn't think you should handle. I thought it would be very hard on him. It would be very hard, question after question, and condolences.
Did there come a time when Ms. Heard filed for divorce from your brother?
Yes.
When was that?
I learned that she had filed on the Tuesday morning. After that premiere of the Tuesday morning, I was at the funeral home, and I got a call from the attorney to let me know that she had filed.
Where was Johnny when you learned that Ms. Heard had filed for divorce?
What?
He was already in New York.
Cheese, lots of
getting ready
cheese.
to travel to Europe.
Lots of cheese.
How did you react initially when you heard from Mr. Depp's attorney that Ms. Heard had filed for divorce?
I mean, I think understandably, I the timing of this, it made me sick. Actually, it really made me feel ill. It made me sad, frustrated. I can't even find the word to describe how I felt when I heard that the divorce was filed the day after, while I'm at the funeral home.
You didn't think the timing of Ms. Heard's filing was appropriate?
I did not. I thought something like that might have been able to wait.
Did there come a time when you learned that Ms. Heard had also filed for a restraining order against Johnny?
Yes. Yes, I think I heard that also from the attorney. I believe the day before. It was a Thursday, I think. I learned that one.
So this was 2 days after your brother had left for New York?
Look at it smirking.
Yes, because I was shocked at that. I was shocked at that, and concerned that he was out of town and didn't know if he needed to be there. He was gone, and I was asking the attorney, and they said, no, he doesn't have to be there. No one has to be there. Amber won't be there. No one will be there, just attorneys. It's a very simple process.
Did Johnny attend the restraining order hearing?
No, he was not in town. He wasn't in the country.
Did you see any press coverage of the restraining order hearing?
Yes, I did.
Would you please tell the jury what you saw or read?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Not asking for the proof of what was in the articles. It's a present sense impression.
Relevant. Why is it
All
relevant?
right, I'll sustain it to your saying relevance.
Did you see was there press coverage of the hearing?
Muted.
There
So
was a
beautiful, Prince Lover. Thank
tremendous
you
amount of press
for
coverage.
sending me
Did you
that
read
photo.
any of it?
I love it.
I did read some of it. I saw some of it.
Putting aside the truth or falsity of what you saw, what did you see?
Relevance.
Why is that
And
relevant?
hearsay.
Was
All right, I'll
the,
sustain the objection. Next question. Okay.
how did you feel when you read the press?
Relevance. How the witness felt is irrelevant.
What's the relevance?
Relevance.
I think it's relevant to her testimony, Your Honor, but I can move on.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Moving ahead 2 years in time. Did you see Ms. Heard's Washington Post op-ed when it was published in December 18?
Always unmute yourself first, Lisa. I hear someone with a nose whistle. Literally, sorry, I'm still chewing. Listen, chat. I think someone there near a microphone has a nose whistle. It's not me. Okay, I'm just saying. Carry on.
2018.
Yes.
What did you think Ms. Heard's op-ed was about?
Relevance.
It's entirely relevant. They're trying to argue somehow that people didn't understand what the op-ed meant. We heard an opening where there was.
Would you
Yes,
protest,
ma'am.
please?
I did an EBD and just put something in my mouth. That's what she said. And then they went to a sidebar. Hang on. Wait. What can I play? Play something while I finish my chew. Oh, I think this is very relevant. Oh, and I've got boogers. No nose whistle. Can you hear it? He knows he's got a nose whistle.
Ms.
Oh, man,
Dombrowski,
I feel your pain.
have you had any discussions with your brother about the op-ed?
Yes.
He knows he's got a nose
Just
whistle.
anything after the yes is hearsay.
I'm not sure if it is or not.
It's a yes or no question.
Okay, all right, next question.
Nose whistle. That's so
As
awkward. I feel
Mr.
your
Depp's
pain.
brother and as his personal manager, do you have any understanding how the
pleasure.
publication of the op-ed has affected your brother's career?
Objection foundation, Your Honor, and hearsay.
And I don't know if it's
You-
hearsay.
I apologize, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
that's fine.
But she's worked with her brother for,
I'll
We'll
We'll
get
get
this.
them.
Let's see
Wendy,
where the
we'll
answer
get
goes.
them.
you may answer.
Nose whistle.
I'm sorry,
Damn
would you
it.
mind asking it
Too
again?
much nose whistle. Not enough nose whistle.
Do you
Big
have
nose whistle.
an understanding of how the publication of the op-ed has affected your brother's career?
Yes. The op-ed is written with the way it was written, the wordings within the op-ed make it very clear of a time frame.
Objection, Your Honor.
Give the director to answer that question again. Maybe you should ask it again.
Counting.
How has the
Counting is
publication
life.
of Ms. Heard's op-ed, putting aside for a moment its relationship to your brother,
Not me.
its references to your brother,
Court. Listen.
how has it
Oh.
affected his career?
I believe there's a negative effect on
Now I'm going to
anyone's
blow my damn
career when
nose.
there's
Fuck
accusations,
you, Emily.
as there have been.
How has it affected him personally?
Objection foundation.
She's his sister, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Personally, I know he
Look, I have
doesn't
very
want people
small
to feel
nostrils.
that he could ever be that type of person, which he isn't. And to know that actually that is something that is attached to him now, which trickles down to his children, where I think that part more than anything is the part that has bothered him, the fact that his children have to, have this in their life.
Ms. Dombrowski, do you believe that your brother physically abused Ms. Heard?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Relevance? Yeah, relevant.
Do you believe that Ms. Heard is a public figure representing domestic violence?
No, I don't. I believe the opposite.
Excuse me. I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you,
Thank
Ron.
you. You can strike that answer, please. Thank you.
As his sister and as his personal manager for decades, are you aware of any occasion on which any woman other than Ms. Heard has ever accused your brother of any type of physical abuse?
Objection, foundation, hearsay.
I'll allow the answer.
No,
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
How has Ms. Heard's op-ed impacted your life?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I
Okay,
have right
all
now.
right, I'll withdraw the question.
No
Okay,
further
all right.
questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that a hint, Turd? I don't have a boyfriend. We'll fix that. Some short guy.
Good
I know you
afternoon, Mr.
love him.
Dombrowski.
You love him short, right? Short with
So I
a
believe we
big
covered
dick.
some of this, but just want to make sure. So you're employed at a company your brother owns, right?
yes,
Rotten
It's called
bottom.
Infinitum Nile.
Yes.
Is that right? And it's Mr. Depp's production company,
yes,
and you're the president of that company, right?
yes.
And that is your only source of income, correct?
I have other projects that I work on the side.
It's your only job, right?
It's my full-time job, yes.
And job-wise, you don't have any other sources of income other than Infinitum Nile, right?
Other projects, I have the opportunity with other projects to make more money.
Right.
It's literally not my nose today. It's in the court. Oh.
Your Honor, may I approach?
I
All right, we can just show counsel what you're approaching with.
Show counsel first. Too bad. I'll allow it.
It's just a copy of your deposition.
Oh, whistle.
All right.
Whisper, wispies.
I think he's just getting copies, Mr. Chu. Oh, I assume it would be. Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
Yikes. Your meat curtains are not voluminous, Turd.
Mr. Dombrowski, do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes,
And just a couple months ago, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And you remember before you started that deposition being under oath, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth?
Yeah.
And you were asked questions by counsel from Ms. Heard, and you gave answers, right?
Yes.
Could you please take a look at page 19 of that deposition, transcript in front of you?
I'm sorry.
And do you see on page 19, line 8 through 10, you were asked the question, do you have any other sources of income other than from Infinitum Nile? And you answered no, job-wise, no.
Right,
Do you see that?
I do.
And was that
Turd be
testimony correct?
turdin'.
Yes,
Turds be turdin'.
but it's the same as what I said today.
Now, you have a huge financial interest in your brother's career, right? The money that Infinitum Nile makes comes from money that Mr. Depp makes, correct?
Chips and
It
salsa,
hasn't always
bitches.
historically known.
What else does it come from?
We've had deals with other entities, companies.
And for the most part, the better your brother does in his career, the more money Infinitum Nile makes, though, correct?
I don't think it's exactly like that, no.
And you have your brother has done projects that Infinitum Nile is in the production company for.
Actually, wait, am I muted? No, good. Amazing. Oh, amazing. Good question, Jess. I have no idea. However, that reminds me, I had a thought about Bev's no speaking objections. And I know we're staying on topic, but you asked a question and it got my brain there very quickly. Tinfoil hats on, everybody. We talked about yesterday last night in the Colin Albert, I think it was last night, time. It's all the same. About the no speaking objections. And I mentioned how Lally had in the Matt McCabe testimony actually spoke an objection very frantically. So it suggested to me and I guess to us that perhaps excuse me, that perhaps Bev's no grounds for objection, nothing, was just for this trial thing, which is a suspicion itself. And then when I think Andrea, or maybe it was Lawyer Lee, or maybe it was Bob Motter, anyway, RE Richard Allen trial, we're talking about the objections and things. You know, talking about how, like this, oh my God, my brain's going to go away. Anyway, my thought was, I wonder with my tinfoil hat on, whether, because the appellate record is very clear. And I was under the impression that no objection, no grounds for objections actually was giving them an open slather in the appellate process, appeals process, that they would be able to say that it was a coverall for all objections. But then I wondered whether it was actually that they didn't ever assume, they being the Commonwealth, actually were presuming that the jury would find her not guilty, Karen Reed, and that they were just making it ambiguous. My brain thought this way better when I thought it inside my head. So there's that. I just wondered whether maybe it was by design, because everything else in the Karen Reed trial does seem to be by design. So if you could make some connections there, but basically, Jess, I don't know. Lol. Sorry, it's been a long stream. We've been going for almost 5 hours, and I'm a fucking delight. Just let me. I don't know, Jess. The end.
For correct?
Yes,
And you have a financial interest in that company, correct?
I'm an employee.
Are you employed by his other companies as well?
I'm employed by Infinitum Nile.
Are you employed by the other companies that your brother has?
No.
Where do you receive your paycheck from? Infinitum Nile?
Infinitum Nile.
And you have a financial interest in how Infinitum Nile performs financially, correct?
Hell no.
I have a salary
sweetie.
I get, so
Hell no.
that's not a financial interest. If you're asking if I get a piece of the pie, no.
You wouldn't consider salary financial interest. Is that your
I
testimony?
consider it a salary. Yes, but it sounds like you're asking something different. I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood.
Yikes.
Yeah. So the bottom line is you draw a salary from Infinitum Nile.
Yes.
And that's your brother's production company, correct?
Yes.
Now, you feel protective of your younger brother. Always have, right?
Yes.
And you testified earlier today about Mr. Depp's reactions to some of your mother's anger growing up.
Mhm.
How old was Mr. Depp during the periods you were talking about? Like when he was a kid? Is that basically what you were talking about?
The reactions to mom's anger began as when we were children, and we had the same reaction always, was to leave.
Right. And when you were testifying earlier about Mr. Depp's reaction being to leave, you were referring to when he was, before you left the house, when he was a kid, right?
Yes, but we left the house not too far apart from each other, but yes.
When Mr. Depp would leave as a child during the times when your mother was angry at him, was he addicted to drugs back then?
No,
Was he addicted to alcohol?
no.
I mean, chat, we've still got an
You
hour to
testified
go.
a
This
little bit about
testimony.
Mr.
Yikes.
Depp's former partner, Vanessa Paradis. You were
We're
friends
not-
with Vanessa, right?
We ride till the wheels
It was
fall
a
off.
family, so.
Right. You considered her family.
Yeah,
Right.
she was part of the family, yes.
Right. And you were friendly with her?
Yes,
You liked her?
Yes.
You were happy that your brother was with her?
I was happy that my brother was happy.
Yeah. And you didn't want to see him split up from Vanessa, did you?
You know what, I wanted both of them to be happy. It didn't matter to me if they split up or not.
You were devastated when they split up, weren't you?
I don't think I was devastated.
Were you happy about it?
No, I wanted my family to be okay.
What were your emotions when you learned that your brother was splitting from Vanessa?
If I had to say, I was probably, a little sad for both of them, but beyond that, I don't really recall big emotions.
And you were sad because you were losing her as part of what you just testified was your family, right?
No,
You weren't sad about that?
no.
Now, on May 21st, 2016, you were asking questions about that. And I know your mother's passing must have been very tough. So I'm not going to ask specific questions about that. I'm going to ask questions about the next day just to make sure that I had your testimony right. Can you remind me, you said you saw your brother the morning of May 21st?
I stopped by there at some point in the daytime, in the early part of the day.
Approximately what time?
I honestly don't remember.
Was it before lunch?
I don't remember the timing. It was just daytime.
It was daytime. And you testified that when you stopped by there for the first time that day, that you were upset because it seemed like he and Amber had been fighting. Is that what you said?
I said that they had been arguing. And I've said that I didn't love that they were arguing on. It was a horrible day to argue on.
And that was, your testimony was that you were upset that they had been arguing when you stopped by that during the daytime, right? Okay. Now you have no understanding of any of Amber or Mr. Depp's communications leading up to May 21st, correct?
I don't know that I have a lot of that, no.
Okay. But your testimony is that when you stopped by during the daytime on May 21st, that they had been fighting and that made you upset. Is that right? I'm just trying to understand what you testified to.
It's not that it made me upset. I found it upsetting.
Did you ever become aware that they hadn't actually seen each other or communicated at all before he came over at 8 p.m. on May 21st?
Foundation.
She's testified that she said that they were fighting earlier in the day. I'm asking her if she ever became aware that they hadn't actually seen each other or talked that day.
I'll allow the question. Just go ahead.
I'll ask it again. Did you ever become aware that Amber and Mr. Depp hadn't seen each other or talked that day before he came to the Eastern Columbia building the evening of May 21st?
No, I just know that what I understood was that they had a fight, whether it was over the phone or I don't know. They were arguing.
Now, when your mother was in the last days of her life in the hospital, Amber visited her, right?
Amber did come one time by herself, if that's what you're referring to. She did come one time shortly before Johnny was also coming.
And she visited her actually more than one time, correct?
I don't recall her visiting on her own more than one time, no. I remember her coming one time because I didn't know she was coming. And Johnny was actually also coming. So they ended up there together.
I guess I'm a little confused because you just testified that she only visited one time.
Alone. This is what I'm saying. I only remember the one time alone, where she showed up alone. I only remember one time. And Johnny came shortly after she was there.
And other times she visited with Johnny or other people, is that right?
She visited with Johnny sometimes.
During the time that Amber and Johnny were together, you became aware that he was using drugs and alcohol excessively, correct?
Objection beyond the scope, correct?
Your Honor, she's testified to what she observed during their relationship. I think it's within the scope.
I think the testimony is just never observed. Mr. Depp, drugs, I think this is beyond the scope.
No, I'll rule the objection. You can ask the question. Go ahead. Do you want to ask the question again?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
During the time that Amber and Johnny were dating, did you become aware that he was using drugs or alcohol excessively?
I became aware that he had been drinking. And during the time they were dating, I became aware of, at one point, a certain medication, yes.
And you formed the opinion that not only had he been drinking, but he was drinking excessively, correct?
I don't know that I formed excessively, but he was drinking.
You became aware that he was using booze, right?
I knew he was drinking.
And you knew he was using cocaine, right?
I never saw him do that, so.
You became aware that he was using cocaine, correct?
I never saw him use anything like that. I became aware of people saying that.
And you became so concerned about that that you told your brother to stop using cocaine, correct?
I don't know that I remember telling him to stop using cocaine. I think I might have told him anything that he was doing, he should stop doing.
Heather, can you pull up exhibit 214, please?
I'm back. I had to put my hair in a pony. I was too hot. It's hot here.
Your Honor, I'll
Hot
obviously
here.
need for admission before it's published in the jury.
That's fine.
Just wanted to make sure it wasn't
Yeah,
gonna be on the
6
screen.
hours. Girl, we started. We've got to finish. She's going hard tonight, Prince Lover. No quit. Not the only thing that's going hard, Adam.
Can you flip it?
Civil trials are incredibly invasive. Yes, there's a much lower bar, a much lower standard. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the
Just trying to figure out how to rotate this, Your Honor.
that.
If it's coming from a computer screen, you have to rotate it on there. I mean,
I figured.
all this is doing is mirroring whatever was on the computer screen. There's nothing we can. All right.
Sorry for the delay, Your Honor. Appreciate your patience.
Sure.
Oh, campaigning or complaining? You said it to me. It was beautiful. You have small nostrils too, Patricia. Makes things tough. It's hard to breathe when your mouth's full, right?
But Your Honor, the issue is what's on the screens,
Okay.
not on
Mhm.
the laptop. So that's the
Boozy.
I don't know.
Itchy ear holes.
Do you want to unplug it and plug it back in just to see?
Plug it in, unplug it, plug it back in. So
To the system?
technical. Yeah, Adam. Like that, yeah. One large nostril. Prince Lover spent some time with some substances that. It's getting hot in her.
All right, I think we have it.
You turn it off and on,
Albert.
it works at everything.
That's right.
Albert.
That's the secret.
Small nostril club. Yes. Thank you. Preponderance of the evidence. I was going to say that. I actually was going to say that. And I thought, no,
That
I'm
looks better.
wrong because I don't watch civil trials. But here we are.
Ms. Dombrowski, I'd like to direct your attention to the four texts in the middle of the page.
Hi,
If you look in the
Mazza.
from column,
Good to
there's
see
a name that says
you.
Christy Dombrowski and it has a number.
Mazza's
Is that
in
your
the
number?
house.
Yes,
And are those texts from you to your brother,
Mwah.
Johnny Depp?
yes,
And those texts were sent on or about February 5th, 2014?
yes.
Love for
Your Honor, I move for the admission
Mazza.
of Defendant's Exhibit 214.
Any objection to 214?
Can I just say something?
No,
though?
just wait, ma'am. Just
Mazza Daddy. Voice
Yes, sir.
Daddy. Oh, Free Karen Reed is right. Good to see you, Mazza. Long time no see. I have been so busy. Oh, and Amy dropped back in. She must have heard Maz was in the house. Woo! The band's all back together. Whoa! And yes, wait, free Karen Reid all day long. I like doing this because I can just do it in a heartbeat like this. Ready? My backdrop changes to free Karen Reid all day long. Hello, Mazza. It's nice to see you. Absolutely. Mazza, Jeno's still here too. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Hugs. Hugs for Mazza? Turd wants to know if she can impulsively hug you when you meet. You'll be reaching. You'll be getting chest hair in your face, Turd Ferguson. Mazza's 6'5". Your short ass won't be able to reach for a hug, mate. Oh, Steph, are you not talking about Mazza, are you? Boys don't have cooties. Mazza doesn't have cooties. No. Curious Wendy had to come out of her lurky corner to say hi to Mazza. Oh, and there's a fly. Yes, girl, I started packing up my kitchen on a whim. Well, good for you, darling. We're body doubling. That's amazing. You can listen to us and be entertained and get shit done. I love that. I love that. Meanwhile, the sidebar is looking emphatic. They're back on the record in a moment. All of the sound effects.
Shit.
And I wish. Oh, it's music to my ears. My taste buds just all, my mouth just watered. Mazza brings all the chat to the yard. Yes, Jen bought a house. That's amazing. I don't know what to say except for...
Let's get ready to rumble.
Or get ready to move. Woo! Congratulations. That's amazing. Adam doesn't have cooties. He's not dumb either. Yes. Oh, my God. Wait. Chat. Did we need to do this? Wait. Chat.
All right, so you're moving in 214, we'll receive it redacted.
Yes,
Correct? Okay. Over objection. That's fine. And you wanted to publish just the redacted parts, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That's fine. Right now you just have the dates up. Is that what you want to start with?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You can publish that too, Jerry.
We fucked it. Chat, we fucked it.
Mr. Rousey,
Scared Mazza off.
Because we can only show
Thanks
part
for
of this
being here,
page.
Mazza.
Do you see that these, you just testified these were text messages between you and Mr. Depp, right?
I'm a professional.
And do you see that these text messages were sent on February 5th, 2014?
Yes.
The bottom three? Okay. And those bottom three, you just looked at when we saw the whole page, and I know it's a little cumbersome for the jury not seeing that, but you testified that the bottom three were text messages from you to your brother,
That's awesome.
right?
Yes.
Woo!
Heather, could you just flip it right? Please.
Okay, chat. Jess, where are you? Focus.
So on February 5th,
We're on the home
2014,
stretch.
you sent 3 texts to your brother.
Hour 5.
You sent
about
one that
to
said,
begin.
stop drinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said one that said, stop Coke, right?
Oh,
Yes.
Mazza's
So
still here.
I assume you weren't talking about the soft drink, right?
It doesn't appear to be.
You were talking about cocaine, correct?
I don't know what these are in reference to. So I remember they brought this up at my deposition, and these are something that they're. I don't know if there's more context to them. I don't know what they're in reference to. I know what they say, but I don't know what they're in reference to.
And what they
It's
say
been a
is
little
on
bit
February 5th,
sideways in the last
2014,
5 hours.
you were telling your brother, Johnny Depp, to stop using cocaine, correct?
No, I wrote those words, but so I'm saying I don't know that I was telling him to stop doing that. In context, it would be different. It could be a different scenario.
Well, let's take it word by word.
Mazza, join our
When you wrote
Discord.
Coke, you meant cocaine, not the soft drink, right?
We got big
Yeah.
love for Big Tom
And when you wrote
Mazza.
pills, you meant prescription pills, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were telling him on February 5th, 2014 to stop drinking, stop Coke, and stop pills, right?
I wrote the words.
And did you have any reason to believe when you wrote that Mr. Depp had been on a bender recently?
I don't recall writing this, so I don't recall the context of it. I understand that the words are there, but I don't recall the timing or the writing of it. I don't recall anything about it necessarily.
You weren't joking when you wrote that, right? It wasn't a joke, right?
I probably was not joking, but maybe I was repeating something that
Maybe
someone
she
else
said-
told me
Lol.
to write.
You were telling your brother to stop drinking, stop cocaine, and stop pills because you believed that he had a problem with drinking cocaine and pills, correct?
I didn't believe he had the problem as much as someone else was trying to make me believe that he had the problem.
Did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Depp had been on a recent bender?
I didn't witness benders. I don't, you know what I mean? So I'm not involved in the bender.
I can't imagine any older sister at this age who knows and loves her brother for her whole life, not thinking anything other than, I wish he wasn't. Didn't have a substance abuse problem. Oh, yes. Giddy up. I don't. Yay, Melbourne Cup. Hooray, I got a day off. And I get to stream with you guys for 5 hours instead. Huzzah. So, yeah, I just can't imagine that. But what was she saying there? When more than someone else wanted me to think that he had a problem? She was very, very selective with her word choices there. I guess she was probably talking about the turd, but the bad turd. There are good turds and there are bad turds, and Amber Turd is the bad one.
Benders.
Understood. I'm asking, at the time when you sent these 3 text messages on February 5th, 2014, did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Depp had been on a recent bender?
I couldn't tell you about February, whatever date that is back then, and what I would know at this moment.
Did you have any reason to be worried about Mr. Depp when you sent these texts?
Again, I don't know what was happening in life at that time. I don't recall that period, the dates. I don't recall I don't recall anything about that time. These texts, I know what the words are, but I don't know what the context is of them.
Right. And so I'm asking you,
Fair
I'm asking
point.
you a question.
Context matters.
When you sent these texts,
Wait,
did
I
you
gotta
have
take
any
my
reason to
brand
be worried about Mr. Depp's use of alcohol, cocaine, or pills?
Again, I don't recall the time period of sending these texts, so I don't know that I would have any reason at that
Give
time. I don't
her
know.
the context.
Would you have sent the text if you didn't have a reason to be worried about his use of alcohol, cocaine, or pills?
I could send those 3 separate lines like that, 3 separate texts. I could do
Absolutely,
that
Prince Lover.
if it was, there's different reasons that maybe I could do that. It doesn't mean that was me giving him a message.
Have you ever sent texts to anyone else to tell them to stop drinking, stop coke, or stop pills before?
Again, I don't know that I'm telling him to stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. That's what I'm saying. It's the context of this.
And I appreciate that, but that wasn't my question. My question was, have you ever sent texts to anyone else in your life telling them to stop drinking, stop coke, or stop pills?
I don't believe I've ever told anybody to stop doing any of those things in a text message, but I also don't know that that's what I was doing here, is what I'm trying to say.
But you wrote those words to Mr. Depp, right?
Sure, Jess, I can do that. Maz, are you still here? Yes. We've got some cool things to play for certain situations. This one's pretty cool. And if you need any graphics done, I know you're a computery guy, Mazza, but my guy, Adam Drives Helen, does all of my graphics and all of my videos. And this is one. Here's another one.
The white
This
curve is for the immediate loading and unloading.
This is a gentle reminder. YouTube is in an airport, so there's no need to announce your departure. If you're ready to take off to another channel, go ahead. No boarding call needed. We'll be here whenever you're ready to tune back in. Just catch us on the replay.
Wait, I should have hidden the comment first, but we'll do the other ones. Wait, this one? Did I play this already? Pretty cool, huh? That's what we're doing. We level up here. Yeah, Mazza. Yeah, Mazza. We be cool around here. I'm a fucking professional, Maz. Sorry, I swear. Yikes. It's like Dad Mazza. Mazza Daddy's in the house and I just said fucking. Sorry, Mazza. I feel like I shouldn't swear around you. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? That's all Adam Drives Helen stuff. Okay, let's get back to this. Let's focus. Jess, tell me to focus. Jess, I thank you for getting me off track. That was a good off track. Carry on.
I wrote those words.
And you didn't love the behavior that Mr. Depp was engaging in around this time frame, did you?
I don't know the time frame. I don't know what time frame you're actually referring to.
Well, in the days leading up on or around February 5th, 2014, you didn't love the behavior that Johnny Depp was engaging in, did you?
I don't recall anyone's behavior from February 2014. I don't recall February 2014.
Would it refresh your recollection perhaps to see other text messages that you sent on or around this time to determine whether or not you were worried about Mr. Depp?
If there's other context, I guess. I don't know.
Why don't we do this? Heather, can you please pull up Exhibit 2?
He's in my back end. It's cool, huh, Mazza? They're all cool. But if you've got any ideas of things you'd like to have bumpers, you guys follow each other on Twitter, Adam, Mazza, and then you can DM.
Your Honor, may I
Get in our
approach-
Discord.
Thank you.
Yes. River Phoenix. He was there. Oh, sorry. Prince Lover asked whether Johnny was there when that young actor died outside the Viper Room. Yeah, he was. 27 Club, mate. Prince Lover, water. Thank you for the Pavlovian reminder. Turd says, we will ask Mazza Media to be our press secretary. Turdbird, I can hear your defense secretary. I can be your defense secretary if the position needs to be filled. Well, that's very kind of you. You have a full cabinet soon, Turd and Bird. Turd asked me for a stool sample earlier today. Yikes. What do we got here? We are warriors. We all are. Yes, Stephanie. Ernie, did you send her an ottoman? Emily, I mean, don't do all the rest. Stephanie, haha, haha, drumbeat. Topic reminder. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Jess. Pat Sanford's here. She's still here. You know what that means, everybody. It's like this is Pat Sanford's moose flute. Yikes. Can't believe we're having bongs in front of Mazza. Oh. Guys, smoke one if you've got it. Is that what you say? Smoke one if you've got one. I don't even know. I'm all about this. He also did your interface with this for the neon lights. Yeah, I call it like the backgroundy thing. Yes, he did. He's so clever. I'm not an Apple fan. Apple to eat or Apple phone? Because if you're an Android user, Ernie, I don't know if we can be friends, babe. No, we can, of course. I won't hold it against you. Dab. Adam, Mazza Media. I'm sure you got guys you're running it solo, but if you need anything, hit me up. Yes. Hit me up. Will do. You're the boss, Miss Shorty. Yes. Adam, what is your ex? Adam, drop your ex in chat, love. We be hooking people up. Do you also need a buccal swab? Is that a euphemism? Sure. Swipe inside my cheeks, Jess. I'm going to be in trouble for that. Turd. Oh, damn. Okay. So the assistant to the assistant defense secretary? Full cabinet. Yikes. I don't know what the position I'm qualified for in your cabinet. You're the emoji. Oh, no, you're not. You're counter. You're the count. Finance. Accounting. Great snacks. Yes. Oh, we're back. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Thanks for you, Prince Lover. Thanks to
Ms.
you.
Dombrowski, do you recognize this document as a text message chain between you and Amber Heard on February 3rd, 2014?
Yes.
And you see the chain starts about
As it is tall.
5:20
Very
p.m.
tall.
Right?
Yes.
And there's messages from Amber to you are the ones on the right, correct, in blue?
Yes.
I should have
And
known,
messages from
Ernie.
you to Amber are the ones in gray on the left, right?
Yes.
And if you go, take a minute and just read that first page, please.
Okay, Reese, let me give you the analogy again. So just think about my Discord, the server, as a big filing cabinet. And each of the categories, there's like We Demand Justice, Trial Watching, Fun Shit, Games, Free Karen Reid and Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. They're the drawers in the filing cabinet. And then each hashtag is a topic or like a file. So you just can scoot in and out. It can feel a little overwhelming, even me sometimes. And but you can't break anything. But we can help you out, okay? So Discord is fun and lovely. Okay, they're back on the record, team. They are back on the record. Steph, if you can count, you're good. You can count. Take a turn, successive numbers, no double up.
Does this refresh your recollection about a text conversation you had with Amber on or about February 3rd, 2014?
Everybody loves Pat Sanford.
Well, I can see this as our text exchange.
And does this refresh your
Bowls and
recollection
government
about
cheese
concern
roll.
that you may
Yes.
have had about the behavior that Mr. Depp was
Like
engaged
that.
in on around that time?
Again,
I'll allow that question. Go ahead.
There for anybody.
I'll ask it again. Does this refresh your
That's
recollection
Adam's
about
text.
behavior that Mr. Depp may have been
You want
engaging
him
in
to
around
do
that time?
graphics for you.
I remember this period and what Amber was believing that he was doing. Yes, at this period.
But does this refresh your recollection about your worry and concern for your brother Johnny Depp around this time?
Still don't recall having a severe worry around this time.
Okay. Well, before you didn't recall having any worry. So does this at least refresh your recollection that you had some worry?
Honestly, I don't recall having a worry. I've had worries in the years, but I don't recall having a worry at this time. I don't recall it.
So did you have any reason to doubt what you were reading from Ms. Heard in these texts?
Yes.
To be honest,
You know what I think of when I see this beautiful new bromance starting here with Mazza and Adam? Is that line, that lyric in my intro song, thanks to Ed Ferguson, Miss Shorty connects and unites. Here for it. I'm all about that building community. Shit is going off the rails. What are you talking about? No. We stay on topic. Jess is in charge of topic. We stay on topic. We stay on topic. See? Not. We can do this. We are very zen here. Never chaotic, never manic, never hectic. It's never a roller coaster. What's wrong with all you people with Android phones? I suppose I can't. Like, it's all right. We can be friends. If you tell me that you also have your phone set to light mode, I might have to think think again about it. Sorry, my words have started to like even more than at the start. Yes, making connections in our chat. Love this community. Way to go, team. Beautiful. Love, love, love. Turd says, Mazza and I have followed each other since before that fatal day when he showed his face on stream. Same. A lot of time for Mazza. Mazza was one of my very first guests on my live stream. I think it went Paul Cristoforo, and then the next week was Mazza. Am I wrong? I know I was on Mazza's show before that. I think that was my first. Anyway, my brain. Something. Love Mazza. Big love for Mazza. Big love for Big Maz. Okay. Yes. Okay. What does he say? Steph. No treasurer. They're buzz killers. We can find you a different role in the cabinet, surely. You can close the cabinet door if you like. Yeah, look, I made Ashley and Adam. You guys are in a bromance. Melissa Asylum on X. Yes, Turd. Yes. In there like swimwear. Yeah, Reese. Listen. I'm your finance guy. Trust me. Steph, you're a funny cunt. Oh, snap. She said cunt again. There goes the monetization. Shiza. Okay. I do think I'm correct, Mazza. I could be wrong, and I'm happy to be proven wrong. And all it would do would be for me to scroll back in my lives and see. We all love each other. This is a massive fucking love fest around here, and I'm so happy about it. Come on now, chat. We can do this. We don't want to be here for another 2 hours because I can't stay on topic, because you guys can't stay on topic.
She would write things quite often or explain things quite often, and it's a bit more dramatic maybe than what we understood it to be, or maybe even sometimes the instances were different than what she was describing. So
Mwah!
But in any event, this conversation that you had with Ms. Heard gave you concern enough to tell your brother, stop coke, stop pills, stop booze, right?
No, I don't think it did.
Bad advice, IMO.
We'll take a look at this. Is it true you didn't love the behavior he was engaging in around this time, right?
Again, I didn't witness a lot of the behavior that people are talking about,
She's like,
referencing. I didn't witness a lot of it.
Take a look at page 2, please. And just take a minute to read that, and I'll have some questions about
money if he giving it away.
Hint. Hint.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away.
What you had been told by Ms. Heard on the first 2 pages of these texts gave you concern about Mr. Depp's behavior, made you not love anything that he was engaging in behavior-wise around this time, right?
What I had heard from her in these texts, I didn't really love where life was at the time.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of these two
Thank
pages in
you.
their entirety for the reasons that we discussed.
Wait.
With the impeachment of the witness.
All right,
Wait,
there are
he's
other statements in
impeaching the
here that I can
witness.
find as hearsay,
He's
so-
impeaching Johnny Depp's sister. The first. He's impeaching the witness. Rude, but also
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
thank you, Emily, for your coffees. Love your heart and love your soul. Oh, and me being a fucking delight. Yes. And then also Michelle, who better be asleep now. Girl, if you're still counting on Discord, I'll find out. Said, even though I don't think you drink coffee, I do, share with Adam and the Funky Mod Bunch. So now, mods, I'll send you some money somehow. I love you guys. When we get merch, I'm pledging this on the live stream. When we get merch, when somebody helps me with that because I'm a little overwhelmed, y'all get merch, Shorty merch for all the mods. Boom, shakalaka. Yes, turd. Let's get back on fucking topic. Thank you for the coffees, Emily. Mwah.
We can work with it. I'm not.
He's
I'll reserve on that
impeaching
this
her.
time, and we'll
He's
have,
impeaching
other
her.
Issues with it outside the presence of the jury. And
I don't
we'll work
like
on
it.
redactions, okay?
That sounds good. Can I ask her questions just about her language,
Okay.
and then we can work on redactions?
Yeah, yes, sir. Okay, yes, sir.
On the first page, Your Honor, or I'm sorry, on the first page, Mr. Dombrowski, you
Like I
write,
do
where are
mean
the
you, Adam.
kids?
Yes.
Why did you write that?
I don't
Yes,
know. I don't know. I mean, I remember they asked me that at the deposition. I'm not sure.
You wrote that because you had concerns about where Mr. Depp's kids were at this time, right?
Well, if she was saying he wasn't home, I was asking where the kids were.
Because you were
Mods
concerned
need
with
coffee
kids'
too.
well-being, particularly when Mr. Depp was in this sort of state, correct?
No, I was curious about where the kids were.
Love
if he wasn't
and
home.
merch.
Were you ever
Ernie?
concerned about the impact on the kids of Mr. Depp's drug use and alcohol use?
No.
So when you wrote "Where are the kids," you had no concern for their actual well-being. Is that right?
You do it because love, Adam.
The concern, it's not that kind of concern. She's saying he's not home. I was wondering where the kids were so that they weren't alone.
When you wrote her on page 2, do you want to come to office to talk? You wrote that because you were concerned about what was going on with Mr. Depp at that point, right?
No, actually, I wrote that so that she could come to the office so that we could talk
Oh,
about
snap.
All of what?
of her text.
Oh, she broke
Your
it
Honor,
down.
I've asked for permission to publish the bottom text on page 2 that I think,
It's not
Like-
here. It needs to be her text.
sorry. And I guess while she,
Sorry, I'm mind blown. I'm mind blown that he's impeaching Johnny Depp's sister. I know this isn't a criminal trial, but generally the rule is that you go easy on the victims' families. Plaintiff, Johnny Depp, pirate. He's impeaching her first witness. It's scandalous.
while she's pulling that up, I'd move for partial admission of Exhibit 210 with redactions to be.
I'm going to reserve on that.
Okay.
All right, that's. All right, I'm still going to reserve on the admission of it, so I'm not going to show it to the jury at this time. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
But you can ask your questions about it.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. When you wrote Ms. Heard on February 3rd, 2014 at 5:42 p.m., Ms. Dombrowski, worry about everything. You were telling her to worry about everything and all the types of behavior that Mr. Depp was engaging in at that time, right?
I was not telling her to worry about anything. That's the way I wrote that. Sounds like I say, I worry about
Ernie, I
everything.
feel you. It's been a long string.
You're saying that you're worrying about everything? Is that right?
Yes, as a whole.
Okay. So in contrast to what you testified a few minutes ago, you actually were very worried around this time frame, correct?
I was worried about what life was. That's what I said.
And the life that you were referring to here, what was going on in life was Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse, correct?
What was going on in life was someone who constantly wanted to point out some sort of drug and alcohol.
Wait, yo, chat. You were saying she looks so much like Johnny Depp. I can't really actually see that, but she looks a lot like Vanessa Paradis to me. No? Watch it. Did he marry his sister? When can we go on Discord? Patricia, whenever you want. Are you there? Did you join? You can, everybody counts while I'm live. I see you, chat. I see you counting when I'm live. I don't mind. I count when we're live. I go on Discord when we're live. Discord. But someone, me, I could be someone. Hi, it's me. I'll drop a link. Discord, bitches. Yeah. Invite. Wait, I can't do two things at once. I really can't. I mean, I can, but I don't do either well. I actually don't really even do one good thing well. One thing, see, can't even talk and type. JFC means Jesus fucking Christ.
Alcohol abuse.
Is that unfair for a spouse not to want their husband to abuse drugs and alcohol?
It's not unfair at all.
So was that a negative to you that Ms. Heard didn't love that?
I'm sorry?
Was that a negative to you that Ms. Heard didn't love Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse? Was that unreasonable of her?
I'll be 50 on the 4th of July.
It was exaggerated. But you testified that you personally have no personal knowledge of your brother doing cocaine.
I never saw him do it. No.
Okay. But you had enough concern to text him, stop doing coke, stop the pills, and stop the drinking, correct?
Night, Miss
No,
Sweetie.
I really don't think that's what I was doing with him.
And well, what were you telling? You weren't talking about the Super Bowl,
obviously,
right? You were talking about drinking.
I understand. But the way it's written, and I know my writing, the way it's written, I don't feel like what I was doing was me giving him an order to do that. I wouldn't typically do that. So
recommending
there's other context somewhere that, for that.
Right, and that's what we're trying to explore is what is that context? Because
Ashley's
you- you're very
leveled up
direct in
his
those texts that
game.
we just looked at. Stop the
Boom!
booze, stop the pills, stop the coke. So if you weren't telling him to stop the booze, stop the pills, and stop the coke, what were you telling him?
Nice.
I could have been telling him
nice.
that,
Nice.
because I've had this conversation before, I could have been telling him, that in order to make her not constantly accusing, this is what she would need.
You didn't write those words in your text, though, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
He
And
doesn't.
When you said
Melanie,
in the
he doesn't.
February
And also,
3rd text message exchange with Ms. Heard, I don't love any of it. I really want to be able to talk with him. That was you expressing concern about Mr. Depp's drinking and drug use, correct?
That was me expressing concern about what life was. And there was arguments all the time. And it felt like there was just constant unpleasantness.
Right. And would it be unfair? Well, let me ask it this way.
Ask
That
it differently,
unpleasantness,
Mr.
to your knowledge,
Rogers.
was caused in part, at least, by your brother's drug and alcohol abuse, right?
I don't know that.
Did you ever reach your own conclusion that your brother had a problem with drugs and alcohol?
She looks so much like Vanessa,
I
I
knew my
can't
brother was
even
drinking.
unsee it now.
I'm sorry.
I knew my brother was drinking. But in terms of like drugs, honestly, I had only one medication that I really knew of that, was an issue for him.
And what was that?
I don't remember the name of the medication. It was a prescription medication.
What was it?
It was like a pain medication that he had been taking for a long time.
And that was what you were referring to when you said stop pills, was prescription pain medication, correct?
Again, I wasn't necessarily referring to anything in particular. I know I wrote those words. I don't know the context of the words.
Okay. But in any event, you don't dispute that on February 5th, 20, whatever date that was, on February 5th, 2014, you wrote your brother, stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills, right?
I wrote those words, but I don't know the context of the words.
Now, February 2014 wasn't the first time that you had communications with Ms. Heard relating to concerns about drug and alcohol abuse, right? By Mr. Depp, correct?
I don't know.
Heather, if you could pull up exhibit 163, please.
Thanks, Heather.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're on 163.
Thank you so much, Heather. We appreciate you. Good woman. Fucking idiot.
While she's pulling that up, Ms. Dombrowski, let me ask you this. You knew that Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol problem was affecting his relationship with Ms. Heard, right?
Oh, they're passing notes in the defense side. Oh, defense, you know what I mean? Depp side.
I knew
Depp
that she
side.
would say that. I mean, I knew that she would say that she had issues with, him with drugs and alcohol.
And you knew from those communications that it was negatively
Smoke
impacting their
show,
relationship, right?
Pat Sanford.
Um,
All the nudes, Pat Sanford. All the nudes.
I knew that she would write me about them, and I knew that she would. I know she would, try to talk about them. And I know that she would say that they were negatively impacting. I don't know that that was the whole situation that they had going on. To be honest, though,
Well, you didn't disbelieve her when she told you that, right?
when she told me,
What you just testified to, that drinking and drugs were negatively impacting their relationship. You didn't disbelieve her, right?
oh, I didn't necessarily think it was true. No,
You didn't think it was true?
that it was negatively impacting the relationship.
Mhm.
I didn't necessarily think it was 100% true. No.
Well, you just said true and then 100% true. So
True.
I'm trying to figure out.
Oh my God.
I'm trying to figure out where you're going with this.
Oh,
Or is it your
same,
testimony
man.
today that you never
Same.
believed Ms. Heard when she would talk to you about Johnny's drugs and drinking?
No, I think you're taking it to an extreme.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm sorry if I am. So just explain to me.
Ooh,
What,
spicy.
that's not your testimony.
I
So.
think she exaggerated things quite a bit.
But you tried to help Amber deal with Mr. Depp's drugs and drinking, correct?
I tried to make sure that I was helpful to Amber as best I could. Yes.
Chat, we've got 20 minutes, but we're on 1.5x.
If you can look at the
We're
document
getting
in front of
there.
you, Exhibit 163, please. This is a text exchange between you and Ms. Heard
40
on
to
March
45 of
22nd,
my peak on this.
2013, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember earlier you testified about being present during the filming of a documentary about Keith Richards?
Yes.
This was right around that time frame, correct?
I love Botox.
Do you recall when that was?
I live for Botox.
And actually, one thing I wanted to ask you about that while we're at it is you testified
My
earlier about not
eyebrows go
seeing
up.
cuts or bruises on her face. You remember that? Or do you have no knowledge whether she was wearing makeup or not that night, right?
Terrible.
I don't recall if she was wearing makeup or not. She typically did not.
Okay. And you weren't specifically looking for cuts or bruises because you suspected that Mr. Depp had abused her, right?
I would have no reason to look for cuts or bruises, but I would think if they were there, I would see them.
Okay. So if you look at page 1, Exhibit 163, and Your Honor, I'd move for permission to publish.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
I figured you would. But
Okay.
Can I
Pat,
do the
you're
same thing
a
and ask her
smoke
about her
show.
words to misheard, and then we can reserving the right to publish it to the jury?
You can
depending
ask
on
her
Your
to
Honor's
refresh her memory about the conversations you're trying to discuss. Yes.
So, Ms. Dombrowski, do you recall having a conversation with Ms. Heard on or about March 22nd, 2013, in which Ms. Heard was expressing concerns to you about Mr. Depp's behavior?
No, I don't recall dates, so no.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and take a look at this document, please? And let's start with, just tell me when you're done with page 1, please.
Same, Jess. I'm all about those major procedures. Yikes. Just realized my bra isn't fitting so well right now. Sorry, chat. Sorry, Adam. It's true, though. Same, Pat Sanford. Working my way back to maybe not my peak, but peakier than I've been under peaking for the last few years. Definitely. Botox fucking rules.
Oh,
Botox is
Ms.
the
Dombrowski,
tits.
I think that's you on the screen, which is okay if you want to mark it out.
We can clear it up. We got it.
I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
It's
okay.
a good one.
Doing
Amy.
their own redactions.
Okay.
Yes, I agree. Stephanie, investing in good
Yeah,
skincare
okay.
regime
Okay,
makes a lot
so,
of difference. Yes.
When you texted Ms. Heard, well, first of all, does this refresh your recollection about a conversation that you and Ms. Heard had on March 22nd, 2013, relating to Ms. Heard's concerns about Mr. Depp's behavior?
It really doesn't, but I see it here.
But you don't dispute that it is a conversation that the two of you had.
This is a text exchange between the two of us, yes.
Okay. When you wrote,
Off topic, but it's my channel, so I will. Steph, yes, I use vitamin C serum now, and vitamin C and hyaluronic, and also like an argan oil under eye thing. All those are three different under eye things, and I have different. I use Acure face, the brand Acure, ACURE. Get it from. I think I get it from iHerb, perhaps, and I don't need to moisturize. We've got this. Yes, we've got this, Pat Sanford. I mean, my peakiest peaks were pretty fucking peaky, so they're big shoes to fill. But giving it a go. Adam, where have you been, sir? Doing some laundry, maybe. It's late for laundry. Yes, Steph, that's the other thing I did. I saw a dermatologist, have been on, I can't say that, spironolactone for hormonal acne. Made my skin clear up completely, and tretinoin. Thanks for those words, Pat, at the end of a 5.5 hour stream. But yes, I love vitamin C serum, says Gigi. Retinoids make a big difference. Ernie's going to go for one more baby, then I'm getting a tummy tuck. Don't even want the belly button. Overrated. 10-10. No one needs belly buttons. Rude. I mean, in utero, yes. The rest of it, useless. Going to tattoo the whole thing anyway. Girl, vitamin C is great during the day. Yes. No, I do a vitamin C serum in the morning, not at night. My fresh face at night, I have very highly. Good, I'm glad that your laundry has been awesome, Adam. Great news. So splashing the body wash on my face and rubbing chapstick on dry spots is probably not the best. Turd. Turd. What? Does your belly button cost you money at the moment, Ernie? Girl, what are you doing with that belly button? Okay. So you do know when you're hot, Pat, and you also do know when you're not. Well, not everybody. Okay, we're going to get back on topic. Jess, where are you? Rein this shit in. Rein this shit in. Rein this shit in. I don't know if we can. I think it's beyond raining.
But don't be sorry, exclamation point. I am not completely sure if what is going on or why, but I don't love what it is. What did you mean by that?
I'm not 100% sure. I believe I probably meant, once again, how life was.
Right. Life, including Mr. Depp's conduct toward my client, Amber Heard, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you wrote, "It is sad and I'm sorry you guys are going through this. I'm here if there's anything I can do." You were talking about the chat. You were sad that they were going through the challenges that drugs and alcohol on behalf of Mr. Depp were posing to their relationship, correct?
I'll allow it if she can answer.
I don't think that I'm saying that I'm sad about that. I'm saying that I'm sad, about whatever it is that, that they're going through, but I don't know exactly what it is that they're going through.
Right. And right, two texts underneath that, Ms. Heard tells you what they're going through, right?
She does go into about, what they have going on.
And then below that, you say, I think with anyone in that place, confrontation unfortunately doesn't help. And sometimes conversations can seem like confrontations. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Were you suggesting to Ms. Heard that she shouldn't have a conversation with Mr. Depp about what drugs and alcohol did to him because it could seem like a confrontation?
No, I was not suggesting that at all.
What did you mean by it?
Honestly, what I was trying to do is trying to Amber, Ms. Heard, she could be very, very vocal. And so what I was trying to do was, if they were having a conversation, if it wasn't going well, I was trying to tell her that, maybe, sometimes conversations, if you're vocal, really loud, they're more confrontational, like just whatever it is, just have a nice, easy conversation.
Okay, well, let's just go to I just want to look at one more text on the top of the next page, please. When you write, Ms. Heard, on March 22nd, 2013, you say, disagreeing, reasoning, nudging, all can seem like confrontations. I'm not sure of the volume or when some is likely to wear off, question mark. First of all,
question mark.
When you were talking about volume or when some is likely to wear off, you're talking about drugs or alcohol, correct?
She said in the text prior, right?
I'm asking what,
No, I understand. I'll sustain the objection.
and I'm asking what you're referring to, without referring to Ms. Heard's text prior. When you say, I'm not sure of the volume or when some is likely to wear off, what are you referring to?
I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say is, she had all kinds of things that she said in the text prior. I'm referring to like volume of, even just voices, that even you can see where I say like, the nudging and all of that. There was a certain way that you learned to try to talk with Amber to keep things calm.
And when you said when, I thought she was.
All right, finish your, Mr. Chu, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate it. I understand. I'll let her finish her answer. That's fine.
Thank you. There was a certain way that, ultimately you learned to talk to Amber, to sort of keep things calm. So you would pacify her. You would sort of, just go along with all of her conversations, whatever, so that we would placate her all the time to keep things calm. That's what we did.
And so when you said disagreeing, reasoning, nudging, all can seem like confrontations, were you telling Ms. Heard that she shouldn't voice any concerns about her significant other's drug or alcohol abuse?
Voice any concerns to who?
To him. That she shouldn't nudge him about it or try to reason with him about drug and alcohol abuse or his behavior? Is that what you were saying, that she shouldn't do that because it might seem like a confrontation?
No, she was more confrontational. She was much more confrontational, always confrontational. And I was trying to say that all of these things can be confrontational and maybe take it down a notch.
Okay, so you shouldn't disagree or reason or nudge. Is that what you were saying?
No, in the way that I know her at the time, she was much more.
Laura's here.
She wasn't
Hi,
there was no
girl, good to
comforting
see you.
conversation.
I'm sorry. Were you done with your answer?
I think so.
Okay. Or do you believe that disagreeing with someone or trying to reason with them or nudging them justifies them getting abused?
All right. It's a foundation. I'll sustain as the foundation.
Okay. Do you have any, have you ever disagreed with or reasoned with or nudged anyone in anything in your life?
What is he
All right.
talking about?
These are the words that she wrote.
He's just being a fuckwit,
These are the
really.
words that she wrote to my client. Disagreeing, reasoning, nudging, all can seem like confrontations.
I'll allow the question.
I'm sorry.
Have you ever disagreed or reasoned or nudged with someone in your life?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that doing any of those three things would justify your being abused?
I'll sustain the,
Withdraw.
okay, thank you.
Wow.
All right.
Court battles. Also, you don't know the genes that people have. So people have different genes, obviously. And perhaps Pat Sanford, I don't know what your cultural background is, your ancestry is, but perhaps you have some Mediterranean or and maybe Britney Spears has, so Pat Sanford says, yes, Amy, Britney Spears is 2 months older than me and has so much sun damage. She looks way older. She's my reminder to wear sunscreen. She's also had a lot of fucking hardship, a lot of drama in her life, which I'm sure would take its toll. Thank you, Jess. Topic reminder. Here's me enforcing the off-topic stuff. I know it is not relevant to the topic. That's okay. We stray off topic all the time here, Laura, and I'd just love to have you here. But if you ever want to know the funniest writing in candidates for presidents, I have a list. Listed into Discord, babe. Pop it in off topic. But yeah, so Brittany, I think maybe what she's had to endure may well have also put some stresses on her appearance, genes, and mental health issues.
Right. How much more do you have? Probably
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
a little
it's
bit.
5 o'clock. All right.
A little bit.
Okay. All right, ladies and
An
gentlemen,
hour.
since it's 5 o'clock, we're going to go ahead and release you for the day. Okay. Just a reminder, as always, please don't do any outside research. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't look at the news. Don't watch anything on TV. Don't read the papers. And and just have
Adam, we're done.
calm, peaceful night. Okay. And we'll see you tomorrow bright and early. Okay. Thank you.
All right, well, we're done. I love that for us. We did it. Day one of 655,000. Stephanie says, I call my skin shade color Anglo
Ms.
Alabaster.
Dombrowski, just a reminder that you are still under oath and you're still testifying. So since you're still testifying, you can't have any discussions with anybody to include Mr. Depp's attorneys or his legal team. Okay. All right. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. All right. If you could leave the courtroom, I just have a few
And
housekeeping matters.
that includes Mr. Depp as well, correct?
Correct. And Mr. Depp. Yes. Anybody. Okay. Just don't talk about your testimony to anybody. Okay. All right. That's fine. If you have a seat outside the courtroom, I just have a few housekeeping matters I want to take care of.
Housekeeping. I love housekeeping. Is there vacuuming? We did it. Yay! Congratulations, chat. That was a long one. We're not done yet, though. Yikes. Yikes.
You can sit down. It's okay. If you want to stand up, that's fine. I just want to. Let me finish this one issue first, okay? I appreciate it. All right, going back to the text. So on 163, are you still trying to admit that into evidence? That was the last one.
Yes, sir.
All right, there's objection to the. Okay, good.
Good job, everyone.
Right.
We only
Yes, sir.
strayed off topic
Anything further to
about
say on
3
163?
times.
No, I think,
Tops.
yes, 2 things. At a minimum, Ms. Dombrowski's text should be affirmed because those aren't hearsay. Even if we have to redact out
Right.
all of Ms. Hurd's text, which if that's what you're unwilling as we can. The problem is, and the reason I think it's not hearsay is that it's impeachment under 607A7.
Right.
I understand your impeachment issue, and I understand that. And that,
I don't understand your impeachment issue, you fucking douche nozzle. As if you impeach Johnny Depp's sister. Rude. I used to be sponsored by a tanning salon, both spray tanning and tanning beds. It was the best. I could go every day, and I did, and it was amazing. Hey, Laura loves this judge. We all love this judge. She is no nonsense. She is ex-military, and she's great. She's the anti-Bev. Pat Semper says, lol, Shorty. I joke about that too. I always go with porcelain or basement stone or white. I go with traffic controller tan lines. So this year, no matter how much I fake tan, I can't get rid of that there. And then I end up with these dark brown hands and a brown face, but with my big Sonny's mark on it. So chat, I am taking, one thing, stay. We're not going anywhere, but I'm doing this while you're here. I'm doing this.
Welcome, fellow wanderers and explorers of the unknown, to another deep dive into the unseen and the mysterious right here on Leah's Pirate Radio. We're going to be talking about the spooky things, the extraterrestrial stuff, make-believe, that might not be make-believe. Now, let's get into the juicy stuff, the conspiracy theories. There are countless reports of phantom soldiers, Native American spirits, and colonial-era figures wandering the landscape. And far more incredible than we've ever dared to believe. Keep your eyes to the skies, your mind open to the mysteries, and remember, the truth is out there, waiting for those who seek it. Good night.
So that's Adam Drives Helen. He's taking this week off from live streams, but from next week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 10 p.m. Pacific, catch it live. Amazing interactive. He has call-ins. He does his Lamb Pirate Radio stuff. That there was just a sneak peek of the amazing work that he does. So Rising Seas Lift All Ships. He's not just my boyfriend. He's also amazing on YouTube. So give the man a subscribe. Right. Now, chat. Do you want a song before we go? Because why not? Let's get to almost 6 hours. Why not? And then I'll have a wine. Yes. So Adam says the return of our Lamb Pirate Radio is going to be sick, and there's 4 exclamation points, so it's extra sick. Hit me with a song, a Turd Ferguson song. Yes, okay. Moose Flute, Feral Children, Cat 5, my personal favorite, Ode to Apathy, Hoogan, Rock the Vote, Turd Bird 24. Not surprising at all. The Moose Flute. Steph always votes for the Moose Flute. We might play it one day. We might play it tonight. Who knows? Let's vote. Election Eve. Turd. I feel like it's Election Eve. I love Apathy too. Hoogan. Let's just do that. Wait. We won't listen to any more of their wranglings because I'm trialed out for today. Yikes. Please don't play the Moose Flute. Okay. No Moose Flute. Your wish is mine. As you wish, Laura. Let me go to here. Wait. Here, you can watch me try to find Turd's channel in live time, in real time. Shiza. Can I do it? Yeah, I can do it today. Hey, look at me. I'm big adult. I got my big girl pants on. I'm being an adult. I'll come back to chat when I've gotten Turd up on the screen. Videos. Okay. Let me see. Let me take a poll. Like, not really a poll. Feral Children. Have a good night. Thanks, Nina. Thank you. Sarah Curl. Mwah. I broke an ankle on Sarah Curl. Let's play the election. Election. What do you think, kids? It's only fitting. Which one is it? This one? Turd, which one? Now you've got 3. How do I know, Turd? Turd. The weed one. Okay. Doesn't surprise me at all. Where does it say that? Oh, weed and mushrooms. Yes, okay. Oh! Hey, my bad. It's still on 1.5x. Yikes. Hold up, chat. I'm a professional.
Out on the campaign trail, Turd and Birdie side by side, here ready to be the leaders of the free world. Money on YouTube is our entire resume, and that's what is needed for the USA. We keep the trolls away. We won't do anything. All of the presidents before us would act like penises, changing everything to seem like goddamn geniuses. We won't mess around with cocky pretentiousness. We know change has only caused more inconveniences. The bird and the turd for president, what a fucking ride. Out of the campaign trail, Turd and Birdie side by side, they are ready to be the leaders of the free world. Money on YouTube is our entire resume, and that's what is needed for the USA. We'll keep the trolls away. We won't do anything. Budget rescission, restitution, and compensation is such crap. A year later, they reinstate all the programs that they slashed, and everything is started over from scratch. What a pain in the ass, all that money just thrown in the trash. We will do none of that. We will just get high wearing a turd hat. And we can finally be indifferent after Karen Reed is found factually innocent and the corrupt get their deserved punishment. Then we will chill, the turd and the bird. Do not disturb us. We are busy doing nothing on purpose. The bird and the turd for president, what a fucking ride. Out on the campaign trail, turd and birdie side by side. We are ready to be the leaders of the free world. Modding on YouTube is our entire resume, and that's what is needed for the USA. We keep the trolls away. We would like to be able to make promises to nationally legalize weed and psilocybin, but we could only authorize it after Congress ratifies a bill to declassify it. We won't fucking lie about it. We can't do anything about it. The bird and the turd for president. We won't do anything. The bird and the turd for president. What a fucking ride. Out on the campaign trail. Turd and birdie side by side. We are ready to be the leaders of the free world.
Bravo! Bravo! Stop sharing. Wait. Oh, I had to take my earbuds out. They died. Sorry about that. Family tree mods thought you were being rude, but it was a compliment and they hid you for a moment and you're good. I got you. Let me change this here. Hey, yay, we made it. Yo! Congratulations. Insultament. Stephanie, we have a chance. Thanks, Jess, Laura. So wild that there's 30 of you here. I know Feral. Who's Feral? All right, one more song, because why not? One more song. Third song, obviously. Election Eve, vote tomorrow, use your voice. And I know what I want to play. We played Hoogs yesterday. Feral Children, no, not for Laura. No, Moose Flute, no, not for Laura. This is going to get me pumped. I'm sweating. Why are you sweating, Pat Sanford? Why are you sweating? Tell us more. It's very late. I feel like we should... Turd, you won't need to run next year. It's a 4-year thing. You'll be in for 4 years. You're good. You guys are good. Feral Children. It's a bit too... Isn't it late where you guys all are? Oh, Lover. Prince Lover. Hey. Fine. Steph. Use your pen and your pencil. No, then it's a donkey vote. And write Turd and the Bird 2024. The love song. The love song's definitely playing. Oh, Veiny Anus. Yes, it is a lullaby. Okay, let's play the Veiny Anus. I mean, if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, they're going to be like, excuse me, Veiny Anus? It's a good song, Turd. It's a fucking great song. They're all great songs, Turd. How do you do it? Turd Ferguson. Veiny Anus. How many times can I say Veiny Anus? Many. Let me see if I can find it. You can't see me. I'm looking for it. I mean, you can see me. You can't see me looking for it. There it is. Cute. No. Ah! You can't hear it. Oh, you can because I took my earbuds out. Yikes. Hang on. Screen share. Yikes. And I'm going to mute myself. Sorry if it double plays or... Wait, I'm going to mute. Wait, I've got to do this because my earbuds died. So now there's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Put this. Oh, it's going to... Wait. Oh, my God. This is a bit of a thing about a thing. Muting. I know I'm muted.
hush of snow at midnight, soft and pink in the moonlight, in the gentle sacred powder, God's whisper seems louder. The Rocky Mountain heights, the wide open blue skies, golden glow of the aspen's light, and boundless stars at night. Spirits soar and flow to the core in valleys white rapids roar, winding through bristlecone pines, healing souls, expanding minds. Whatever your endeavor, bow to the God of Denver. No matter your culture or creed, pay homage to the blue steed. Lucifer's baby anus has made him very famous. Lucifer's baby anus, audacious varicosis. Lucifer is Satan's stallion, leader of the 1st Battalion. Stage 4 of the apocalypse, the taste of blood on his lips. Bulbous red Beelzebub eyes, his capsize the creator's demise. Golden Lucifer's baby anus has made him very famous. Lucifer's baby anus, subcutaneous blaze. Lucifer's baby anus. Lucifer is Satan's stallion, leader of the 1st Battalion. Murderous beast, hell is unleashed, but Denver is still a nice town.
I know I'm muted. Hey, hey, hey. Oliver draws you in. So good, turd. Hey, if we do 2 more songs and then the love song outro, we do 6 hours. And I win. I win the internet. I win YouTube for today. So I'm voting Ode to Apathy because that's my favorite. So you have 1 vote. You all have 1 vote because I'm in charge of the one I want. We'll play your song next. And then we'll play Ode to Apathy. And then we'll go out with Adam and my love song. So let's fucking go. Let's fuck in go. I fuck. How great, says Jess. Are you voting? I'm not doing Feral Children, soz. I'm not doing the Moose Flute, soz. Here, look. Let me check. Let's look. Let me help you check. Let me help you vote. So we could do. I like the Cat 5 one. What about the Plevin song? What about the Plevin song with Adam's video or turds? What about Hugin, the science one? I'm coming back to chat to see what you say. The anus. You guys, you're all 12. Okay, I'm going Cat 5. I like it.
There's a storm that is roaring towards Tampa Bay. Our loved ones heed the warning, gathering to get away. Before the storm, they knew who to trust. Before the rain, together they are the hurricane. You are fucked in this storm.
Oh, wait.
You are all alone. What are you thinking? Are you losing your mind? You can't stop a Cat 5 with the song in a rhyme. Before the storm, they knew who to trust. Before the rain, together they are the hurricane. Now you are fucked in this storm. You are all alone, gathering the ashes of your only bridge home. What are you thinking? Are you losing your mind? You can't stop a Cat 5 with the song in a rhyme. Gathering the ashes Can't be unheard, no chances to waste. Now you are fucked in this storm. You are all alone, gathering the ashes of your only bridge home. What are you thinking? Are you losing your mind? You can't stop a Cat 5 with the song in a rhyme.
Vegemite, big fat jar. Not good with commitment. Smell-o-vision, right? What did you say, Ernie? Something about something. Barbie? We did the Barbie, but Michael McDonald. Yeah, I love this one. This isn't Turd's lyrics, but it's Turd's. We'll do this, then we'll do whatever that next one was. My brain's not remembering anything at the moment, and I like it that way. Sorry, I forgot to mute my thing, so you would have got an echo for the first part of that. I wonder if my earbuds are good again. Anyway, wait, what am I doing? Something. What did we say? What did you just all say? Something about something. This.
I keep forgetting we're not in love anymore. I keep forgetting things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting how you made that so clear. I keep forgetting every time you're near. Every time I see you smile, hear your hello, saying you could only stay a while. And I know that it's hard for you to say the things that we both know are true. But tell me how come I keep forgetting we're not in love anymore. I keep forgetting things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting how you made that so clear. I keep forgetting every time I hear how you never want to live a lie. Oh, how it's gone too far, and you don't have to tell me why. Oh, why you're gone and why the game is through. If this is what's real, if this is what's true, tell me how come I keep forgetting we're not in love anymore. I keep forgetting things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting how you made that so clear. I keep forgetting, babe. Don't say that, don't say that, don't say that. I know you're not mine anymore. Anyway, anytime, just tell me how come. I keep forgetting we're not in love anymore. I keep forgetting things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting how you made that so clear. I keep forgetting, baby, every time you're near. I keep forgetting we're not in love anymore. I keep forgetting things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting how you made that so clear. I keep forgetting. Every time I hear how you never want to live a lie, how it's gone too far, and you don't have to tell me why. Whoa, why you're gone and why the game is through. If this is what's real, if this is what's true, tell me how come I keep forgetting we're not in love anymore. Baby, I know you never want to live a lie, oh, baby. Now you're gone and why you can't hear.
Damn it, this Holly Buds thing is, yeah, we're still going. We're going all the way, girl, boy, RV boy. And what was the Black Barbie? Bitches, we cracked the 6 hours. 6 hours, only peed once, didn't even tell you. I went to the toilet. It was when I said I was opening the front door. Yikes. Hang on. Black Barbie? But where is it? It's not there. Can't do Black Barbie. Not there. Wait, is it? I'm coming back to chat for a second. One more. I'm gonna do Ode to Apathy. I'm doing Ode to Apathy. And then we out. 6 hours, girls. Black Barbie doesn't have a video. Adam. Okay. So, I'm going to say Ode to Apathy because it's my fucking channel. And I get a lot of joy out of this. Don't mind me rocking out with my cocking out. Is it here? Why can't I find it? What's wrong with my eyes? Did you take it off here? Did you take it off, Turd? Oh. Oh, hi, Poppy.
I ain't a man of violent ways, not a man of violent ways. My strategy is apathy, no arguing, no fights, just love and empathy. Time fades, the fire's light. Apathy can be your answer, no need to join the fight, 'cause both sides are wrong and both sides are right. Give it a try and see. Give it a day to confirm. In a year it's clear to think about the long term. This world is full of chaos. It can make emotions boil. Reacting makes it worse. Igniting scorn and turmoil. I ain't a man of violent ways, not a man of violent ways. My strategy is apathy, no arguing, no fights, just love and empathy. Time fades, the fire's light. Just relax, don't get cross. Purge all bad emotions. Be at peace, ease your thoughts, and mind your compassion. Apathy may be the answer. There ain't no need to fight, 'cause both sides are wrong, and both sides are right. Fights are a ruse, an endless game. There is nothing to lose and nothing to gain. This world is full of chaos. It can make emotions boil. Reacting makes it worse. Igniting scorn and turmoil. I ain't a man of violent ways, not a man of violent ways. My strategy is apathy, no arguing, no fights, just love and empathy. Time fades, the fire's light. Protecting people that I love, trusting only a few. Laying my life down, if that is what I need to do.
Turd, all of those views of me, I think, many, many times a day. I made Adam listen to it when we stay on stream afterwards and chat like here for hours. And when he's doing his work, I play Ode to Apathy. Just because I can, because it's my fucking channel. Lol, jokes. I mean, just because I make him and then I sing. I don't mute it for him. So we need to have a spreadsheet, apparently, for off-topic shit. Who is most likely to take the chat down a wormhole? Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. It's me. And what does Laura said? A major media outlet took a picture of your free Karen Reid sticker on my car today. What? We got a shout out from Turtle Boy on Sunday night. I have a direct connection to Oscar the guy from Boston, NBC 10. He's in I have his number. I'm fucking international outlet. Yes. I do still have stickers, and I've got a few people that I've got to give out addresses to. Laura, I still haven't gotten Mrs. Parks's new actual address. I will do it. I'm a little bit snowed under with my own perception of my own reality being too overwhelming. Doesn't help that I stream for 6 hours. Chat this week, Friday night, Justin Root. We're talking about Justin Root. Me, of course, I'll be facilitating. I'll be the hostess with the mostest. Jen Root and Beatrice, and also Jason Broyles, aka not Haley Walbrecht. It was NBC. Amazing. Yes, we definitely need a Camp Shorty song, Turd. Oh shoot! Yes. DM me in Discord, please, Steph. And I promise I will do it. I'm the worst person. I'm like the worst person on the planet. I'm a badass Excel geek. Love me some spreadsheets. Let's do all the spreadsheets. Adam loves a good Google Doc. Google Doc this. Okay. So thank you, chat. Replay crew. Mwah, love you. Don't forget, if you want to, it's too late to tell you now. You've gotten to the end going, what the fuck was going on with the live chat? But there is a way. No, Steph, I'm not. Google Sheets, Google Docs, yes. Steph, I try my best, and sometimes my best isn't good enough, but it's still the best I can do. So thank you for being understanding. Yes, all of that. So there's so many more things coming up. What do we got? There's still so many people in the house. I can't believe you all are still here. Justin Root at 7 Eastern on Friday night, and then the Let's Talk Sexual Assault, Sexual Violence and Rape at 9:30 Eastern. On Saturday night, 5 p.m., Brian Albert, We Need to Talk with just me. At 9:30, we're going to do another Depp Heard. Oh, my God, Eastern, we're going to be up all hours. We might just do a short one. Lol. Then the following week with Amy Boston on Friday night, 6 p.m., we're doing the Nagel Bagels testimonies. Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel still polling for the Let's Talk topic. It's on my community tab if you want to vote or add your own suggestion in. Stupid Paul on Saturday night, 6 Eastern. I'm doing Stupid Paul. We Need to Talk. Yikes, it just did. And then another Depp V Heard on Saturday night. Shorties, best stream ever. And it was all because of you, Turd Ferguson. Thank you so much for suggesting Turd Bird 24. Thank you so much for suggesting that we cover the Depp V Heard trial. Jeno, thank you so much for being here. I can entertain. I'm an entertainer. I'm an educator and a facilitator, and I'm a fucking delight, and I'm glad you're entertained. Good luck with your packing and stuff, darling. Yeah, life, huh, Steph? We're doing it. Is that all I've got to say? Month of Mandalas. If you joined my Discord, welcome. If you didn't, why not? And from December 1, we're doing a month of Mandalas. I've said this before. Art therapy, it doesn't have to be amazing. Mine started off quite average, and I got more confidence. I can't even open the flip book. In Discord, I'll make a channel. We're going to do a month of Mandalas. I just had this art sketchbook in my collection. I've acquired many, many markers and poster pens and stuff. But basically, a mandala is a circle thing. That was my very first one. That's my doodle. When I doodle, that's what I do when I doodle in a lecture or when I'm on the phone, or I draw dick and balls, something. This is also a mandala. It's very angular. Usually I do more like this. I did graphic design for a year at uni, so don't feel like you need to produce such quality work. I'm modest as well as artistic, right? It can be like pictures. I like this one very much. It's one of my faves. And so for the month of December, no obligation to do one every day. If you can do 3 a day if you want. Post them in Discord or not. Share them with people. Get some affirmation from friends in our community. This is one of my favorites. It's one of my most recent ones. For Adam. I just pulled a photo up on, like I Googled a photo. I Googled pirate ship, yeah? And I just had it on my phone and just then free-handed it looking at it. So I did that. And then the next one, is this my most recent one? Yes, this is my most recent one. Got to do another one. So yeah, yes. Whatever, you can do scribbles with crayons. You can do words. You can do font. I did some paint ones. I got some paints and I did some paint ones. They're not all like, wait, there's another one that I love. This is having a bad day this day. This is how my brain felt. So that's what I did. Angry and go, 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 go. How is the pirate tattoo now? It's pretty good, Ted. Adam, how's your roller coaster tattoo? Oh, that's right. You didn't get one yet. Joking, no pressure. Like hardly a little bit of pressure. Where's my Christmas one? Because I spend oh, here we go. Y'all love this one. I love this one. TGIF. And I did Christmas one. Where is it? Anyway, that'll be in Discord. Month of Mandela's art therapy. This one's pretty cool. I love just scrapping around, y'all. 13th. Anyway, that's that. That's all the announcements I've got. That's it. Thank you for being here. Love ya. Mwah. Looks good. Shade, hard shade. What does Brenda say? I'd like to thank my retired husband who was sick of doing nothing all day. He convinced me to give up work so I could help do it. It's enabled me to be a shorty too. Thanks, hubby. What a legend. We need more of you in the world. More of your husband. Thank you, husband. Brenda. That's why you're no longer nursing, right? That was you, wasn't it? Sorry, my chop's bothering me now. Yikes. Okay. I think we're done. I think 6 hours, 12. Adam. When's that booked in for? Saturday? No, we're busy on Saturday. We're doing live streams, babe. You can't. Retarded husband, not the R word, Steph. Yikes. Okay, let's go out with a love song. If you think of it, drop a comment after the stream has ended or tomorrow or something. That's it for Mega Camp Shorty Weekend. We're done. We out. I think that makes, I'm not even joking, I'll tally it up. This 6 hours, I think, gets us into about 25, maybe more, maybe 28 hours of streaming in the last 4 days. Not even tired. Still totally coherent. I'm not tired. Yes. Thank you. Mwah. Mwah. Turd, I think he's not being serious. But maybe. We'll see. Maybe that's the big reveal. Maybe when he picks me up from the airport, whenever that may be. God, I'm such a loser. Can't get my shit together. He can come shirt off and just turn around and show me his whole full back tattoo. Love. Stephanie. Nope, I live at Camp Shorty like I'm a year-round deputy counsellor. You're all delights. I love all of your faces. Come on now. Chat's dropping off going, Jesus, she can talk. Yeah, I can. That's my shtick. Mwah. Love your face.
Our brother, hipster, van dweller, the land pirate radio host, hangs by the Oregon coast. Lisa, our sister, survivor and warrior. Miss Shorty shows care and concern, broadcasting out of Melbourne. They've been streaming for a while, and they know they make us smile. He knew love from 8,000 miles away. 13,000 kilometers never got it away. Half the world apart, but united in the heart. Both are uniquely complex, bravely seeking what's next. It would be an easier goal to maintain the status quo, but sincere in their beliefs, for us to find our love and peace. from 8,000 miles away. 13,000 kilometers never gotten away. Half a world apart, but united in the heart. Both are uniquely complex, bravely seeking what's next.